Was this one of your mom? Didn't your mom eat one of your weed cookies or something?
No, my mom stole all of the weed when I was in high school so she could use it for herself. Okay, so what was I saying just now? So what happened was, we were all in the room and I had this crazy idea to like ping him in there that like we're gonna solve all the world's problems in the room. So maybe I was a little manic, but it didn't go that way at all because the second he got there, they were all saying like, oh, this is a troll. There's no way. The first other Holocaust survivor on Clubhouse. This has to be a troll. And I'm like, no, it's not. And so they just talked a little bit, and then he said he was a victim, and he said that he can't be a victim because he was just a baby, and all he did was get a vaccine. He's not a victim.
What are you talking about? I'm not following
what really happened. That is what happened. I didn't say I was in that room in front of Sammy. No, I was taking a different day where I was talking about like the whole idea of like the 4 agreements and what I learned in a program called DBT called Radical Love, which was a different concept. That was not really discussed with Sammy. That wasn't what was discussed with Sammy. The problem there was literally they were both drunk and high, and they thought that Sammy's profile was a troll.
He and Galilean?
Yeah, so that's really what happened. I just like, I was caught in the middle of it. It even turned into a thing with Shooky because they basically had me in a room for like 4 hours trying to get me to snitch on like who the person was in the room.
Oh yeah, I remember Shooky freaked. Yeah, they tried to. The people.
So all these trained agents had me in a room trying to like drill my brain over what happened that day, and like I don't know. That's when like. So he told J-Lo that J-Lo knew about it, and then Sammy forgot. So Sammy doesn't even know what happened. Like, Sammy doesn't remember.
Yeah. Did you see he was in the New York Post recently about Mom Donnie?
Mom Donnie.
His rents, yeah.
He's always traveling. He's always going different places.
Yeah, that was probably like to smear Mom Donnie, like Holocaust survivors still paying rent.
Do you know that my mom and my sister went to Germany and both did not go to Auschwitz and both like had the chance to go?
Auschwitz
but
is
they
in
didn't go? Oh shit. Okay, my mom
you had to take the train from Germany. This is why you have to take a train from Germany to Poland. I was like,
you can't. Yeah, no trains.
Oh my god.
No trains. I'm not training myself to Auschwitz.
Oh my gosh, I've never been on a train.
Yeah, it's really like a mind fuck.
Okay, good. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah. Or you could take the Autobahn, but there's a train. But it's this kind of a weird concept.
Weird feeling.
It is, right?
I'll never go back there again. I hated it. I went to Berlin. Hated it.
Yeah, are they the same trains, or are they like new ones?
It's the same tracks.
Oh my god, no.
They're the same routes and same tracks.
Yeah, no.
They probably upgraded, but yeah, it's the same tracks and routes. Right across Europe, too. It's a very weird, like being in Europe is, I mean, the Germans are very nice, but it's just weird as a Jew to be there. Because you really do feel like you're walking around all day.
Everywhere you look in Berlin.
Beautiful, though.
It is.
And I'm so blessed that I live where I did feel blessed that I live where I live because I've seen Europe and it's just stunning.
So you're saying you love to live in Europe?
I'm saying Europe is a beautiful place. There are many beautiful countries in Europe, yes.
So is America, though.
I'm not comparing one to the other.
Yeah, I was thinking if I would move to Greece, and I don't think I would. I wouldn't want to learn. I would not want to live in Lesbos. It's very boring. It is very
bored living there.
only active for half the year. Most of the people move to mainland Greece and don't live on the island all year. It's really only active in the summer. All the people that stay are old and retired.
Does Dimitri want to move there?
You know, I don't know. And it's weird to share a kid with someone and you don't know if you'll end up in two different countries.
I thought he's not the father.
I mean, he raises the kid pretty much. He helps out. So it would be cruel to separate them at this point.
So then go to Lesbos.
No.
Join us at Lesbos.
Yeah, it's perfect. We can do a weekend getaway to Tel Aviv and then jet back over to Lesbos.
It's literally an hour away or an hour and a half
It's less, isn't it?
That's super convenient.
Yeah, it's very close.
I'm not even going. My son's going for the first time. I don't know what it's going to be like to be without him.
Oh, you decided not to go?
No, I never was going.
I thought they went like a few weeks ago, so that wasn't the case.
No, I was never going. I never plan on going.
Why? Just because you don't like to be in planes or travel?
All of it. But I don't have money. Like, I'm literally broke. I don't know why Roya was yelling at me about thinking I spent $50 on food every day. Like, I don't have money for that. How did that even happen? She kept yelling at me that I don't.
Yelling at you for eating $50 worth of food every day.
Yeah, and then she accused me of lying and saying that it's 3 people, not 2 people. It was really fucking bizarre. So I don't like all these people on here trying to define my life. It's very bizarre to me. You know?
I'm making lentils right now, guys. I'm making chana.
I've heard those stories. Did you guys see? Power would go to the rural part of the district, which would make us a Republican district. So Pearson is essentially going to have to drop out. So we have another guy. His name is like Britt Todd or something. He's basically like a community college graduate who was in, I think he's in Nashville. He's now decided that he wants to go against Cohen. So there's no way Justin's going to win against Cohen because it's too big of a fight. We can't lose the only representation we've already had because they're just going to basically say he's a young guy. He's a young kid with an afro. Nobody wants to be represented by a black man, especially now that we have a chance for us to have a Republican district. So it's about to get ugly. It's really frustrating. But yes, Justin Jones and London and a couple others led a walkout. I love the signs that say "Kill the Klan." It was very direct, but they led a walkout. Justin Jones burned truly a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper that was a Confederate flag. He probably could have gotten a real one because they're literally everywhere here. But I think he also didn't want to get arrested because if you remember, the Justins were also kicked out. They were censured a year ago, 2 years ago. So it's a hot mess here in Tennessee. And people have said Memphis should leave the state. And I was like, I don't think that's going to work. But that's a whole other situation. But it's just been ugly and ridiculous here the last couple of days.
Tiffany, with the district where Memphis is, like, isn't it like being stretched out by like 300 miles? And like, read something where like, I mean, you said it's gonna be stretched out to like rural areas, but I heard like it's as large as like 300 miles anywhere the state. Is that accurate?
So I still haven't. I keep just seeing like screenshots of the map. I haven't actually seen a map, so I'm trying to get my hands on an actual map so I can look at it. But so there's I can't think of the name of the county, but there's a very rural county, like literally the people that are missing teeth that don't even have a chance at life. We would be grouped in with them. But it is a really wide district from what I've been told. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense. And then it would even split in some neighborhoods. From what I was told, it would split some neighborhoods right down the middle. Like literally one side of the street would be in one district and another would be in the other.
I think I put it in the chat. Is that it, Tiffany? So it says Tennessee U.S. Congress districts adopted May 7th. But look at how they've split up that green. Okay, so I see the 1, 2, I think it's 9 that people were saying was the weird one. But is that is crazy. Look at 5.
I'm just gonna have to get out and drive the county. That seems silly. But I was just like, some of these areas are so rural that you only see them as you're driving to like Nashville. So I was like, I don't even know where I would fall. And pretty much all of my, like Tory Harris, I'm really close with. I didn't even call him yesterday. I was like, I don't even want to stress him out because they seem to be going through a lot from their own accord. But it's very disheartening. But it's also, if you look at any of the social media, there are so many white Memphians that are for it, and they feel like they have to deal with a black mayor, a black Democratic mayor. They want to get rid of the white Representative Cohen. And they're like, just get rid of him because he's basically pandering to black people and we need our voice back. But I just want to remind people also that Memphis is 67% black.
I used to live in Scott. Oh, no, go ahead, Scott. Spare this.
Thank you. So the reason for getting him out is because he's old, essentially? Because I think that was the original combo for getting Cohen out of there for primary. Or did it have to do with like APEC or anything like that?
It's literally, they're not going to, so Justin would not be able to unseat any of the Republicans. And it's just that Cohen has been there forever, which I don't want to say that because he's been there forever, he's not effective. Like, he literally sends out a weekly newsletter of all the things that he has going on. So I never want to paint the picture that he's ineffective. I just think people feel like he's been there too long, but I'm like, he's been there because people trust him. He's here frequently. I mean, you see him all the time. It does not feel like a winning strategy for my perspective to go after Cohen, but I know that they know that the Republican stronghold is just too much for him to go against. Because look how they treated him thus far that he's been in office.
I used to live literally across the street from Palmer Hospital. Love Memphis. Great city.
Like, you need to come back. So I'm part of the medical district. It is beautiful. When I tell you what the med is about to do, Regional 1, Le Bonheur, St. Jude, like, it's a whole, it's like walking into a totally new city. Like, the apartments they put up, they are doing everything to attract people to this area again, to live and to work. Like, I drove through yesterday and I almost cried because it is literally, it feels like a different city than I grew up in.
That's technically downtown, right?
It's right on the cusp. So that's the 3810. It's in that 38104, 38103. If you remember where the health department is, Poplar and Dunlap, that area.
Yeah, I was on Washington. And somebody told me it was technically downtown. It was like
we stayed in the same place. Mine was gated, but yeah, I used to live over there too, about a decade ago. But it's different. Like I tell people, I know that you hear people say how dangerous Memphis is. Literally, you could come for a weekend, you could have a great time. You would not even notice half the things that people like to share online. Like literally, even if I only took you through the medical district and showed you all the things that they're doing, it will blow your mind. My dad is actually, he had heart bypass surgery, and he's in one of the medical district facilities. And when I tell you how, like, the view from his room is amazing, like how they care for him, like the things that they offer, they're basically trying to establish themselves in a way to where people have to come here for the research and for the care, because there's nowhere else to go, because they've closed all the rural hospitals, and they're trying to make sure that people have a chance, to survive, even if it's something small. And so there's so many great things happening in Memphis, even festival season. I mean, I don't know if y'all knew, like, we just had a festival here, like all the old school rappers came and they did a show, and people absolutely loved it because we poured like billions of dollars into our riverfront. So if anyone wants to come and let me know, I will treat you to a weekend here in Memphis.
Yeah, I was saying, it's pretty strong. The medical district and just the medical centers there are pretty strong. I know, at the very least, with St. Jude being there, it was kind of like, that was the place to go. At least from what I remember regionally when it came to medical care.
And St. Jude has you're right, man, I should not meet up with people from Philadelphia. I would, just for this reason. But to your point, St. Jude, FYI, I don't know if people know this. So St. Jude has a global hub. So there's been a couple of runs where people have talked about, like, oh, there's all this money in cancer, and they get all their money from not actually curing cancer. I don't know if people realize this, but St. Jude literally has a global hub where they take every single medicine that they can get here. They condense the pharmaceutical giants to white label it. They take it to other countries, like third world countries, and they are teaching doctors literally how to save kids who get these cancers. And even if they don't even get cancer, I don't know if people realize leprosy is on the rise. My friend is doing a convening this week about how do you prevent the spread of leprosy in these countries, because now it's back. But everything that happens in St. Jude, they have now pushed it to where they have saved the lives of 120,000 children in just 2 years. And they are expanding that group. There's only 57 people that work in that department. So imagine what it will look like when they continue to expand. And they have a convening of WHO next week to talk about how they'll do that expansion.
Tiffany, I don't know what they're talking about because St. Jude, I work at school catering. This St. Jude is our sister hospital. We don't really specialize in pediatrics, so a lot of the doctors at Sloan Kettering also go to St. Jude's to be able to train in pediatrics. It's an excellent leading care cancer. I don't know, that's crazy. But are they having problems as far as financing? Are they okay?
So St. Jude's financing is in great standing from what I've been told. My sister actually connected me by accident to the guy whose job. So for those that don't know, St. Jude, no child or family ever pays for anything when they come to St. Jude. It takes about $2 million a day to run St. Jude because of that. And your child, to be a St. Jude patient, it is considered catastrophic, which means there are only 4 possible hospitals that could take your child. And St. Jude is usually either number 1 or number 2. And so if your child is admitted into St. Jude, pretty much it is a guarantee that they have a low survival rate. St. Jude has been able to move survival rate into the for most pediatric cancers. And so anyway, so when they St. Jude, they also get housing, they get food, they get everything. The fundraising arm of it is called ALSAC. So if you know anything, I encourage people to research Danny Thomas. He's a former actor. His daughter runs the organization. But he is Lebanese and Syrian, I believe. And so ALSAC does the fundraising, and that's what the acronym includes. But anyway, so they raise the money. They can raise close to $1 billion a day in some cases on a good day. But literally, they make a daily transfer over to the hospital just to keep it moving. And it is mind-blowing the things that they have. Today is the high school grads, so kids that would normally be in, they have something called Imagine Academy. And that allows kids to continue to their education while they're in active treatment. And so today will be the high school graduation, and then next week will be their kindergarten graduation. Last year's kindergarten graduation was the largest in the organization, and it was about 60 kids. So that was 60 children that had completed kindergarten and that were in good standing in their treatment. So amazing things are happening at St. Jude. I encourage people to send money, even if it's only $20. You will be surprised the things that they can offer people.
Thank you, Tiffany. I love orgs like that. My middle child was in NICU for about 2 weeks. He was a preemie, and we had to rush him to the ER in the middle of the night after a week because he had severe jaundice. And we stayed in the Ronald McDonald houses. And I was amazed at the generosity of people. So I tried to even drop off magazines. Because I just heard just some stories of that's Texas Children's in the medical center, which is pretty well known, but we were blessed enough to be in the city, but there were literally, you never think about it, like families who can't afford to be there 24/7 with their children because they have to work, but there were babies there from Waco, and they said the parents would try to get there at least once a month. So absolutely, those orgs do a really, really, really good job with their donated dollars. But because I love Ronald McDonald House, and now I think that McDonald's is a major sponsor of theirs. But that's basically what they do is they provide housing in the hospital, just a little room, a little lounge, so that parents don't have to pay for a hotel, because some of those costs can really add up. Those kids can be in those units for a long, long, long time. So yeah, Christina, it's cool. You can volunteer to hold the babies in the NICU, because the skin-to-skin contact, because like I said, you don't even really think about it. I was postpartum, so I was just a hot emotional mess. But think about if a mom is from Lubbock and her baby's in the hospital in Houston and she can't, get there but once a month. So the nurses do a good job, but they definitely are always looking for volunteers to just go in and hold the babies so they can have skin-to-skin contact.
And there are affiliate hospitals too. So you may have an affiliate to a St. Jude or Labana where you live. I am actually running a race from Memphis to Peoria, Illinois. It's 465 miles. So for the runners in the room, that's a Ragnar, where it's a relay. But the very first affiliate hospital is tucked in Peoria, Illinois. And so at the end of July, there will be people running from all these different cities. And then I'll be on the team that's running from Memphis to Peoria across a 4-day time span. And in that group last year raised $1 million. And so our goal this year, since I'm joining this year, the team is trying to raise 1.5 million. And so essentially each team, I think they're coming from 12 different cities. The goal is to fund a day or close to a day at St. Jude for a family. And so find out if there's an affiliate hospital where you live and see how you can donate to their team, because the money also goes to some of the affiliate hospitals. And one of the things that the guy who's the captain for the team, he said, and I tell people this whenever they ask about, is it worth it when you go to these different like 5Ks and all that? And they said, one day they started that race 45 years ago, and he said, I do the race because one, he said he asked Danny Thomas one day, will we ever have a patient that would ever run this race? And Danny said no. He was like, it's too dangerous. It would never happen. He was like, they would be too sick. I think for the last 5 years, they've had at least one patient run the entire time, like the full 4 days from Memphis to Peoria. And then literally one of the guys he runs, he's a parent, he runs on the team, and he said because his kid is completely in remission, and he said, I absolutely believe that one of the dollars I raised helped my kid. And he said, so I want to give other parents the same opportunity and find the dollar that puts their kid in remission. And so I encourage you, if you can, support any of the affiliate hospitals.
So there's Children's of Los Angeles is an affiliate, and Children's of Brooklyn. If anyone's interested, both of those are located in California, but both excellent facilities. Children's Los Angeles and Children's of Oakland. Thank you.
Tiffany, I would love to make a small donation for your team, if you're comfortable sending me the link in the back channel. I'm not a doxer or a stalker, because that's super cool. I will write a check. I will not run, but I will write a check. So good luck to you.
Hey, y'all,
and I will take a tax donation too for itemizing my taxes. Oh, go ahead. I'm just being silly.
Hey, y'all, this is Shay. This segment of today's room is a special piece to my heart. I am approaching my 30-year remission from stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. I was diagnosed when I was 14, so shout out to you, Tiffany, for bringing awareness to today's conversation in regards to childhood cancer and the childhood cancer research, because in my opinion, it's not enough research being done. It's not enough conversation being had in regards to this. And dealing with everything I've been dealing with this last year, just hearing this conversation today really touches my heart. With the type of cancer I had, had 5 rounds of chemo, 4.5 to 5 months of intensive radiation combined with chemo, and my radiation was concentrated to my chest. And today I had to go in for another follow-up for a booby-gram exam. And even when we exit out of treatment and we are through our remission periods, we do have a lot of follow-up appointments depending on what type of treatment we had, type of cancer, and where that treatment was concentrated at. There's still a lifelong follow-ups that we still have to continue to go through as survivors. So I just wanted to say thank you to Ace for having this awesome sauce conversation, because it does touch me a little bit too close to home. But yeah, shout out to you, Tiff, and everybody else in the space that is doing your due diligence in your part to making sure that there are more survivors in fighting this ugly thing we call cancer. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm going back to the go.
And just to FYI, once you're a St. Jude patient, you're a St. Jude patient forever. I met someone one day that just randomly, we were just having a conversation, and she was telling me that she was having she was just feeling weird. She couldn't figure out what it was. And she went to her doctor, and they asked her, have you called anybody at St. Jude because you used to be a patient? And she said, no. She's like, I'm an adult. She was like 35, 36. And they said, no, you should really call. And she was sharing that when she called, they immediately connected her to her childhood physician. And her childhood physician read back everything to her, never looked up her file, automatically knew everything about her, and was like, you need to get here today. And she drove in from Arkansas and was admitted as a patient. Literally, if you're walking the hall, if you get a tour, you may see there's certain ways you can identify people. Patients have a very particular, they're badgeable. And there would be like an 80-year-old with a badge on walking the halls. And I'm like, are they even old enough? But they may have been like 18 when the hospital was open, and so they were able to get treatment. But they are patients forever. They're never turned away. Everything is free to them. And one of the things beyond childhood cancer, they also treat children with sickle cell, which are Black children, and local children that have HIV and AIDS. And so their doors are open to a wide variety of children and individuals that would normally not be able to afford the care that they receive.
That's awesome, Tiffany. I did not know that. That one child, St. Jude patient, you're a St. Jude patient for life. You're part of the family forever. My family opted to not send me to St. Jude. I'm from Kansas, and that was a drive. And my dad was like, no, we're not doing it. We're going to do what we can to get her seen here. And they work closely with St. Jude and Johns Hopkins in terms of my care. So I appreciate that information that you shared, because I didn't know that. And that's just going to continue to encourage me to encourage other people to donate. Because when I'm at the register, I see that little pop-up, I always round up to the nearest dollar.
And thank you for sharing with us, Shay. Shay, what an amazing testimony. God bless you. Like, that is just amazing. So thank you for sharing that and everything that you're going through. Sending you hugs. We never would have known. And yeah. Well, this is a nice conversation, y'all.
So I want to ask you guys seriously, are you guys upset about
this? Oh, Lord Jesus.
Shay or Shot, I'll say it to her, anybody. People are interested in cancer. I don't know if people know this book. It's called The Emperor of All Maladies. Have you guys ever read that one?
Mm-mm.
It's really good. It's basically, I don't know how to describe it, but like a biography of cancer, a history of cancer. And it goes all the way back to the ancient world on how people have thought about cancer and tried to cure cancer or treat cancer. But it came out about 15 years ago by Siddhartha what's his name? Siddhartha Mukherjee or whatever. I think he's a surgical oncologist. But it's a really, really good book. And anybody who's had experience with cancer or family members or just interested in the history of science, it's very approachable, not approachable. It's not very technical. And it's written for, lay people, not for scientists. But it's really a fantastic book. Mountain, you can speak, but hold on, bro. They were talking about, they were giving their testimonies of overcoming cancer. Just hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's
okay, cool. Yeah, I know. Because I know you came in because of the topic. Yeah, but people's talking.
Yeah, no, you're talking about the health stuff. You guys do your thing, so.
Yeah, it's all good. So anyway, if anybody's interested, it's called The Emperor of All Maladies. I used to always give it out as gifts. People finish medical school or nursing school or whatever, and everyone I know loves it. So that was just it. So Sha was wondering if you had read it. It's really, really good. All right, that's all.
I put it in the chat, and that name, whatever Ben said, because I can't pronounce that name, but I put it.
Siddhartha Mukherjee.
Yeah, but he's.
Yeah, no, cancer is terrible, man. I lost my dog to cancer last year, and then my buddy, his dad, just got reoccurring cancer in his bladder, and they're able to treat it though with what the hell is that stuff? That stuff that E. coli or something like that. And they inject it into his bladder, and he's got to keep it in there. And for some reason, it's able to his certain type of cancer able to clear it. So anyway,
that's all good.
Yeah.
Did you guys finish? He wanted to speak to the title. Tiffany, did you want to say anything else? Anything else?
And my club, they're curing cancer with a formula that's it. You know?
That blew my mind. I've not heard of that. I'm just the HR lady. I would like to just add another additional plea for why others should support the affiliate hospitals or just the children's hospitals in your area because of this administration's perspective on what is DEI. A lot of them lost their federal funding because it would say things about marginalized communities, poor, things like that, or would actually attempt to help people in minority groups. And that all was, if you saw the how Doge was cutting the funding, all of that money they lost. And so even for St. Jude, they lost all of their food funding as well as their federal funding when they ceased all the DEI programs federally, which lets you know that they probably could have been further if they had this money. Sorry, can y'all hear me? I got a phone call.
Yes, good.
I'm sorry. Okay, so sorry. They could have been further in their research if they were shorted that money for an entire year.
It was tuberculosis, by the way, not E. coli. Tuberculosis. They inject it into your bladder for certain types of bladder cancers.
Yeah, that's good. Anybody else? Is Shay a shot or is Shay still up here?
I won't be here long. I don't need to get you guys riled up or argue. I just want to know what do you guys think about this.
1 second. I'm just trying to see. Did you guys finish the cancer thing? Okay. Go ahead, Mountain.
It's so funny how much y'all hate me, dude. It's all good. Listen, we're not going to come together as a country.
Here who overcame stage 4 cancer.
Good for her.
1 second, sir. I wasn't looking at my phone, and they were talking about children's cancer, people vomiting out of houses and stuff. They've been talking about it for 40 minutes, man. I wanted to make sure the ladies got out what they got out before you gave the political take. That's all. I don't hate you. I don't know who. 1 second. Don't interrupt me, please. I don't know who you are. If you didn't come in here, you never came in here again, I wouldn't know you existed. It's not personal, brother. It really isn't. I just wanted to make sure there was a moment, a breath, because we're my life and death. That's all. You're going to talk about politics. We talk about politics all the time. It's not personal. I don't want to come together with you or anybody else in here. I'm just sitting in my office at work. That's all.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not that serious.
No, honestly.
What's the point you wanted to make? What's the point you wanted to make?
They're pretty intelligent, so I think you don't actually hate me. The point
I don't hate anybody.
Yeah,
What's
right.
the point you want to make? Go ahead.
I want to know what you guys think about this about the failure of the redistricting in Virginia.
I can tell you, we talked about it already today for about an hour.
Okay.
Since you asked nicely, I'll give you a summary.
Thank you.
We think that the maps will stay in place. The Democrats will pick up still 1, maybe 2 seats, Virginia 1 and Virginia 2, and they'll probably try again in 2027 following the court's order. So instead of getting what they thought were 10 seats, we think they'll get anywhere from 6 to 8, maybe 7 is a nice. That's it. That's what we thought.
Okay.
Nobody's hair is on fire. That's it. Would you like to speak about it?
No, I wanted to know your guys' reaction because
that was it.
All right, that's cool.
Do you want to work ourselves up in such a way that we yell at each other and try to kill family members?
No, I don't want to do. No, I don't want to do.
I mean, that's what you do.
Do I?
That's what I heard. Is that not true?
That's not true.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say? I'll take that back. Is there anything else you'd like to speak on?
I want to say one more thing about that. To clear my name, guys, I match energy. I am a real human being, but if you threaten the family, I'll tend to do the same thing. So, the person who threatens my family admits that they started it, and I have proof, recordings and everything of them threatening to rape my daughter, beat my grandfather. I don't care. It's just Clubhouse, but just so you know, I'm not a terrible human being. So.
Would you like to speak on the Virginia redistricting? Well, let me ask you a question. Yeah. Why is it okay for Republican states to redistrict,
through their legislatures, but not Democrats through the people's vote? That's my question.
You know, honestly, man, I think that probably it shouldn't have been done in the first place with the redistricting. You know, like it's just a tit for tat type of shit. You know, and so it's just where politics is, man. You know, I think that, you know, when we do these types of things, we get in office and then we try to gerrymander or we try to redistrict or we try to fuck with the filibuster, you know, whatever, to try to stack the cards on, say, my side. It's short-sighted because then you guys are eventually going to be back in power and you're going to try to do the same and probably more vigorously. And so this stuff just starts to accelerate and accelerate and accelerate, and the country suffers as a result. So I don't like it, but what do you do? You know, I'm just one simple dude who's just trying to understand this. I just wanted to know your guys' response. I wanted to know what you're a pretty smart dude, so
we can build off of there. Yes, okay. So Ephesians 4:29. So read. So are Republican policies in the Trump presidency so unpopular that they have to get rid of these seats in order to hold the House? Because it suggests to me that if Trump was so popular and the policies were so beloved that people want to build on them, this mad dash to redistrict, Trump said, I need 5 seats in Texas, wouldn't have taken place. In fact, you would get a bigger majority. You have a razor-thin majority. Congress hasn't done anything. They got the big so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Stupid name, but whatever. The Big Beautiful Bill. What is any other major legislation or slightly above minor legislations that the Republicans have done with their so-called landslide victory in 2028? That's my question.
Well, before you answer, it's Ephesians 4:25. Therefore, having put 29.
Yeah, and also you can't read it. You know why?
We can't read it because
Sorry.
see, I know why.
Well, let no corrupting talk come out of your mouths, but only such as is good for building up as fits the occasion, that it may give grace to those who hear.
Yes, I know my Bible. Anyway, that's why I called it out. So let's build up. So why aren't Republican policies? You guys said that America. Yeah, just answer the question. Why did Trump need to change the rules to hold the House?
I think it was more of a, like I say, a tit for tat. You know, they change it, redistricting. They change it. You know, the Democrats do.
I said Texas. The first one was Texas. I'm talking about
the first one.
Why did Trump say he needed 5 seats in Texas? If this was so popular, why couldn't he just swing seats from Democrats?
I think that the demographics were changing. Texas was turning purple. You know, California at one time was red, and as soon as you know, what's his name, Ronald Reagan gave blanket amnesty to all these people, the state changed from red to blue, and it's been blue ever since. We don't want that to happen to a state like Texas.
What does that have to do with my question? I'm asking you, why did he ask for 5 seats mid-cycle? Right?
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, it seems to me the policies are very unpopular, which is why Republicans are getting clobbered in elections.
Well, we'll see about that.
So my question is, no, we had seen them. We've had elections. There was an election on Tuesday. There was a swing seat on Tuesday.
And they got clobbered?
Yes. Can I give
Michigan?
you an example? Can I give an example?
Sure.
I don't know why you just... What's the point of you speaking while I'm speaking?
Because we're talking.
I know, but what do you want for lunch?
You're like Claude, bro. You're like Claude. If you say one fucking thing, you like get all mad.
You do it on purpose.
No, I don't.
You're doing it on purpose. Just mute up. So, and you can speak. It was a district that Harris won by 0.9. The Democrat won by 20 points on Tuesday. There have been historic overperformances. The biggest Republican county Senate district, state Senate district in the country is in Texas. It's Tarrant County. It's Texas 9. Democrats flipped it. The Republican outspent the Democrat 10-1. They flipped it. Democrats won statewide races in Georgia, which they hadn't won in 20 years. They said that New Jersey was going to be a close race, that in fact Jack Ciattarelli could possibly win. Mikey Sherrill should have won by 15 points. That's every single district, I think, except one in Virginia, went to the left. They expanded and got the trifecta in Virginia. In Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, the most Republican district, I think it's Georgia 14 in the state. She won by 30, 40 points. The Republican only won by 14 points. Historic overperformance. Yes, Republicans are getting clobbered. Yes. I'm done. You can go now.
I'm not concerned about that. I think it's been a lot, like the last two presidents, Obama and Biden have done well. I've done bad in their midterms, so I'm not surprised by this. It's like my old small town that I was in, man. We had a bunch of ineffective or effective, whatever you want to call it, commissioners, a commissioner system. And if you look at the history, most commissioners don't win their reelection. It's an ineffective form of government that, to where it's gotten to be. So people kind of blame it on the commissioner for not getting anything done. Commissioner doesn't give a fuck. They're still going to make their $80,000, for the year. But it's kind of like what's happening here. People expect, things to happen. They expect, I think they wanted fuel prices to be lower by this time. Obviously, the war makes that difficult, but they're going to go back. So there's referendums on that. There's also constant negative, negative media reporting on Trump. And so, people will just drive by and glance at it or just going to fucking, yeah, he's bad. I don't know, man. I think that the leftist media is convincing all y'all that the left is going to do well. Yeah, they seem to be doing good on those states that you talked about, those areas, but we'll see. Like I said this, I told this to Samoa a long time ago, like a month or two ago. He asked me, like, hey, man, do you think Trump's going to do well in the midterms? I said, I don't expect him to do well in the midterms. They go, oh, wow. Well, dude, the midterms, it's kind of, no president has been doing well in the midterms as of late, so am I going to expect miracles with this? No. So, but we'll see what happens. Man. But remember, dude, you didn't think Trump was going to win either. You had bets.
45.
Not disappeared.
45.
You had bets that you disappeared for a while because of that whole
result. I didn't disappear at all. I didn't pay one person. His name is TC, and he knows why. I gave TC the names of 3 people: Omar, Bonnet, and someone else I won't name, who I would have sent the money to them. I'm not sending him my information because
I'm not concerned about that.
I'm almost done. You brought me up my own personal stuff, and I'm responding. This had nothing to do with the conversation. You brought it up. I'm responding. May I respond since you brought up something and then do the conversation? Thank you. I told him where to get the money. I lost the bet to Omar. Omar got the money the same day. I did not disappear. Okay? He got his money. Omar's right here, right above you on my screen. You can ask Omar. Sent it to him right the same day. I guess the election was
right. Yes, the band is legit, man. He gave me
directly to him.
He's legit, man.
And so y'all keep running around this narrative.
You did, bro. You were in the New Democratic room, and you were the face of it.
The reason
and you fucking sweat, bro. You sweat.
Stop. Just. Y'all just stop coming off me, please, respectfully. I left PhD's room because he said he was going to rape Kate in her throat with his dick. I did not want to be associated with the room with the
come on. I would have heard about that.
And his
Am I allowed to give my testimony, or other people need to speak for me?
Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. No, do not interrupt me.
See,
he was going to. You said go ahead, and you started speaking after you talked. I'm gonna tell you something. You're very antisocial. May I just respond? He told Kate that he was going to rape her with his dick in her throat. I didn't be associated with that. So I stopped going in there. Is that a legit reason to stop a virtual space with somebody who says he's going to rape somebody that we know in his throat with his dick? Is that not legitimate, or I should still go in there? And because you didn't hear about it, that means it didn't happen?
I've been buddies with PhD for a long time, bro. And Kendra and Boss, all these women, Boss ladies, a bunch of women, bro, that are his close friends, they would have told me. They would have told me if you said this horrible shit. I don't believe it. But I will tell you this. It's very convenient that you disappear right around the election.
Let me respond.
Well, that's pretty low of you to talk about PhD like that, bro, without facts, without proof. Because you know that's not cool. But we do know you disappeared from that PhD world. That's bullshit, bro. No, we didn't. I never heard that. Give us proof. Give us proof that he said that.
Please leave me out of it, but he did say that. He did say that.
He did say that, and he said worse. Yes.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what.
That's why we don't go in his rooms anymore. That is.
Oh my God.
So now, do you want to apologize for what you just said?
I'll tell you that. So, Tiander, you said that?
Apologize for what you just said or not?
I'm not apologizing for that. I didn't say nothing.
Oh, so you literally
did I say I was going to rape anybody?
No, you said you said I was. You said not apologize, but can you now? You don't have to apologize. I apologize for saying.
Yeah, exactly.
But you now see I wasn't making it up.
Okay, well then if you're not making, but here's the thing though.
Let's get back to that.
That's a convenient time for you to split though,
I don't want to. What do you mean? Because I said that
because there was a lot of people that were looking for your ass, bro. You were gone for a week.
I wasn't gone for a week. I gave Omar his money the next day. Why is this? We were having a good conversation about politics. Why is my personal movement on a free app?
All I'm telling you is don't be so confident about your fucking shit. You're saying,
wait a minute. I thought that the Eagles were going to win. Hold on a second, sir. I thought the Eagles were going to win the Super Bowl 2 years ago. It was just a prediction. I get predictions wrong all the time.
That's a little different.
Last night, I didn't think that the Thunder would cover. I said, there's no way the Thunder are going to cover 15 and a half points. Let me put $2,000 on it. Lost it.
I'm just saying, humble yourself a little bit.
Can I finish?
I'm
very humble. What are you talking about? I literally said.
You are not. You're not humble.
Yo, man, y'all ruined. I gotta be honest with you. You did not come in here to have a conversation about the topic. You came to talk to me.
No, I came to talk about everything.
Let's get back on the topic.
Let's do it.
Okay. So, I believe, like you do, that presidents always lose in the midterms. How is that me being overly confident and not humble? I think in this particular environment, with gas prices and prices being high, it's going to be worse than normal. Now, to be fair to Joe Biden, he did not get crushed in his midterms. In fact, they picked up seats in the Senate. He was the first president ever to pick up a seat in the Senate in the midterms since we started electing senators directly in the 1913 or something like that. Literally the first one ever to do that. And I think they lost the House by maybe 10 seats and people all do more. So he didn't get clobbered. Obama definitely got clobbered in 2010. It was a shellacking. This is not me being arrogant. This is me and you agreeing. We're agreeing, and you're telling me I'm not humble. I think Donald Trump's going to lose the House. But how is that me being, everybody thinks that. How's that me being not humble? I'll further continue. I gave Kamala Harris a 55%, Trump 45%. She lost. Do you get all your predictions right? No, you don't. Come on.
I'm going to go ahead and research here, like, how well have the last 4 presidents done in the midterms? Just, you know. And I assume not very good.
I literally said the man picked up a seat in the Senate.
Yeah, I know.
So does that count as the midterms? Or
picking up 1 seat?
You got to listen.
That's doing well.
Listen to what I'm saying. He's the only president to not lose, is what I'm saying, in the modern era. So that's different than the other. I said, just to be fair to him, it wasn't as bad as like Obama's or Trump's.
He lost 9. He lost 9 House seats and gained 1 Senate seat.
I know that's good. That's much better. Oh my God, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I said compared to the others, his was much better and better than anticipated because inflation that year reached 9% or more. That's all I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say he had a blockbuster. I just said he didn't get clobbered in the midterms. Losing 9 seats in the midterms, especially in the House, as a sitting president, with inflation reaching $9+ and gas gas over $5 a gallon, I think that's pretty damn good. That's all I was saying. Now go ahead and tell me why that was bad. Break it down. You can tell me why I'm wrong.
The only one who's done well, I guess you can say he actually, this is, by that metric, he's still getting, he's still losing. He's still a lame duck
I didn't
president.
say he wasn't losing.
Hey man, hey, you get all mad when I interrupt you. Don't fucking
apologize.
interrupt me, bro.
But don't change what I'm saying. If you
Okay. Right. George W. Bush, 2002-2006, Republicans picked up 8 House seats and 2 Senate seats.
In 2006? That's insane.
Yeah, making Bush the first president since FDR to gain seats in both chambers. So,
Yes.
as you can see, the history of presidents gaining seats is just not very good.
I know.
So,
That's what,
yeah, right. I know what you're saying. I'm not talking to you, buddy.
Are we agreeing now?
Yeah, we're agreeing on that.
Okay.
So,
Then you need to be humble.
I am humble. I told
Wait
you.
a minute. You said I wasn't humble in my prediction, but we have the same prediction. So you can't be humble.
I'm talking about with what you were talking about, how all your Democrats are overperforming in certain areas, certain states, and it just seemed like you were.
Yeah, that was in relation to the redistricting conversation. You can't get the combo. What I was saying is, if Trump stuff is so popular, why did he have Texas give him 5 seats? That was the first move. Remember? Texas was first, and the Democrats left the state. They tried to block it, but you can't because it's not a full-time job and all that kind of stuff. That's what I was asking about.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I know, and I'm talking about how just being like I say, I'm glad that you're that presidents typically haven't done very well politically.
Why would I acknowledge it? It's just a basic fact of American political history. Bush he got the rally around the flag from what was it, the Iraq War in Afghanistan. Remember, it was after 9/11.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but if we're agreeing, what does that have to do with me not going into PhD's room? I don't know how that came up. Because the question. Now that you know that he said that thing, was it legitimate for me not to go in there anymore? And
that's your opinion.
One second, let me ask my question. And not associate myself with the room led by someone that says he's going to rape Kate's throat with his dick. Is that legitimate for me not to go in there?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
I'm just asking.
That's of course. And if that's going to affect your, for me, like I say, I have not said that, but I definitely said things that I haven't meant. And, I've been around
worse too. It's not just that. He said, I mean, PhD could be cool guy, but he can really get dirty with the ladies. I don't know if you knew that.
I knew that. Yeah, I know. I don't sit around. I don't hang out with the sipping stuff. It's just when it gets to politics, I like to talk politics. That's usually my thing. If it's anything else, I'm out, dude. I got better things to do off the
side. So now you know that I wasn't running from PhD's room. I stopped going after he said that thing. Who used to be on the thing and was like a virtual friend. I never met her in life, but that's a pretty horrible thing to say. And then after that, other things were revealed. They were pretty awful. Like real life things. They were pretty awful.
Well, that's his own thing. PhD doesn't even know he's not on the
information, right?
I guess so.
Then do you know Jackson already had the Beatles catalog? He was killed by a laser at night. It was a laser that killed him. Did you know that? Right. Are you done with are we done with this convo, or did you have something else political you wanted to?
That's it. But he was killed by a laser. Is that bullshit?
It's a Dick Gregory joke. Don't worry about it. Did you have anything else, or was this too polite for you, so you feel unfulfilled, so you want to?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm not trying to get riled up.
My segment is over.
Yeah, me too. I'm good.
Did y'all know I asked PhD about the other stuff in here before he was on the stage one time?
Nah, well, I didn't hear it.
So his response wasn't that it wasn't true. His response was, "Why are you spreading it? Why are you asking me about that in here?"
Do you really think that he's that type of person? People say shit on here that they don't mean, dude. Okay, come on, man.
Like I have gotten
sad ass. Don't nobody care about him. Why are you standing up
on his behalf any fucking
I'm not, but
Because
listen
she
to
think
me.
the same thing, Jack.
No, I
Fuck
don't.
him.
Oh, there go Jonathan Martin.
That's
But
all.
listen,
Good afternoon,
guys,
everyone.
I
Happy
fucking said
Friday.
some shit I
Welcome
don't
to
need.
Friday. This is No Crash Out Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. I hope this day finds you well. Please come in with a positive attitude, an open mind, and a kind heart. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. So before this gets to a crash out, I just want to make sure I'm reminding everyone we're not doing that today. Ben, thank you for that wonderful conversation with Mountain.
Thank you,
Mountain.
First Lady.
They took us. I wasn't
I
finished.
apologize if I snapped. I wasn't
finished.
speaking to you. I was
wasn't
not
finished.
speaking to
I
you.
wasn't finished.
You got caught up in the cross.
I wasn't finished. Did somebody mute my mic? Somebody mute my mic? Did somebody mute my mic? What's going on?
Tickle his tonsils, First Lady. Go ahead.
I would never do that.
So I just want to say that took a lot of restraint. I was on the edge of reacting, but I did not. And I thank Mountain for holding it together and finding his center. So I just wanted to recognize the challenges that we overcame in that conversation. We don't have to agree, but having a dialogue and going back and forth, I think, it was pretty productive. So I appreciate it. Thank you. So,
Thank you, First Lady. Can I thank you and send you a flower? Because you just pulled me out of that. I was triggered when he mentioned fat ass Frankie. And I thank you. So, y'all, thank you.
Amen. Amen.
Let's give a round of applause to one lady.
To everyone, not to me. Because it takes... There's no I in team.
I'm gonna head
It's
down to the
all of
river.
us together. Because at the end of the day, regardless whether
What
which
river
side
you
you're
going
on, we're all human.
Amen.
Park Fork River.
We gotta stop this senseless fighting. People can have their views and so on, but we gotta stop the senseless fighting.
One lady, I want a bang. Let's go.
So,
I know, so, but see, and I believe in banging. There's a certain way you must bang in order to achieve.
So, First Lady, can I just throw this out here and see what you think? To honor your, ex no crash outs, should we today, maybe today only, give people X's to help remind everyone to not crash out? So instead of giving them hearts or claps, should we do the X's?
I don't think that represents the positivity that I was looking for.
Oh, okay, I thought we might try and flip it, because at first I thought like the crash outs, like the X marks the spot, like crash outs come here. That's what I thought it meant at first. But I think if we flip it, we reinforce the X as a reminder not to crash out, then maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I'm here to clear it up. I don't think that would head in a positive direction. So we can just continue to steer the boat in the direction that is going. We're not going to fight the current today. We're going to let it flow. Amen? Thank you.
Mine says bang with care.
Bang with care. Poor brother.
Somebody in the chat said, this is the man that said slavery in Texas ended in 1979. Brother, is that true? Wait, what?
Brother is never going to
You weren't here, Dr. Library?
Good job, Dan.
Dr. Library, he went and took somebody's meat off the grill and turned it down a notch.
I already didn't even use tongs. He flipped it over
with his bare hands. He took that meat and it was warming up. The meat was warming up. It was all marinated. It had been thawed out. And then he just ran there, took the cover off, and decided to stick his hands right in the fire. He took his hands right in the fire.
because I'm about to have unlimited free time in a few minutes. I don't think y'all want to do that. I don't think y'all want to do that.
He got his basement back. He got his basement back for the afternoon.
I'm about to. The baby is down, and I'm about to head down myself.
I know. They took that man's basement.
Yeah, so we can do this. Just how y'all want to move forward.
Listen to him instigating. He wants to crash out so bad.
I do. I'm ready. But before the mountain segment, y'all, I was really serious. I know people don't read, but it's a really good gift, and that book is really good, and it's absorbing. The Emperor of All Maladies, just to read. I wasn't here. Can you? I missed. Oh no, they were talking about their experiences, either with cancer or family members or treater. There was some medical professionals, and also families that used, I think, like St. Jude's and Sloan Kettering, and also the Ronald McDonald House. So it was a really nice discussion that some of the women had, some of the ladies had. It was lovely. I enjoyed it thoroughly, in fact. And I was just saying at the end that book by Siddhartha Mukherjee called Emperor of All Maladies, which came out 15 years ago, is really, really good. Okay. It's like a biography of cancer, like a history of cancer from the ancient world to the present. Have you seen it before, brother? No, I haven't. Oh, it's great. It won the Pulitzer Prize, all the awards, and he's a surgical oncologist. So the thing about this guy was he was a staff writer for the New York, but he was an actual surgical oncologist as well. But he can write. He's one of these people. I have a couple of these in my family who are so talented they should be rounded up and studied and then killed and take their brains out. He's one of those kind of people who not only is a brilliant surgeon and oncologist, but also writes better than everybody else. Yeah. Wow. Well, no, I appreciate that. I'm looking right now. It probably should be that illegal. It probably should be illegal to be that talented. Like y'all was saying about Will Smith and Jamie Foxx, we probably should have taken Jamie Foxx out at some point. That level of talent is just not fair.
Speaking of that, there's this college student who just proved a few years ago that choke cherry yogurt, like Indian choke cherry yogurt with the crushed up, you want to eat the choke cherries with the seeds. They grow all over Montana, and it actually fights cancer. So pretty wild. So shrinks cancer tumors.
How is it speaking to that? Speaking of that, how is that speaking of that? Just the cancer piece.
The cancer piece.
I see.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff he covers in the book. Like indigenous communities or old communities, they might not have had the word cancer, had a word for cancer, but they would have like these kind of natural things. They would chew a thing or drink a thing. And that's how they thought they were suffering. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, something like a sour sop, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a really good book. You guys should check it out. My segment's done. I'm going to get checked.
I'm going down by the river. You guys have a good day. Enjoy your day. Try to go outside, touch the grass, do something natural. All right, we're all Americans at the end of the day, so we gotta love each other. See y'all later.
Thank you, Malcolm.
Do something natural.
Oh, let me apologize to Just. I did not mean to be snappy when you came off mute, but again, unless you're wearing your hazmat suits, people.
No, I didn't take it personally. I usually don't like to jump in on people's beats either, but mountain kind of. I'm just like, I didn't want to do it today.
Well, to be fair to you, you saw brother Messi flipped the meat. She gonna put some sauce on it, so it worked. Get some of the meat too, to be fair.
I normally do not flip the meat.
This is all brother Messi's fault. What happens is I realize this, and I'm gonna start naming it. I'm gonna name it.
Not gonna name it.
I'm gonna name something. Shout out to Damani. I'm gonna name this. Somebody does a thing early on in the politically correct room, and it sets a tone for how the whole room later on goes off track. And brother did that today when he did it. It was like, was it yesterday when Spiritus came in and said good morning to the mods or whatever, and then asked Concrete about the bond market, and then when Concrete was done, he said that there's nothing worse than the conversation about the bond market, even though he asked for the conversation about the bond market. You see, so we're gonna start naming and shaming
those two things as well.
So we went from Spiritus yesterday and Brothers today. 3 days ago it was Mr. and Omar. Anybody notice the pattern? No counts niggas. I'm done speaking.
No what?
No count. That's fucking insane. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you go. Oh God. Oh, that was good. Oh shit, I can't. Oh.
No, today was my day. Oh God, but that was good. I'm still recovering.
Oh, wait a minute. You wasn't here for the Mr. and Omar crash? If you were not here. Oh my goodness. That thing went on for about a good 5 hours.
I don't even know if that counts as a crash.
I just put that in the chat.
What would you call it? Shabbat shalom. What would you rate that? A thrashing? If it wasn't a crashing? Gotta think about it.
Yeah, it was like above and beyond anything else that happens in this.
That's saying a lot.
Like at one point, it was a merry-go-round going at like 100 miles per hour, and then you got vertigo, and then you started throwing up, but yet it wouldn't stop spinning, and then every time you thought it was going to stop, it just continued on and on and on, and then new people got involved, and it just shook you every way but
no, sometimes the merry-go-round did stop. That's the thing. So then you expected it to be over, but then it just started back.
And just pick back up.
When Mr. said, when Mr. was like, Omar told him he had dialysis. He had to go to his dialysis appointment, and he said, I'm sorry for making fun of people with diseases. And then he said, but you should still kill yourself. I was like, I don't know what this is anymore. It's just too much.
Mr. Mine rarely comes on stage. I hate that I missed it.
Oh, no, not that Mr.
No, this is Huggy.
Oh,
changed his name to Mr. now.
Gotcha. Because I was like, he was arguing.
So you see what I put in the chat, or you can't read the chat?
What was that?
I said, can you read the chat?
The best part of their fighting was when they were yelling about whether Kentucky State was a technical school or still an HBCU.
Were you there for that part?
Yes, because Omar kept saying it's still an HBCU, and the guy was trying to tell him that his daughter goes to that school, and that it is no longer going to be. So did we ever get to the bottom of it? Is it an HBCU or? Okay, so
all I know is somebody's paying the tuition.
Yes.
Yeah, he said he was paying the tuition and he has 2 degrees.
So
I remember that part as well.
to be fair, Mr. is somewhat Omar was incorrect in this scenario. In that the argument from the community was by the state taking over and turning it into a polytechnic institution, that it would lose. That it would be recruiting other people that would make the institution not an HBCU, right? So, like, technically, Mr. was somewhat accurate. The governor tries to say that it still will maintain its HBCU roots, but I think future enrollment may mean something else.
Be careful, your mama.
I'm not taking up for Mr. I take up for nobody who says dykes and baggage. Okay, that's a fact. I'm the only one who can say dykes. You know, it's like you don't want a white person to say nigga, you got it. But anyway, so that's all. I think they were both kind of inaccurate in their framing, but I think Mr. is hearing what the community is saying, which is like, we don't want this because this is going to remove it from being an HBCU. That's what the community was saying in the rhetoric around the government. I mean, the state government taking over the school.
So let me just point a clarification real quick. So a person who is not the D word should not use that word?
Correct.
Who is not a part of the community?
Yes, I mean, people even
is it derogatory?
It is derogatory. It's like calling somebody the hard ER.
Right, that's what I heard you say. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, your mama, I don't like the word, but somebody who is older than me but younger than you told me I just don't like it because I'm young, and they use it as a powerful tool.
Yeah, it's like people who say queer now, right? Like, you know, back in the day, queer was a derogatory word. Same thing. Yeah. But you also don't like. It's like the older people used to say, "Oh, she a bulldagger." They don't say that shit today.
Yeah, the old people definitely say that.
The old people definitely said.
I think that to me is more derogatory.
It is.
It just sounds derogatory.
Now I know people who are lesbians who say, you know, we be dyking. You know, like, you know, like they will say that, but like it's not like normal people should not be saying that shit. Like it's derogatory. It's like calling the person the hard ER, like for real. And I know the younger people don't like it. That's why they come up with all these other names now.
I don't like people saying Margaret Butchers. That's disrespectful too.
Please don't blood pussy, please.
Mm.
He did say please. Absolutely, he did. He did say please.
What is black P? What is that?
Is it black in color?
That's what I'm asking. What does that
Black
mean?
in identity.
Oh, okay, I don't know. Have y'all ever had black P? Because I had never had that.
Black pussy, black pussy.
Brought him back up on
But
stage.
Mister, what is that? Charlie, what is black pussy?
That is between your legs.
Oh, now I did not bring this creature back up on stage.
Yeah, if you got some black
pussy. Y'all need to get checked out. I'm sorry.
I love it. I love it. I love black pussy. Really.
All right. Well, shout out to Black.
Can you use the word vagina
Coochie.
in a sentence, mister?
Not black pussy, black cutie.
Black what? You should probably look in the chat as opposed to coming up on stage. You have more options. People with a lot of time on their hands and.
What the problem? What the problem is? I want some black pussy. What is the problem?
I'm just directing you to the chat, sir. You have plenty of options.
Do you have a problem with that?
I don't have a problem. I think you would be well aligned with some individuals in the chat with a lot of time on their hands. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You are very welcome. You are very welcome.
I was still looking for it.
All right. Any takers?
In the chat.
That's black.
Right. There will always be a response when someone is looking for coochie, apparently. Thank you, Fishbelly. I'm not sure where one would acquire that from, but okay.
What
Do
is
you have one?
What's the stick PUSSY?
This is getting stranger and stranger.
No, you have black, very black, very dark.
Okay.
It's happening now.
Well, I wish you good luck in your endeavors finding it. Thank you.
I'm a bit too colonized for his taste.
Coochies was pink and booty holes was browns.
Why you dreaming to be white? Why black people like to be white? Why?
It's my ancestors. I must apologize. I do apologize.
White is nothing. Black people is better. Why you want?
We are all God's children. We are all God's children.
Don't be ashamed.
We are not equal as God's children, but we are definitely
First of all, sir, somebody brought you up so that you could become an RJ doctrine. Okay? Someone did it. And I refuse. I refuse this RJ doctrine at this point. However, you're calling, first of all, you're using a word, and you interrupted another conversation. You're just being rude, to be honest. And then you decide to put a color to this, personal parts that just isn't what it looks like. So you may not have actually touched it before, or tasted it, or felt it, or licked it. I don't know. But what I do know is, excuse me, sir, I just told you you're rude. I don't get it. Why do you have to be so rude?
And why you are ashamed because of your color of skin? Why you?
See, and this is why I'm not going to have a conversation with you, because you come in and you make assumptions. You don't know me. I don't know you. I don't even know you are what you are. Okay? So don't go around assuming that you know. I'm not going to have a conversation with you, sir. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to. And then you sound like you're underwater. I don't want to have a conversation with you, and nobody else will. So from this point on, you'll be speaking to yourself, and no one else. Don't interrupt them. Carry on.
No problem, but I will find it one day. I can't wait. black pussy. What is the problem? What's your problem?
Really, Sandata?
It's my preference.
So where are you from, Sincere?
Oh my!
Oh Lord,
That's
Sincere.
sincere.
What's going
Who's
on?
sincere? Where they?
Y'all had this motherfucker on stage. Can y'all stop with the performative bullshit? Then
Who's
move him
sincere?
down, goddamn.
Who's sincere?
I am
And he's on stage, still saying shit.
Oh, hey, sincere. I don't see sincere.
I'm from Mexico.
You're from Mexico. Wait, you're not from like a third world country.
Why are you talking to him?
You were just talking to him. Well, fuck,
I said, did you not hear me? I said from this point on, we're not. Yes, because guess what? I am the captain of this ship today, and I'm going to sail this boat accordingly. So if everybody's on the ship, we're going to go with the captain says. We're not talking to him. Somebody brought him up here to discuss, and we're going to allow that person to think that they're going to get him to disturb us. I said, do not engage with him moving forward. If he wants to speak, he can speak to himself. We don't have to talk to him. We can simply ignore him.
I just moved him down.
Yeah, but then what if the person brings him back up?
I think that person gone. I mean,
Oh, okay, good. Well,
is
now,
this the
good.
RJ doctor?
No, you weren't here for the RJ doctrine?
I don't think so. How am I being elitist, Spinoza? I was the one that was going to pay $19.99 to learn about astrology, clearly. I mean, that's at least 2.5 cups of Starbucks a week, I'm just saying.
We need to touch grass? I don't think you've seen a piece of grass. So please.
There's grass in my backyard, First Lady. I can see it right there.
Clearly you ain't outside touching it.
I wasn't talking to you. What is going on? I'm having a pseudo conversation with Spinoza.
And you didn't tell Spinoza he needs to touch grass. You said y'all need to touch grass.
I am talking to Spinoza. I
Yes,
literally
y'all are
said,
arguing. Y'all are feuding.
we're not arguing.
About
We're not
y'all, well, you know, you're feuding.
We're not
the
feuding.
Well, that's the word that I choose.
Okay, but
That's how I see it.
But it's between me and Spinoza. We're not arguing. Spinoza, are we arguing?
It's a feud. So,
Yo, mama, thank you. It's literally not a feud. We feuded before, actually.
what are you thinking your mama for?
Because I can read in the chat. What is going on, First Lady?
Today?
No. This is the back and forth between her and Spinoza.
Yeah, that happened on yesterday. It started yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what did it start about yesterday?
Right. But she said y'all tripping, so that's what I was trying to figure out.
I didn't say anyone was tripping. What?
Your mama said it. That's why I was asking. I said, what are you thinking out for?
Hey, your mama.
I'm not of it. I don't know.
No, I'm not arguing. Dr. Library card. Actually, who brought it up first, y'all? Was it Rumbus or I can't remember who brought it up. Two people were talking about it. Who were the two people? So everybody pays attention so much. Anybody recall? Oh shoot. I don't pay attention to people, so I'm sorry. I don't remember. But it's some sort of website with a K by Black professors. Yes, that's it, Mr. Nubia with Karen Hunter. But I don't remember the two people that brought it up.
Yeah, I don't know what was said yesterday. I'm just saying, generally speaking, like people in the chat talking about these things. Like I don't know what was said yesterday. I mean, generally speaking, I think you could get some good stuff there. That's all.
Oh, it was Misa and Ty that brought it up, and then they were saying that it was. Oh, that's it. Spinoza said exactly what he put in the chat. That the Negro doesn't need astrology or hieroglyphics.
Except we've always had them. I don't know.
And that was the point that I made. Not about the astrology, but definitely the hieroglyphics. But I guess it bothers some people. But anywho, I'm just trolling Spinoza.
is what started this whole debate, actually, yesterday. He said it doesn't benefit the Negro. Now, I don't like being centered on this stage. Y'all know that. Please engage in conversation. I don't love being centered, fish belly. It just happens. Just FYI. Don't be calling me my queen and you have a wife, Negro. You can't have a queen if you have a wife. She's your queen.
Wanna remember with the beat, huh? Go hex the whole family.
Please, don't ever do that.
Hold on, Arthur. Did you look at the results yesterday from the elections in Britain?
Oh, yeah. I mean, what's the name from?
Don't try to backtrack now. Don't try to backtrack now. Remember what you told me weeks ago? What did I tell you?
You said Starman was gonna get ousted.
What happened last night?
I never said he wasn't.
And when did I say the damn? When would I say bye words? When I say bye words?
I don't remember that far. I remember y'all saying it. You and Lauren. I wasn't saying it wasn't gonna happen. I'm just saying who could be the alternative.
That's not what you were saying.
I don't believe that Starman wasn't gonna get ousted.
Okay. He may not, but he down bad today.
Well, the new guy just got $5 million from some Thailand crypto dude. Personal money. Not like to his party, not to $5 million. And so now he's gonna run for PM, and if he makes it, he's like, I'm gonna deregulate Bitcoin. Like, that's where they're at now.
Well, we're halfway through the hour. We're approaching the 2 o'clock. Earlier today, we talked about Stephen A. Smith. He said, women, if you're not in the kitchen, get the cooking. You don't want to smell pine salt. You want to smell that ham, that roast, that good old fried chicken, and a good old fryer. He said, don't put it in the air fryer. You better sizzle it with that Crisco.
Ain't y'all kids supposed to cook for y'all? Ain't y'all kids supposed to cook for y'all on Mother's Day? Like the children of the mothers are supposed to do.
I was just in the middle of a recess, but you got it. Go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about somebody cooking.
Poor Brooklyn.
Why upon me? Why upon me?
Cause you just do that every time. Like
I do not.
You do.
I do not.
Okay, watch. I'm gonna count from now on. Go ahead, First Lady. Finish telling us the recap, because I was missing parts.
Oh my God, Fish Belly. Yes, I definitely do not have the joy of cooking for my man. You are absolutely right. My father grew up as the main cook in the house, so unfortunately for Stephen Smith. And I hate this Valentine song. Just
Fabuloso.
I do like Fabuloso. And you can get coupons for it.
Yeah? Stop. We're falling so cheap already. We should do one.
I am going to say it's my 50 cents, though, okay?
Fabuloso so cheap as it is.
I'm saving 50 cents. That's why I get it at the dollar store. Because they got coupons. $5 off, $25.
I don't like that smell.
They have different ones.
I don't like none of it. I don't like smells from stuff like that.
How was Fabuloso terrible? Remember that damn comment that they used to have? What do black people use to clean their house? White vinegar?
Well, when you mean cleaning, do you mean disinfect? Because Fabuloso is not as disinfecting.
Let me ask the cleaning lady. I don't even know. I just give her a credit card and she buy it. Wait, the Target stuff. I'm excited. I remember the Target stuff. That's like organic. No. Wait, it's not organic. Shit. I don't know.
Why don't this can't use Clorox?
Nah, that's gonna damn near kill you.
Clorox has a smell.
Clorox? Bleach?
Yes. Y'all don't smell Clorox?
Who said it didn't have a smell? Never mind.
You were saying you didn't like the Fabuloso smell.
Yeah, because it stinks.
I don't like that.
She don't like it because she's pro-black and that's some Spanish shit that she can't get with. That's all it is. I know your mama, and that's why she's a pro-black for Fabuloso. If it was a black brand, there would be.
Are y'all cleaning with it, or are you using it as a?
They use it as a deodorizer. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And a cleaner.
No, but yeah, some people are using it as a cleaner. It's not.
But it's not. That's why I brought up the Clorox. Yeah, that's why I brought up the Clorox.
Yeah.
Follow along.
You're
Not
supposed
you,
to mix it with something and make it a cleaner, but I hear what you said.
Yeah, people are just using it. Yeah, people right now shocked, but won't say it because they've been taking their floors to clean.
And I don't like when people be spraying Febreze and stuff. Why?
No, me neither.
Why you spraying that? Open a window.
Don't you like them to burn frankincense and myrrh?
Something. But that spraying is crazy.
Can Spinoza come up here and tell me more about this new beer place? Because I only caught the last half, when I thought y'all was talking about like a class course, but it's a whole school based on astrology.
No, he didn't necessarily know about it. They just clicked on the link and poo-pooed it. Misa and I think Ty were the ones that actually take the classes. But I guess he's not a fan of it or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if they were saying their graphics weren't cute. I don't know.
And this astrology and hieroglyphics course.
So this is the thing. Okay, let me see who in this room. Okay, I'm gonna just say the thing. Okay. People crashed out. Yes, I wasn't here, but based on what y'all telling me, people crashed out because it was Misa. I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Lisa?
What's her name? I thought her name was Misa.
It is Misa, and
That's why, because Sherry will tell Sherry, and now I'm not putting Sherry in this. I don't want to, Sherry. So don't even come off mute. Don't defend this. But if somebody like Sherry told y'all about Nubia, you wouldn't have crashed. Just admit it.
No, I agree, your mama, because I think Ty mentioned it, and I don't even remember.
And that's even worse. Ty and Misa, that's worse. That's the Department of Transportation that be yelling, off mute randomly.
But Ty got a wife. He's a black man. He take care of his kids. He got a pension and a 403B. I'm like, hey.
That's why I said when I saw y'all talking about narrative and Nubia, Ty is like the typical target audience for that. That's what I said. They just been swiping them Gen X cards. Ain't nothing wrong with it.
Ain't nothing wrong with a government job. He gonna retire with full benefits on $100,000 a year.
I wasn't saying. Let me be clear. I'm not saying nothing about that person. I'm just saying I'm wondering that's why the crash was, because Sherry has talked about about this. I keep bringing shit. Other people have talked about this. I ain't never heard nobody saying this. Now everybody know Black history in the chat, and only one nigga in this room really know Black history. Let's be for real. Y'all in the chat crashing out about something that y'all don't know nothing about. You could barely even tell me what happened in 1962. What's going on?
What was the argument for or against it?
No, they were clowning it. They were saying that it was a scam. People started today. Like, you can look up in the chat, I guess.
Yeah, man, just to be clear, it wasn't just about that. People were saying in the chat, Maya was saying in the chat that it was a scam, it doesn't sound good, that kind of stuff. And I'm saying,
they're learning hieroglyphics and astrology.
That's not all, Brooklyn. That's all. It's whatever. I'm not. I wasn't here yesterday. I don't know. But I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about in the chat.
Yeah, no, you wasn't here. I'm trying to figure out what they were talking about yesterday, your mama. What then?
No, Maya got triggered because Todd said it was a non-profit.
Oh yeah, that's what my.
Oh, I don't think. Oh, okay. Do they say that? Do Grant Carr say that?
No.
I ain't never heard him say that. So.
I never heard Karen say it either.
No. She wouldn't say it, Dr. Library, because she's a Republican and all she think about is making money. So where did it come from?
She wouldn't be associated with nothing non-profit.
Somebody brought up that she was a Republican too, and I had never heard of it. I'm trying to remember how it came up.
She's not no more though. She's not no more.
Oh, I think it was the T-shirt in his PTR or something like that.
I was going to say, if I was on stage, that's easy why it came up. I was talking about a serious radio. I mean, when it came up.
But he was like, it's Black professors from HBCUs, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll support. And then Misa was like, they have like money conversations, they talk about this, they talk about that. So I was like, I thought about my sister, your mama, right? Because she's very pro-Black. I was like, oh my God, she's going to freaking love this, right? And they were like, yeah, they have different courses. They're taught by professors. And I was like, okay, cool. And then people were like, no, it's a scam and it's this and it's that. And why would the Negro need to learn about hieroglyphic? But I agree with you. So thank you. I wasn't paying attention to people that were just poo-pooing it. But yeah, Misa said she listens or she has a subscription. Ty did, and I was like, thank y'all. I've literally never heard of this. So
I don't know about all that. I'm gonna just say that it was a thing that happened it kind of took off during the pandemic because everybody was home. I don't know what it is now. I know a number of people on the app had subscriptions and would do the readings with Carr on the week during the week. I mean, his thing. I don't know what it's doing now. But it's just, some of y'all.
Your mama, I'm trying to think, because it was contention. Never mind.
Well, that's what, I don't know what happened yesterday. Reform just told you. What else do you need to know?
Yeah, and they started it again in the chat. I think that Maya did with Spinoza, like making a joke about it, and so I'm just engaging with Spinoza because that's what Spinoza and I do. And
framing it though. Yesterday, y'all seemed to have an exchange of words, and y'all were like beating up on Spinoza a little bit because he didn't.
Wait, so Brooklyn, you was here yesterday?
I was here towards the end. I don't
know. Okay, she trying to bang again.
I'm not trying to bang, yo, Mom. I'm trying to get what's going on. You told me about your perspective and you wasn't here, and I'm just trying to understand what happened.
I'm telling you my perspective on Nubia and narrative
right.
Broadly, and I even say it over and over. I wasn't here yesterday. How many more times? Let me say it. Hold on, let me say it again. I wasn't here yesterday. I can't speak to what they said yesterday. I'm talking about what I know generally. Does that make sense? Clear?
That's what I know.
Okay, tenfold.
That's why
Roger
I understand why you doing it.
Doing what?
brought a lot of traffic to their website, so that's good because I guess people are still looking it up, apparently. There's definitely some weird energy, Dr. Smarty Pants. I'm a very logical creature, so hey, who am I to never mind. I need to pretend I have a
But your
filter.
problem is that you don't believe in astrology at all? Is that what the issue is? I understand the hieroglyphics part because I don't get how nobody's practicing hieroglyphic, but astrology is your problem, Spinoza? Okay, you one of them people that don't believe in it. Right, then that's what I understand. Thank you.
But a lot of people have donation links. I don't understand. They also have merchandise with Black Power and stuff like that. Is that like a bad thing? Like what? So donating to entities is a bad thing? But I don't. Are these people like known scammers? Are they like the I don't understand. Is it just because it's Black that we're taking it apart or what?
So there's another a white similar platform that they have modeled off of. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all have tested from this place. But hold on 1 second.
Choose something else not to like.
It's Black people teaching Black stuff, and we're taking apart the website, the location, the Heritage Foundation donations, I don't understand what is the problem with that necessarily. Some organizations ask for donations, not even nonprofit. So but anywho, I looked up his so this says Akil Parker. I don't know who that is. He attended Morgan State for undergrad. I guess he coined that term. And he said, I realize the community needs better and more math resources. I would agree. Rebranding mathematics as a subject to run to as opposed. This actually sounds pretty enlightening. So I guess he coined the term hystematics as a link between, here it is, like a platform to teach young Black people about, a teaching framework where I basically use Black to teach math concepts and use math concepts to teach Black history. This teaching methodology is an outgrowth of how many math classrooms were operated, where we would have so many conversations about Black history, the students would inevitably tell me that I should have been an African American history teacher instead. So why are we making fun of this? This actually sounds like a great thing. I don't know. I guess people just don't like things that are Black or different. I don't understand. But anyway, thank you, Yo Mama. You're a third thumbs up. I do plan to just contribute the $19.99 a month and listen to some of the classes.
And report back. Let us know what you discover, because it does sound interesting. So if you're actually learning some things, I'd like to hear some of the things, like in summary form that you learn.
I mean, if it's only $20 a month, Lord knows I joined like 4 or 5 different Substacks just for, random ass people. So yeah,
Y'all should join my Substack.
Well, put your Substack in the chat. I love to support Black. I do. I get accused of Cash App in here and there.
And my articles be banging. They be cited and everything.
May I just intervene for just 1 second? Did you all see the rules of engagement that the FCC just did with Nextstar? I'm not sure how familiar you all are with media, but I work with media.
I saw it.
Yes.
And wait a minute, are you on? Do you be watching the next channel? I mean, what's that? Sinclair is also owned by Sinclair.
I don't, but I know the Smith family.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So the Smith family, they own Sinclair Group, for those that are not familiar. And Nextstar, they are essentially the FCC, they let it pass through. They gave them approval. So they are now one of the largest companies in the U.S., owning a large share of local TV news production and the infrastructure. So it's not, it's basically becoming very centralized. Please keep in mind, these are the same people, Nextstar alongside Sinclair Group. They got Jimmy Kimmel kicked off of, his show, his platform, for making the statements that he made about Donald Trump. And the reason why I think that we need to be paying attention to this, that acquisition with Tigna, it's really going to amplify them in an egregious way. They are now literally the largest owner of local television in the United States. Sinclair is the largest that owns radio stations in the United States. And they both are extremely red. Extremely red, unapologetically red.
Yeah, and then ABC going after the administration because they're going after them. I think I get your point for sure.
It's starting to feel like an episode of V for Vendetta.
But Reclaim, why I was asking you about that channel is because the anchors, the Black women anchors, are extremely gorgeous. They must recruit a type because they all look just amazing.
Well, they do have a type. If you ever follow Who Visits Mar-a-Lago, I unfortunately work for a Mar-a-Lago princess, but if you look at the archetype of even the Black women that are there, they're all gorgeous. They're all affiliated in pageant programs, and it's wild work. So yes, that would never be missed upon me. First of all, I think that to be a news anchor in general, you have a level of attractiveness. But yeah, you ain't lying. They're about to make a lot of money, though, your mama. because I was just sharing a few weeks ago what content creators are getting paid for on the right side. So Sinclair Group and Nexstar, they're about to make a lot of money with this next political, like national level, even presidential awareness campaigns. They're about to make like money hand over fist.
Mr. Resilience, you seem like a kind soul. I think that people are just trolling in the chat. It's okay. It's a slow day. I don't think anyone is serious. A lot of times when we have these discussions, some of us really don't like each other. So we just kind of, joke about it, but we just take things like to the 100th degree and then we kind of joke about it. It's just something that we all do because we're extremely bored, and apparently at this moment we don't have shit else better to do. So I wouldn't take us too seriously, just FYI. Well, if they're not trolling, I can assure you do some people take this seriously? Absolutely. This is their entire identity. I, for one, sir, can entirely tell you I will forget all vestiges of this conversation as soon as I log off the app, or as soon as I start scrolling on IG, which is probably going to be in 30 seconds. So, yes, thank you, Fishbelly. I know we're supposed to be performative. I am a Leo. Shout out to astrology. I have been told I am a quintessential Leo. Thousands of people during my lifetime have said, "Are you a Leo?" after engaging with me for probably 45 seconds. So I have my moments to be performative. This is not one of them. So I will just tell you, half of us really don't like each other. We just tolerate each other. We're just bored as fuck. Seriously. Everyone else, shout out to Clubhouse, making you an entire identity and giving you homework and research to do at night to come back and troll with your favorite person the next day. I admire you, and I appreciate you giving me something to look forward to in the chat. Graciously.
You gotta stay out the chat. I don't know why you always read the chat.
I know, but I love the chat. I really do.
If you love the chat, you should just chat back to them. Because when you talk to them, it's unfair advantage.
I know.
Did you all? Did you all spotlight Ted Turner's death by any chance?
I was near the conversation. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Sherry, I've been talking about you for 3 hours.
I know. You know what? I'm gonna mind my business and just watch it and hear everything. That's what I'm doing.
I just want to. Servers are struggling again, so do not leave the room. You might not be able to get that kids.
That's a fact.
So just be clear, it was a cloud, Amazon cloud data center that went down last night. So there was a number of apps that went out, including Clubhouse. But they have the latest reports I saw this morning was that they had restored the issue, so things are coming back online. But it doesn't mean that it's all the way fixed. So it wasn't just the app.
So it was more than just Canva?
There were some other apps that were detecting outages as well last night.
Yeah, everybody got kicked out. We all got kicked out.
This has been happening a lot with Amazon Web Services and quite a few of the other conglomerates. But yo, Mama, what were you saying about Ted Turner?
Oh yeah, I not in here, but I watched I watched CNN for like 4 hours the other day, and just watched some of the stuff they did. And some of the stuff he continued to do up until, I guess, more recently particularly in Atlanta, around the World Cup. So apparently where the main CNN building is in Atlanta, he's donated part of that for this program that has focused on bringing in small businesses to be front and center during the World Cup that's in Atlanta, to have space because it's right, I guess, in line sight of where the games will be played, or walking distance from where the game will be played. So anyway, he's been doing a lot, but I did see some of the CNN special on the day that his passing was announced.
Oh wait, they said it was another attack. Now, the last time this happened, last year, when it was a pretty big deal when the the web services was out like for half the day. They said it was like an employee thing. Neoliberal! Thank the good Lord in heaven, Jesus Christ.
I've seen people saying it was an attack, but it just, the only stuff that I knew was they reported that there was a terminal issue in their Virginia feed, and that a number of apps were affected. Coinbase was one of them that was listed, and they had restored and recovered everything, but it could take up a few hours before everything came back. Until some of the apps started being fully functional again.
Thank you, your mama. You're a real person.
Not really.
No, let me stop. I'm sorry. Lord Jesus. I'm being bad today. I apologize. I appreciate it.
Your mama, what was your line of work again, sweetheart?
You want to know for real?
Yeah, sure, like, baby, we could be in each other's DMs because I want to go with you real bad. We should go together. I just feel like the babies would be beautiful. They would be spoiled.
Well, see, this is why I got triggered. So where's First Lady? Okay, she gonna laugh. The psychic told me earlier this year that I was gonna have a man by Q4 of 2026. And when she told me this, I said, "Hello, what's going on?" I said, "You getting confused?" I said, "Who was here before me?" Because whoever here is before me, that you still getting their spirits. Because my spirits is not telling you that. But apparently, reclaimed, this might be true.
Well, I mean, I definitely just shot my shot, and I'll shoot my shot again.
She did say reform first. I definitely think that
Wait, it was reformed?
I mean,
my apologies.
I said reformed.
No. That was a Freudian slip. I definitely think that your mama would not expect me to cook and clean, and I could definitely go shopping. I'm just saying. I'll throw my head in there. Absolutely. I'll probably drive her crazy.
I think I need to leave the room for the day.
We're showing you some love.
But just to recenter you, your mama, what line of industry do you work in again? Because we gotta went down a whole different path.
We did. I actually do nothing right now. Like, to be honest, I don't do anything right now. I'm just kind of like living off some reward I reaped some time ago. So I'm not doing anything. Previously, back in the day, I used to work for a member of Congress, and then I did some other things, and then some other things.
Shout out to RSU.
I'm sliding in your DM, your mama, because you just played in my face.
Here comes Hurricane.
Hello.
Hurricane, save me.
So I just came up because your mama already shared more than she usually does, so she's about to go on mute. But I just wanted to shout out your mama for reminding us how churchy she is, because she quoted Paul without she was quoting Paul.
Who knew I didn't know? Okay. Your mama knew what she was doing.
Your mama quoted Paul and I died. But anyway, it was nice to hear. Yeah.
And Hurricane Otis has had the pleasure of meeting me more than once, your mama. They know I'm not insane.
She's not, but you're right. Reclaim is not insane, but your mama likes to keep a low profile.
And I love that and I respect that, which is why I just slid in their DMs.
Yeah. You might run into her in Japan one day. Who knows? Yeah.
I love your voice too, Reclaimed. Honestly, it's just like I like voices. You're welcome.
It's funny. I think Xerxes, Reclaimed, and I can't remember who the third person is because they rarely come in rooms. Of course, Hurricane, Otis, that diction, but yeah, you and Xerxes are my two favorite voices.
So I was working on Obama's first presidential campaign, and I had a phone call, and the gentleman called, and I was organizing things for this gentleman named Kevin, and then ultimately the man on the other side of the phone, he just kept flirting with me, and I was just like, this isn't really what you want to do, sir. And he leaned in even harder. And anyway, I'll say all this to say, he worked for Cornell West, so when he pulled up and he was like, hey, I'm looking at this, and then I opened my mouth and I said, hi, we've been looking. He was like, you were on the phone. I said, yes. It was awkward for a few seconds, but he low-key, I think he lived for it, whether he says it or not. I think he lived for it, because then he every time we cross paths, he's always been very sweet and very kind, but I think he lived for it. Because I was like, how do I correct you? Like, I keep telling you my name on the phone, but I don't think it was just going. I don't know what was going on. But this, I wish I would. This was like a one-off occurrence, but it happens quite often, even on business teams. You know, like if it's a massive teams call with a couple different teams through agency and IATs, I'll get misgendered on the call. And then when I get on camera, it's like, oh shit. And then when they meet me in person, they're even more gagged because I'm tall.
That sounds coolious. Yes, I'm tall, but I'm not as, muscular and fit and as divine as Hurricane, okay?
That man is something. Y'all ain't saying anything till y'all seen Hurricane.
Hey, Hurricane, the other day somebody told me you was Gen Z. You didn't know that you was Gen Z?
Not until now.
Oh, that was so funny. And Dr. Lockberry's a sweetheart. Hi, Dr. Lockberry.
How clean are we?
I'm good, baby.
Yeah, Hurricane, you wasn't here. That man was like, ain't Hurricane like 30 years old? He was like,
it's a person that is no longer welcomed in the space.
Well, I mean,
he got banned officially?
So, to be fair, there are parts of me that still, you know.
Okay, except that first thing in the morning when you have to get out of bed.
I'm not, you're
Ooh, it's a little rough beginning of the day, but as the day goes on, it gets better.
Get out the car.
I'm sorry, y'all. There's a bit of pouting going on, and I believe the mods have run off, so. Hello, hi, stage. Hurricane, are you there?
Yes, I am. What's up?
I just wanted to let you know that they were really mad that you are a 30-year-old bad bitch. Okay, some people were very offended that you got called a 30-year-old bad bitch.
Yeah, somebody kept saying you was 60 after that.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. I was like, dang. Oh my God. That was, yeah. They said that picture of you back when you put your face card up gave 30-year-old, everything about you gave young, spry, handsome 30-year-old bad bitch. I said, I know that's right. I know that's right. People know a bad bitch when they see one, but, your haters on the stage were like, no, that's the crypt keeper. It was bad.
It was a very, very bad moment. I had never seen such hatery in the dance debris. I had never seen such,
Wait, Brie, did you think that he was that the person who was saying Hurricane was 30? I thought he was like mesmerized by it. Did you think that he was mad that he was not?
I didn't think he was upset, just more shocked, because I feel like he was being very sincere.
Yeah, I
when
did too.
He said all that. So I think it was just more like I didn't know that. I couldn't see that. Which
he kept saying, "Y'all ain't seen Hurricane picture back in the day?" And I was like, he remember back in the day.
Listen, that stuck with you that hard? All right. But yeah, it was very much just, I had to be, I'm only coming up here to say this because the streets are dead now. I don't have to watch my head anymore because, a few weeks ago, they did me dirty. I got snuck in these streets, but
I had went crazy for you.
Yeah, I know you did, and I love you dearly for that, your mama. You had my back 100%. I know. Listen, the fact that you didn't even want to engage overall in the rehash of everything, but when it got too much, you got involved. I was like, yeah, this was it went past the pale. That shit went way past the pale. But yeah, Hurricane, you got haters, okay? I just want to let you know you got haters, but let them be your motivators. Isn't that what the cool kids say?
Yeah, I keep on telling people blueberries and raspberries every day. I try to share, tips, for staying 30, but folks don't want to listen.
Now, what I will say is how he got 30 from how you talk, beyond me. Because I don't know no damn 30-year-old who talks like you. The youths don't speak like that no more. They barely know how to read. So.
Do we know anybody that speaks like Hurricane at all?
There are many. There are, they're all above a certain age.
Is someone speaking?
No, but we've been waiting for you to talk, so thank you.
Oh, fantastic. One second. Okay. A couple of things. The first is, I was having some curly fries. I was at a local establishment where I am, which may or may not be near where I live, but I'm on welfare, so. But I was waiting for my curly fries, and there was a woman next to me with who I presume is her boyfriend, and he said to her, and I quote, one second. Sorry, that's my welfare car backing up. I apologize. He said to her, and I quote, I wonder if I can still buy my Mercedes-Benzes on food stamps. I wonder if can you use food stamps from Mercedes? Someone thinking Miriam.
I do like the electric. I do kind of like the electric.
Yes, my neighbor got the the hatchback one. They're also on food stamps. And I think they use the food stamps for the electrical. It cost them $90,000. Anyway, I said to her, and I quote, I'm not the sartorial hero your ex-husband was. And she kissed him. She said, oh no, you look cute, babe. I said, this is real game right here. That was real game. I was like, who uses that phrase, sartorial hero, your the ancient history of Kemet when the Apostle Matthew visited and tried to spread Christianity.
Huh? This man is insane. He's insane. He is insane.
That's the mathematics.
I knew you was gonna do this. I knew it.
Are you unfamiliar with the mathematics? Did you all know that the young black boy and young black girl, the thing they need to learn was straight? Huh?
You were kind of in the Matrix, or was that just me?
I'm sorry, Kiki, what you say?
You were kind of in the Matrix.
Oh, I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, no, I apologize if I'm in the Matrix. I got caught up on my sundial. I was teaching my 7-year-old her times tables. She can only do it if we get our sundial from ancient Egypt, the third Ptolemaic kingdom. I was like, 7 times 4. And she said, I don't know what it is. And I was like,
You know, my first watch actually was a sundial band while you're making jokes.
28. I'm sorry, what about the sundial?
No, like, I actually had a watch a fossil watch that was actually, I think I still have it actually, that was like a sundial because I thought they were fascinating. But I also had a very weird mother who insisted that we learn how to use, what do y'all call those damn things with like the little beads on it, the counting boards? What do they call those goddamn things? Do y'all remember?
The abacus. Oh,
The abacus. Goddamn. You know what? I need to call my mama and ask her why the fuck was she being so extra when I was 4 years old. Seriously. An abacus.
So man, this is the thing though. This is why I put Udemy in the chat, right? As like it's like the concepts thing. It's because they let like you. I mean, not you, but like say I wanted to teach a class on like how to be a private eye, a black private eye. They let me do a class. Like it's literally that. It's literally that.
Yeah, a friend of mine. Well,
and let me just address one thing in the chat. Like, I'm not saying that Udemy has like the donation button. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's patterned off of the platform's like concept, the concept of like self like class like content creator classes, and then that's the wrong word, but like a creator can have their own class and their own curriculum and market it on that website. That's what I mean. That's it.
What's going on? Hello?
It died, hurricane.
Hey, Mama, you going to Pride this year?
Oh, you mean at the end of the month? I won't actually be in town, unfortunately.
Oh.
Wait, did you see the article about Vivek Ramaswamy?
Are you asking me or somebody else?
Anybody?
No, I haven't seen it.
That he won the nomination? I think somebody brought that up a few days ago.
Oh no, this one is about how it's in the Washington Post. It's like the title was something like "Anti-Woke Feedback Confronts Racism in His Run for Ohio Governor."
Hey, your mom, a quick question. Should I resubscribe to Waco? Okay.
That I'm asking myself in order for me to gain a better understanding of how I come across. Need a moment to read those.
Spinoza, when did astrology originate? Is it like something new? I'll just Google it. Oh, I didn't know this. Astrology originated in Mesopotamia. 3rd millennium BC is a Babylonian system for interpreting celestials. It spread to Greece, where it blended with Hellenistic, Egyptian, and Indian traditions, developing the 12-sign zodiac. Historically, astrology was considered a science deeply connected to astronomy, medicine, and politics for over 2,000 years. Oh, I can see why you're so skeptical. Interesting. During the Middle Ages, Islamic scholars preserved and expanded on Greek, Persian, and Indian astronomical works. Astrology returned to Europe through Arabic texts, becoming integrated into university curricula, medicine, and philosophy. Through the Renaissance, there was virtually no distinction between astronomy, star study, and astrology, influence study. I mean, don't the stars influence things like, shorelines and things like that?
The moon, NASA reported years ago that the moon does have influence over the tidal waves. And so the correlation to astrology is that if the moon has control, sorry, I'm getting on my elevator in my building, water and big, large bodies of water, we have to remember that the human body is made up of 75 to 80% water. So that's why when things happen, like if you have any nursing friends, they'll tell you like on full moons, a lot of women get birth, like, when they weren't expected to, that sort of thing. Like they always say these things happen on full moons. That's just what they say. I'm just repeating what happened.
Okay, well, I know nobody reads on Clubhouse. Spinoza says that this is embarrassing. Reading information is embarrassing? I mean, y'all can research this Nubia thing and look at the website. I'm just researching astrology. So, see how that works? Let's not be jolly. The earliest organized astrology began with Mesopotamians circa 1800 BC, who viewed planets as signs from the gods, recording thousands of observations in the Dan could probably pronounce this. Enuma Anu Umlil. Oh, okay. This is interesting. You're right, Penny. Hellenistic astrologers in Egypt introduced natal astrology, horoscopes based on the birth moment around 410 BC. So this is actually before Christ. But I don't know if Spinoza actually believes in Christ, because aren't you like I don't know, what are you? Didn't you decide what religion to be and started studying it or something? Aren't you a Jewish person by study, or didn't you literally like get a hold of some old texts and now you start saying shalom? So I don't think your parents were Jewish. Isn't that what you said one time, Spinoza? You just like decided what religion to be or something like that? Oh, you're a heathen. Oh, so is that why you don't like astrology? Because it's also technically like heathenistic?
No, you are not a heathen. Don't do that now.
No, he literally said that he decided to become what are you? Are you a Jewish person or Islam? Because I asked you that one time, right? Because usually people that are Jewish, like but you were like, no, I just decided to become a something. You're secular. Okay. I'm just having a little fun. Hellenistic astrologers in Egypt introduced natal astrology, horoscopes based on the birth moment around 410 BC. By 280 BC, again, I apologize for my pronunciation, Berosus of Babylon, what a name is that, introduced these practices to the Greeks, influencing the Roman world. I mean, surely we don't pay attention to anything that came from the Roman world or Mesopotamia. More Negro stuff. We shouldn't learn about hieroglyphics. I honestly thank y'all, because I did not know that astrology was this old. I would have argued somebody down that it was a modern interpretation. Maybe that's why I get so much hate. It's old as fuck. Ancient civilizations observed the stars to predict events on Earth. So I guess if anybody actually reads a religious text, instead of saying you shouldn't believe in astrology,
anything since it's quiet. It's like, well, let me read. Let us break bread together. All our knees. Praise the Lord. And I fall on my knees with my face to the rising sun. Oh Lord, have mercy on me. Amen. 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 Hey, Alvarado, how are you? Good to see you, my friend. So, any updates in the world today? Do we have any? Jeffries, he blacks Virginia courts after the 4-3 ruling voids voter approved redistricting map. Some people have come in here, I guess because of the bill, and expect us to be boo-hooing and crying. I'm so glad that has not been the case, because we are victorious, even when it seems like the road has come to an end. We are still victorious. We are not victimhoods. We're not victims. We shall be victorious. Okay? Might look dim and right now. You know, the lights might be out, but they're not all the way out. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Just gotta keep believing. So, we're not defeated.
Everybody say blessed. Say, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
We're blessed in the city.
Yes.
We're blessed in the field. We're blessed when we come and when we go. We cast out our victory. Poverty must cease. For the devil is defeated. We are blessed. Everybody say blessed. 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 Don't get me turned up in here.
Yes.
Don't get me turned up in here.
Not you having that old gospel church voice, Penny. Go on here.
Okay, Mickey, I've talked with y'all several times. Like, y'all are my siblings, not my parents. My parents are boomers, okay? All right, I'm talking clock sisters, okay? I'm talking, shucks, don't get, there's a leak in this old building, and my soul has got to move back. Has got to move, yeah, like, what? Hello? I'm talking, my daddy is deacon of finance. We at the church 5 days a week, huh? Youth meeting, okay? Choir rehearsal, usher board meeting, vacation Bible school, Bible study, Sunday school, then church, then after church is another meeting.
Girl, the clubhouse singing the songs is enough. Not you actually went to church.
No,
nobody actually talk about church. You just sing songs. That's enough for the clubhouse heathens. You're doing too much now. You're doing too much.
That's great. Hey, Ursula.
Stayed in the church.
Penny. Wait a minute. Come on, let's do that again. There's a leak in this old building, in my soul. Hey!
To move.
It's gotta move. See, we gotta get back to that kind of music that touches your soul, that touches your spirit. Y'all gotta stop. Y'all keep letting these people.
I almost threw a $20 bill at you.
There you go.
She be singing. Do you hear me? First lady gonna sing.
No, I can't
sing. She gonna sing.
I cannot.
I'm very glad First Lady rested her voice earlier this week. You sound good, sister.
Oh, thank you. You know what? Let me say how grateful I am that my voice has been restored. Can I be grateful for a moment?
You're so churchy. Talk about this.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's through and through. Hold on. Who know about LaShawn when she said, how can a brown cow eat green grass and give you white milk? Well, if you think that's something, God's chemical laboratory of redemption took my black soul red blood, and I came out white as snow. Huh? What you know? What do you know?
That's the white man's Bible.
I can't.
Not the white man's Bible. It must be religion.
I'm not gonna do this job. Nothing changed.
All right, Penny, let's not give him too much.
Changed.
Don't give him too much.
Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. I know I need to slow down for this people. Because the angel in heaven done something.
Yes. My. But yeah, see those good old, those hymns and that good old spiritual music. It used to move something in the soul. It used to make you believe and hold on to hope. To keep on trying. No matter how many times you fall down, you gotta get back up.
It gets you through the week.
Hello? Shoot. You gotta restore your mind every day.
First lady, please don't make me lose my food.
Okay, all right, sorry.
And I'm gonna tell y'all another thing. I know I can't sing, but they said that in God's ears, you sound like Mariah Carey when you sing it to the Lord. That's what they told me as a child. That's how I know I could sing.
That's not what it's about, Penny. You were singing because it was on your heart. You're not trying to impress anybody. I don't think that. I always think about like in those scriptures when people cry out to God. Did the elders ever used to tell y'all that like if you help people or did something, say something? Because I don't know. I feel like the elders used to tell us a lot. But you just have the joy of the Lord on your heart. What the Lord has put on my heart today is to troll and incite people. But just keep me in your prayer.
I'm not sure the Lord put that on your heart.
The Lord has made me this way since I've been 2 years old, child. He and I have had it out. So when people say, God know my heart, God know my heart. Amen.
He knows your heart so much. In fact, when you kneel down to pray and you can't fathom the words and you just start crying to tears, he knows that. So this type of stuff get me kind of choked up a little bit because it just happened to me. Like sometimes, yes, you should know how to pray, right? Not just the Lord's Prayer, but just how to present yourself for God. First of all, having gratitude. But sometimes when you just can't get the right words, that tear is all he needs, and he got it from there. So the Lord does know your heart. Amen.
Exactly. He decided.
Don't get me like this. I don't want to do it. I want to crash. Just I don't come here with the Holy Spirit in them. Okay, and we begging. What's this today? What are we doing? We at church now? Amen. I'll get there with y'all. I get choked up and stuff like that, y'all, because God has just been so good to me. I'm gonna be honest, and He has not treated me as my sin deserved. So I live with that conviction every day. Just love God. I love God.
Remember when you came in that room in IGB and we were talking about something similar, y'all? We were talking about like a lot of the similarities between the narrative of Christ and like Isis and Osiris, just things that have been pointed out. And this child gonna come in here talking about y'all not talking against my Jesus, Lord. You probably don't even remember that. It's so crazy.
I'm talking about I bang in the name of the Lord. Got nothing to do with my God like that.
You think?
Okay, all this here. No, we're not doing that. Thank you. I do remember that.
My God damn. Not you just coming in here hollering at us talking about what?
Then you better not go on Nubian.
No, you better not. It's like she started praying on us. It was like 5 in the morning. You're crazy.
I'm gonna call them because hello, we're gonna invite the Lord in here. He gonna help because okay, I did. I started praying over the whole room. If everybody bow your head, not doing this with y'all.
I feel like this is a good moment to center ourselves confusion and dissension in the chat. And so I want to call it out right now. From this point on, let's hope that we can be on one accord and have a good Friday and a conversation that enlightens, motivates, and inspires. God bless.
Brother would be very, very proud.
Yeah, that was for him. Some of y'all baseboards not clean because you ain't listening to no gospel music while you clean. Some of that dust on them blinds won't come off, with that Swiffer because you don't have the Holy Spirit.
Why would you be using a Swiffer? A Swiffer is for Lady Gen Z.
Yeah.
Get a real one.
Yeah. Bleach water.
Bottom cleaner.
That's the hello? Salt. Yeah. Because you don't have that. You don't have the Clark sisters playing, You want to do this new school stuff, Come on, Fabulosa. You need that parasol. Tell them. Yeah. That's our problem now, yeah. You need some live soap, okay?
Oh my God.
Your soul can't get clean because that house not clean. You know nothing about Saturday morning. Let me say something. Once your mama start playing that music in the morning, you just know go get that bucket, Go get that broom. And mom say something. My mama's such a boomer. Don't vacuum her carpet. You get that broom and you sweep that carpet, I know we got a vacuum. You still gonna sweep the carpet. Hello? Oh, okay. Mike Tyson on Jimmy Kimmel the other night. No, but what was he talking about? He was, so the title says Jimmy Kimmel interrogates Mike Tyson on his ties with Donald Trump. Jimmy Kimmel had questions from Mike Tyson about his relationship with Donald Trump. The controversial former boxer 59 was a guest on Jimmy Kimmel Live on Wednesday, May 6th. While on the ABC late night show, the conversation pivoted into Michael's ties with President Trump. Jimmy began the conversation by asking Mike if he's ever been to Trump's resort Mar-a-Lago, Florida. Mike replied that he has, and all the time. Jimmy, 58. Jimmy's 58 years old? No, he's 58. I think so. Yeah. Wow. Isn't that something? I'm like, ooh, where did the time go? Well, he looks good to be 58. Yeah, Botox. Yeah, hello? That's why I was pausing. I was trying not to say it. He said it. Further questioned him by inquiring, why are you going there? What goes on there? What could possibly be fun about it? The comedian noted he's only been there once and he's never seen older people in my life. Mike wanted to know when he went, and Jimmy said, believe me, I'm not allowed there anymore. Jimmy is referring to his feud with Trump as his vocal critic of the president and recently called him a hypocrite following Trump's continuous calls for ABC to fire him. Following Jimmy's remark, the heavyweight boxing champion continued to gush about the venue, saying Mar-a-Lago is one of the best places in the world to be and hang out. Jimmy then goes straight to the point, asking Mike, so now you're kind of part of the Trump administration? Is that right? To which he responded, you believe that? Hey, I've got too many felonies. That can't be me.
I have a feeling, well, he's got more than you did, Jimmy said, causing Mike to burst out into laughter. Mike said, I never thought about it that way. Jimmy went on to say that Mike has known Trump since 1980s when he would have his boxing matches at the 79-year-old casino. He brought up that Mike is working with U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert Kennedy on one of the few not crazy projects to encourage people to eat healthy. What? Mike Tyson is working with RFK? Did y'all know that? Ain't nobody told me that.
Yeah.
Controversial. Huh?
Yeah, I was going to say you didn't see the Super Bowl commercial?
No. Wow. Mike Tyson, former athlete, collaborated with RFK Jr. in a Super Bowl. Oh, there it is. Ad against processed food. The ad that featured Mike saw him talking about his sister who died from obesity. And his own experience with health issues. Hey, listen, responded Tyson. I lost my sister at 25 from obesity. That's a trigger for me. When I see somebody that may be obese, it's just a bad experience. The relationship appeared to begin in 1988 when Trump hosted Mike Tyson's world title fight against Mike Spinks in Atlantic City. From there, where Mike won, Trump promoted Mike's fights in a resort city in the late 80s and early 90s. During their long friendship, Trump defended Mike when he was convicted of rape in 1992 and proposed that money from Mike's fight go to rape victims instead of him serving jail time. Mike has endorsed Trump during his presidency and has thanked him for his support. So, I guess it was a nothing. It was a nothing burger, Sherry. But Mike Tyson is 10 feet down, 10 toes down, feet down, 10 toes down for Donald Trump. I guess Trump was in his pocket, so now he's going to be in Trump's pocket.
And I mean, they've had a relationship for years.
Mm-hmm.
For decades, so yeah.
They say the Jackson double take. Is he okay?
Wait, Magic Jackson, bass guitar player?
Yes, he returned to American Idol.
Was he gone because of illness or something?
No, he went on to do what was that? That show something about you do it at 5 notes or less. It was some kind of show where they would play a note and the person had to guess what the song was, kind of thing. He was on that. He did a few other things, I believe. But I guess now he looks extremely smaller than he did years before. So those that may not have followed him may not know how thin he got. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's all I have. Devon hasn't come in today. Did he come in today? I didn't see him today. So I don't have any other news other than that. I said y'all need to drink whole milk.
Well, you need to gather more news, First Lady, or give us some content.
Well, content has led us down a path this week that we are trying not to get into again, at least on this wonderful Friday.
Well, I will tell you what. I was happy to hear you in your correct register. Okay, because when you sang there's a leak in this old building, you were up there, First Lady.
But I can sing alto and tenor. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Wait, are you just telling us that you live in all three of the ranges? That's what you told us, First Lady?
Yeah. Oh God.
And what you doing with the tower? Because I remember somebody asking me about living in my own truth and hiding my gifts and not living not exercising
the gift that God gave me. But I see now that you were preaching to yourself.
Well, let's be honest here. It's not like I don't, share my gift with the people. However, I think I heard you maybe once, and I think that was probably by mistake. But you don't often, as a matter of fact, ever since then, I've never heard you utter a sound of a tune. But yeah, so I do use my gifts. I was just, wanting you to share your gifts.
I speak in tongues regularly. Who did that? Exactly.
Well, your mama, I know you could probably do a community choir. You'd be like an
No, I can't sing. I can hum. That's about it.
And then you shouldn't even allow your gifts like that. You know what I mean? Like, if you can do a thing, just accept the fact that you can do a thing. You just don't care to share the thing that you can do. But I don't think you should, downplay your gifts. What do you think? You think you should do that? I don't think you should.
I think that I hum. And that's what I think. Yeah.
Well, if you can hum, you can sing. Exactly.
Sherry.
No, but y'all need to pick it up. What else is out there? So we talked about Stephen A. Smith today. We talked Mayor of Charlotte stepping down.
You're not familiar with Jai Paul, the Congress lady Jai Paul, Prophet Jai Paul. Anybody know who she is?
The watermelon.
Yeah, she did. I just saw her. She did. I'm gonna speak.
Oh my.
So where is she thick? Wait a minute. Hold on. Excuse me. I got this. So where is she thick at? Is she thick in the tongue, in the hips, and the thighs?
She got the whole package of body. I'm done. I guess I want to become a staffer for the Congressional Progressive Caucus. My God.
There you go.
Not an unpaid staffer.
Yeah, well, I'll pay.
Oh, since I guess it's a break here, there is something I would like to revisit from yesterday. There was a mentioning of a vacation, and we did not have clarity on the vacation. And since there's a lull in this conversation, I was just wondering, was the person that was in the back channel, were they suggesting that they were going to pay for you to go on vacation with them? Or were they asked for money to go on vacation? Or, lastly, C, were they asking for the two of you to go on vacation with you?
Are you referring to me?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
There's been several. I'll give you the story of one. Yeah, many people know the other one for sure. You probably know the story. Yeah, it was a.
Now you're an angel in my eyes. I don't know anything about any stories.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me. It was somebody else. It was a fly out situation to go to Puerto Rico or Dominica. One of the some island in the Caribbean. Everybody remembers her.
I dated a chick from Dominica. My God.
Y'all remember who that one was, the one I'm talking about. People think they're making these stories up. Y'all remember who she was? She was I'm done speaking.
No, I don't know if that.
You weren't around yet. She was #1 goat herder. Everybody remembers who she is.
Oh my.
Okay, so she offered to fly you out
Yeah, it was free.
to get flued out.
Yeah, it was free.
Wow,
She was
that's
crazy.
amazing.
I
She
mean,
was cuckoo.
I forgot about these days. That was insane.
But the answer
That's nasty. That's nasty.
to date, to lecture, to fuck.
But why you
You
can
remember
say
who it was? You remember her?
I do. She was cuckoo.
She was fine. I don't know if she was cuckoo.
I mean, she was fine, but she was crazy too.
I mean, she's a black woman. That's to be expected.
That was nasty. I was uncalled for. Oh God.
I mean, and to be fair to me, this is pretty basic. I mean, people on here, I think our little circle, little political side, and I mean us, I don't mean the whole political side, I mean us, I think we're the only people, unless you knew the people or you're in the same city and same business, people on this app who are still on the app, they meet up all the time. People getting bailed out for DUIs, shoe money. We got a whole court case. I mean, y'all know the court case that's going on?
yeah.
I mean, I'm not, and I'm special. I'm not like some hot commodity. I'm basic, average Negro. These people on here are getting it in. We're the only ones that's not doing it. I'm telling y'all. It's really only us. Because the conservatives, they be meeting up and getting the crack a lack on. They do crack and then crack backs. Yeah, we're literally the only ones. Look, Spinoza, y'all don't know about the case I'm talking about? Y'all know about the case?
I mean,
on mute.
the multiple cases, not one.
Cases, yeah. $20 for titty pics.
Oh, that was
Jeez,
nasty.
Monet, come
That
on,
was
come
nasty.
on. What's going on? Cake. Yes.
Shout out to DC Republican.
Oh my God. Take me to another place.
I'm telling y'all, it's I've asked First Lady this before. I've asked some of y'all as well. It's a lot of people who do it. It was nothing special about it. Some people just want to jump off. You know, nothing's gonna come of it. You want to have 2 days of a jump off. Y'all never had jump offs? What's going on?
But man, you sure that this side ain't doing it? Maybe you not, but I think some people in the room have been.
Now let me check. Let's see. Oh yeah, well Rambo was in here earlier, and I see Sherry, so I know there's 2. They
You can go to hell.
That is insane. Sherry would never say that to you. You gotta apologize.
Sherry said, I don't care if I'm in the middle of lunch. I'm cussing his ass out.
I was eating though. Well, you know I'm joking.
Let's see. Let me go on.
Well, you know I'm joking too.
That was funny, Sherry.
I don't think you got to go in the audience. What's going on?
Are you on stage?
What's going on?
I don't know about anybody on stage.
Yeah, me neither. What's going on?
What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Oh boy. Walter want to come up.
I know Dr. And my uncle had a little thing going on.
Dr. AG, Ambassador not.
Oh, not too much.
Oh, Nana, big accusation.
Oh, Dr. AG is so sweet.
Oh, then y'all missed the room. I didn't hear the room he picked her up.
Oh, God.
I was there.
Man.
This is maybe like 3 or 4 months ago.
Oh, my God.
It might have been 6 to 8 months. Yeah, it might have been longer. Yeah.
I know she was crazy.
It was like
that one.
No, she wasn't.
She was pink, honey.
She was,
I hate y'all.
I ain't lying. I promise
She's
you.
probably here.
Happy Friday, everyone, and praise Him, and have a blessed day, enchanted day.
Did that nigga say shower?
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah. Alter, are you there? This is Van.
Hello, Van. How are you?
first time I've ever wanted to talk to you, so I enjoy it.
What do you say?
Listen, yesterday I was driving, or 2 days ago I was driving, and somebody cut me off. You know what I said?
You say anything about a bitch?
That's exactly what I said. Thank you for that.
It's all love. Anytime, y'all. Anytime, you know?
Ain't about a bitch. He cut me off. Ain't about a bitch. No, that boy was off.
You can say the different speeds. Ain't that about a bitch? Or ain't that about a bitch? Like real fast.
No, the real fast one is the one that hit. About it? Where you get banned, but anyway.
Yeah. You said what?
No, I said when you say it real fast, that's the one that did it.
But yeah, you were like, what did you just say to me? You said real fast.
In the work meeting. Well, I don't have a job, I'm on welfare. But for those of you who have a job, not on food stamps, you can say it in a meeting. Ain't about it.
Or you can say, ain't that about a glitch? You know, just change glitch to glitch. In the Matrix. 5 minutes. And then it goes a step further. We say, ain't it? Like that you said, ain't that about a bitch? Ain't it?
Oh, sorry, this food just go at Whole Foods, man. You should know.
$20 for a small little chicken leg. Ain't that about a bitch?
Ain't it?
They go really far.
Ain't it?
Brooklyn. They go really
I'm gonna be like,
Follow instructions. I'll follow
Don't you
instructions.
mute up now. Enough is enough. We gave you your segment.
I'm gonna be like the male version of Oprah. Talking about, ain't that about a bitch? Ain't it? The whole audience saying, ain't it?
Okay. Enough is enough.
Wow, we like it.
Okay, praise him.
He only gets 5
Won't he do it?
That nigga boy. Mute up, nigga.
Was that Ben who was on talking to you when you just told mute up?
Yeah, I mean, right up to it. I like that. So shit, my auntie said, yeah, I'm like, I mean, what you said, shit.
Looking at the stage when Brooklyn said mute up and immediately Ben went on mute.
I've heard that tone before. I not want to get popped in my mouth. So maybe. But yeah, I was saying.
What was you saying?
Okay. We got some new information. Happy Fridays, 311, where I am. Quinn said, everyone stream my new song. Where is it? How can we get it?
It's on TikTok.
Take us to
I
it.
heard it. It sounds good. So,
Oh shit, run it back.
I said,
Come on, help me. Well, play it for us. Play it for us,
I
Brooklyn.
can't. I don't know how to do that.
Yes, you can. You can do all things through Christ Jesus that strengthens you.
I'm a heathen. I'm a heathen.
Don't matter. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, play the song. Quinn, come up and play for us.
Yeah, just come and play it for us. That's it. That's all.
And then come on up, Quinn. Come on up, Quinn.
Y'all tell me what I'm looking for. Oh, I don't have TikTok. Never. I would do it, but I don't have TikTok.
And
Come
on
on,
Instagram.
Uh-oh, Mr. On. Who's Mr. On? Oh, no.
Did y'all know that if you have TikTok, people could pull y'all right on that? Just finding everybody on TikTok. I don't know everybody. Y'all be finding me.
But why are you looking for everybody, Brooklyn?
I don't be looking for them. They just come across my shit. Like, out of nowhere. Just, everybody be popping up. I know I done popped up on y'all TikToks. I know it.
Who's Lou Left? What you mean, Maya? Well, Mister, we cannot help you here. We don't sell that.
Oh, I think she's talking about
delicacy. Oh yeah. I heard him say that the other day.
Why on TikTok?
He said because he got canceled or they clipped him.
I was gonna say more than likely he got banned. Like
He got clipped.
A lot of Clubhouse people be over there doing them lives, and
Clubhouse, TikTok doesn't play the same games Clubhouse plays with those lives.
Oh, wait a minute, somebody playing something.
Yeah, that's me. Hold on.
I can't tell because there was this man on there showing.
Wait a minute, hold up, Brooklyn. Your mama trying to play something.
Oh wait, hold on a second. I gotta get to a new space. 1 second.
Okay, take your time. But he said, wait a minute, let me just explain the story real quick. He said that in order to get a certain dollar amount or to get all the money or something of the sort, you got to get to 2,500 followers or 25K, something like that. Well, he had just got there, and once he got there, you got it, your mama? You can't say words like killed. You gotta say unalive. You can't say a bunch of different things. Like you can't say he avoided the guidelines.
Ridiculous.
All right, y'all ready?
It is.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay.
I sense Grammy in the air.
Yes, that'll make it go deeper. Good job. Let me get my
baby making music in the 90s.
That was good. Quinn, so how do we get a copy of this? I mean, I know you put it on TikTok, so is that what you want us to support, the TikTok?
Not Apple Music.
What? Sherry, what's going on?
Oh, sorry, music. I think downloaded it.
Okay, I don't have Apple. Okay. Is it music?
Well, that
songs that was about
That song was called My Love by Queen. The album releases in September. Okay.
So you got your single from the Apple Store now?
Yeah, it's on there now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough.
Ain't no hopefully you won't have to be. I done said it. I done spoken to your life. It shall be done. The song is a social media release. Okay, iTunes. Okay. All right. So if you haven't already, go up at the top. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
Settling, Quinn. We heard you.
You can click the link right here. And
Not Miriam get over here. Where Miriam at?
Miriam is definitely sweating profusely.
She wants spice?
Miriam's stay getting hot.
She wants spice. Got it. She said, and Quinn is good looking. Go ahead, Quinn.
And y'all can't blame Miriam because Miriam lives in Iowa, so you know.
No.
It's different in Iowa, okay?
She come to Clubhouse to see all the black people. Poor baby.
Miriam can't even find an Arab in Iowa. What she gotta do this?
Don't sleep. There's an AME church. St. Paul's AME Church is in Des Moines.
Does she live in Des Moines?
Yeah, she does. She lives in Polk County.
Yeah, but she be going to the
There's Negroes there.
She be going to the Muslims and stuff. I guess she needs to go to AME, but she's not Christian anymore, you know. She be doing nothing. Listen, I respect the AME, you know. I don't know a thing or two about the AME.
Where do you think who got that AIM name from? They stole it from the black folks.
Don't ask me anymore how I know about AME. I'm going there.
Oh, gosh.
Miriam said them black men are married. She been there.
Okay. See, yeah, they probably are too.
That one didn't hit. That joke didn't hit. AOL AIM.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, did you guys watch that Kevin Hart Funny AF? Retail.
I've seen the, I don't know, what do you call it? It's not a commercial, but the preview of it. Yeah,
That's a comedy competition, ain't it?
Yeah, you know what, man? Okay, all right. Maybe it's the millennial in me, but I watched it all the way through. I thought it was amazing. I thought it was a great concept, and they nailed it really well. I liked the little... I like the voting feature. I thought I was gonna have to call in or whatever and vote for it, but now you just like vote. Little thing popped up, on your screen, and you can just interactively vote while watching Netflix at the same time. That was pretty cool. I thought that was cool. And I like the winner too. The winner was actually a really good comedian. Y'all should check that out. He had what's that guy's name? Chris Rock on there. That might have been the worst guest he had on there though. Chris Rock. Every week he had a celebrity comedian guest with him, to help him critique the comedians as they were coming through, you know what I mean? And one week he had horrible job on the stage. He looked surly the whole time, he looked like a hater. Like, this should have been my show. I should have had this shit. He gave that whole vibe off the whole fucking time.
That's why I ain't been able to bounce back since that smack.
You can't bounce back, man. It's not get the stage. You do shit, then it is what it is. We'd have been source award in that bitch, dog. That was me. I ain't even lying. Shit. Fuck that shit.
I said the same thing.
Oh, man, I don't give a fuck what y'all say about me either. I don't give a fuck, man. I'm ghetto, I'm all that shit. Whatever, fuck it. You ain't gonna just slap me on live TV and then I'm not gonna do shit else? You better get security out this bitch because we fighting now.
Respectfully, if he didn't think that he could win, I think he did the right thing by standing down. Because I think Will Smith would have whooped his ass.
Hey, First Lady, I feel you, and I feel you. Okay.
First Lady, somebody needs to remove Mr. because now he's verbally
sexually
harassing Brit. Like that. Yeah. There's no room for that in the chat on stage.
Get him out of here.
Where is he?
Get him out of here.
He's in the chat.
It's not okay. No, it's disgusting.
He probably left when you said that.
Yeah, but he.
No, his shit just went away on the chat. So I mean, somebody got him.
Okay, I did.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good call. But yeah, look, I feel you, First Lady. I really do. I feel that, right? And I see exactly where you're coming from. But comes a time, man, where you just gotta like, if I gotta get my ass whooped, I just gotta get my ass whooped. I'm sorry, but you ain't gonna call me no bitch, and you ain't gonna make me a bitch on live TV. But then he got his ass whooped, but then he got some hands, so he did stand up for himself. It's gonna be something. Hell no.
I mean, so you think? I think accepting the smack and moving forward kind of makes you look like the bigger man versus trying to fight back and then getting your ass whooped further.
You know what? It's 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. And in that case, I'm looking to hold the half a dozen in the other. I'm fine with that. That's for my soul. That's for my soul right there. Like I don't. He's the man that made millions on TV. You know what I'm saying? He's set for life. He good. He gonna be straight regardless. That's just you know, I gotta sleep at night. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with G-Dog, First Lady. At the very least, Chris Rock should have thrown a punch or two, and then
at the least
let the chips fall and where they fall.
You feel me, dog? You feel me?
See that? You know what? Listen, I'm not gonna argue with.
Go down fighting, baby.
Listen, I'm not gonna argue with the men.
Look like a bitch.
Right? Hey, listen, men, you are right. Because you know you guys have your ego and that macho thing. So I get it. I understand.
That goes beyond ego though. Like you put your hands on me. You said now that you have dominion over my body. Hell no.
Q said that smack is worth the risk.
Hell no. Imagine Chris Rock hitting him with the shoulder roll, missing the fucking swing. Listen, that would have been
that would have been classic, dog.
We would have respected him for doing it.
We would have respected him for doing it, though. Come on, man.
You think Will Smith can fight like that?
No.
Hey, yeah, I think he got like in a blow for blow fight. I give him at least 3 blows. He got you for the first 3 blows. Like it's gonna be tough in the first 3 blows.
Well, the way he smacked him looked like a way you. Like a bitch smacking another bitch.
Yeah, smacking like a bitch. Yeah, like a pimp dog.
He could have fought him. That would have worked.
That's one of them old school Watt Stacks pimp movie slaps,
bro.
But there would have been some intervention. People would have gone on stage to break them.
You gonna have to bring them.
Yeah, I G-Dog.
Wait, so. Somebody said they watched it recently. I don't know. I think
you're gonna have to bring goddamn security in. You better go to commercial. you better cue somebody else up. Go to commercial, goddamn it.
So y'all would have been okay. Let me just say. So y'all would have been okay if you just started windmilling.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm fine with whatever.
Y'all crazy. No.
Hell yeah. Windmill on that motherfucking dog. Do something. Kick him or something. God damn, nigga. You know what? I don't know. Hey, pick up the mic stand or something. Give me something, dog. Throw the mic at him. Give me something. God damn.
I don't think the show shock would allow him to fight back, to be honest.
Hey, but you know what? See that nigga in the backstage, so you got to give me something. You can't let him leave that facility without something. All right, but I got you in the backstage.
Yeah.
But what about reflexes? Like with me, if somebody hit me automatically, I'm hitting them back. It's just my reflexes work like that.
She want to come
His
back to
reflexes didn't come into. He didn't use his reflexes. That would have been an automatic smack back.
Well, yeah.
Smack
Well,
me.
Brooklyn, people are different, and also the circumstances probably played a part. I mean, maybe he's just not as violent as you are. You know, maybe there's that.
It's not about being violent. It's like naturally, my reflexes is going to hit you back. I don't know.
Brooklyn, that's natural for you. That's not natural. Like some people just flinch. Some people don't do anything. Like that's a developed based on, I don't know.
Like, my style is fighting stance.
He couldn't breathe, y'all. He couldn't breathe. He was just like, you know, all his mouth was open. He was smiling. He's like, Will Smith just smacked me, y'all. Well, he was out of breath. I mean, it just completely came out of.
Hey, first actually, he said Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Yeah.
He didn't say just smack me. Like he acknowledged that it was beyond.
Right? He's from Bedford-Stuyvesant. Like how the fuck? A nigga from Bedford-Stuyvesant just get beat up on TV and they do nothing about it.
That's the worst part. That's for the hood too, man. You let the hood down.
One thing about Eddie Murphy from Brownsville, he would never, you hear me? Eddie Murphy would never let that shit go.
Never.
Stop, Charlie Murphy.
Shout out to Charlie Murphy.
So okay, let's say he wasn't shocked. What's going on? Let's say he wasn't shocked, right? He wasn't shocked. Will Smith walked away like he just beat Carl Lewis in the 200 in 1988.
He did though.
He had a George Jefferson. I went back and watched it and analyzed it. It's worse than
George Jefferson walk-off, wasn't it?
It was a good one. And then the shock had worn off. He didn't respond. He said, "Keep my wife's name out your motherfucking mouth." Chris Rock's response was, and I quote, "Okay."
Well, yeah.
No.
He couldn't have said, "Fuck you."
No.
Well, shut the fuck up. He could have said anything because security was ready. Like, he could have even behind security at that point.
It's worse than that. It's actually, that was not the I quote.
Oh my,
he said, I'm going to.
That's right.
I'm going to.
So you know what? I think when he turned around like that, I think that would have been the opportunity to push his ass. I'm just saying. He could have pushed him.
He definitely got pushed up. Put him down with me.
That's exactly right.
I'll give you a cheap shot. I'll give you a pushing down. You got to do something, dog. You got to do something. That's the whole. And look, I get you with the shock thing. He was in shock. But again, bro, that award ceremony lasts like 3 hours, man. They're going to be in the backstage. Like, there's a time. You know what I'm saying? You think that do it again. You know what I'm saying?
What if after hearing Will Smith say, keep my wife's name out of your mouth, Chris Rock dragged him, would that have been okay? Or do you guys think that Chris Rock
better?
Much better.
It was an better.
Yeah, much better.
Chris Rock.
What was Hurricane's suggestion?
He should have been able to drag him.
What was your
He
suggestion?
could have dragged Will Smith once he sat back down.
Yeah.
Just drag
Much
his
better.
ass.
Much better.
You got Red Table. You got what's the guy that Jada had a thing with? I mean, there was just so much material.
Well, he scared him shitless. He didn't want to make a
I know,
comeback.
but I'm just saying he could have dragged him at least if he didn't want to find
Will Smith is the funniest
verbally pummeling his ass. Something.
Yeah, and security was there, so Will Smith wouldn't have got to him by that point. Like, he could have done you lucky that, he could have done anything. But, I mean, when the stories came out that he was trying to sleep with Jada Pinkett the whole time, that made it worse.
Yeah, it made it worse. It made it
I'm
worse.
going to tell you why it made it worse. Let me tell you why. It made it worse because, and I'm not trying to disrespect Jada Pinkett, but she seems like she's down for the get down.
Okay, that's
he seemed to be the only nigga in Hollywood with insight and money who couldn't get the get down. That's what made it worse to me. It seemed like he was the one that couldn't hit. And he was the most successful of all.
Right.
She's smashing August Osina. He ain't got money for 2 glizzies at the Sonic. Can I get $5 so I can get a blueberry slushie at the Sonic? She gave him the pussy. Chris Rock worth $50 million, couldn't get the pussy. That's what made it worse.
Baltimore down bad.
I'm sorry, Sherry. You shouldn't have heard the P word up.
Wait a minute. I just told you to go to hell.
No, I don't like to use those vulgarities in front of you. I apologize.
But why just Sherry?
Because I follow Sherry. I follow Sherry, and I follow each other on Instagram. And I know what her algorithm is. Someone with that algorithm should not have to hear get the pussy.
Well, I don't have an algorithm at all, so I shouldn't hear it either.
Man, what's your algorithm?
I don't have anyone to follow.
Oh, well, then you can hear it. Sherry's algorithm is some. So I found rare footage of David Ruffin and Aretha Franklin singing a duet on an outtake of Sesame Street with Big Bird. It's like wholesome and Negro.
Oh, that's Sherry. That's very Sherry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Oh,
There's opera on there too.
I know. I'm just saying. Exactly. Even worse. And so I'll be looking at some almost certainly AI girl from South Africa with green eyes, very dark skin, and a fake features, almost certainly AI, and then a Sherry video will come up. And I'm like, why am I looking at this?
Because it brings you back to
the closet. Then I go into the closet like Reverend Shillingsworth in Scarlet Letter, take out a cat of 9 tails, and whip myself saying the following: mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, maxima culpa. And I mea culpa myself 40 times, all because of Sherry's algorithm.
God bless you. God bless Sherry. Yeah.
Mea culpa, mea culpa.
So back to Chris. You know, I think he did the honorable thing. I understand the male ego and the macho that needs to be satisfied. But at the end of the day, he has a career, and
where is that career? Where is his career? He has a career.
It's still, I just think that he did the right thing for his persona. If you
wait a minute, First Lady. You the First Lady and all.
Amen.
At the church. Now, when one of them heathenists hoes that's fucking your husband come up to you in church and smack the shit out of you, you're not going to hit her back? What's going on? I need to know.
Well, depends on if it was recorded or not. See, the difference is it was live TV, right? But if there are no tapes, then there are no receipts. You can't prove that I whooped her ass. But again, I just think that Chris, Rock did the right thing because he didn't want to get his ass whooped. He was about to get his ass whooped. If he would have flinched like he was about to do something, I believe Will would have knocked him out. To have that much balls and gall to walk up on stage and to smack a man and then fix your coat and walk off the way that he did lets you know that he came for business.
So, First Lady, quick question. So, First Lady, I think you're just because you would not have just stood still and waited for the salvation of the Lord.
Praise the Lord. Yes, I would have. I do it a lot of time on this app. Because really...
We saw how you...
No. I use restraint. A lot, most of the time. Majority of the time.
Until restraint no longer works. Like you did with Manfinity.
We don't have to talk about the past, sir. We don't have to focus on the past.
You're talking about
what happened in the past should stay there. We're moving forward. Praise the Lord.
Would have punched Will Smith in the mouth after getting slapped.
She knows that. She does it for content.
Really, you're playing.
She does this sometimes. Y'all just gotta let her do it. It's her way to get through work. Everybody has
on national TV with your makeup on and your hair did and your outfit.
She had tore his ass up.
You would definitely tell him on that.
Her little ass, she'd have been clawing, scraping, and scratching. She ain't big. She'd have tore his ass up. I don't know why she. Yeah, everybody does what they need to do to get through work. I have to do a monologue to empower myself. She needs to pretend like she wouldn't fight. And Haitian goes and fucks people at lunch. Everybody does what they need to do to get through the workday. That's just how we. Y'all spiritist is not paying attention to us. Shits on bounces. Everybody does what they need to do to get through work, and that's what First Lady does. Norm comes in, lets him spit out of his gums, and then whatever you need to do to get through the day. First Lady, you would have tore Will Smith's ass. You'd have jumped on his back and clawed his eyes out.
I don't have that in me. I don't have that in me, sir.
If the man came up and smacked you for no reason, the way he smacked him.
If a man smacked me, I am not fighting back.
Okay? No, we don't mean man to man. You gendered it. We're not.
Well, you just said. You said if a man come up and smack you, I'm just saying.
A person. No. Don't gender. I'm saying as a human, as an entity to entity. Take the gender piece out of it. If you take your personality, you're a man or a woman did that to you. He smacked Chris Rock into a perfect 2-point stance to run the slot for the Clemson Tigers. I said, go look at it. His back leg goes back. Boom. Big 19. He could have got a 2-yard. He could have got the 2-yard wiggle route. Waggle. Go watch the slap. And then he walked back like George Jefferson just cleaned us on the Upper West Side.
See, had it been me, I would have pushed his ass. That's what I would do. And let him fall on TV. And everyone was still, and people still would have been, right, people still would have been on my side.
To be fair, Will Smith is the biggest loser.
Yes, he was.
Because he lost money. He got little, he used to be like his persona in Hollywood, I think, was like the crossover actor. And now when you go to TikTok or wherever the people go, it's about him smashing young boys. He kind of is the biggest loser. I don't know.
I don't know about that last part. I'm not on the TikTok to them, but I know that nigga from Philly. And he did the Philly thing.
I think
he did the Philly thing. And he can go anywhere in Philly right now and be good. Still.
I think Will Smith he in a better position than Chris Rock is. Nobody respects Chris Rock. Like,
nobody.
I thought it was. I thought it was more liberatory than anything Malcolm X did before 1964.
Damn.
This is a troll.
And for the black women that talk about that's what the black man will do for the black. They weren't even together.
No, they were not.
Why was Chris Rock making fun of her alopecia?
I don't know.
She smacked in his face. That's what I don't like about Chris Rock, because remember, this came out, I think, after go ahead, Louis C.K., say nigga. Go ahead, Louis C.K. Go ahead. Remember he was egging on Louis C.K.
And sat right there.
Jerry Seinfeld and another person.
Sat there and said nothing.
Yeah, who was the other? No. He was encouraging them to say.
Yes.
Jerry Seinfeld was the one that said don't say it. It was Seinfeld, Rock, Louis C.K. Who was the other? It was a white guy. I can't remember.
Oh, Chris Rock was encouraging him to say that?
Yes.
Yeah, I told you he a bitch. See, told y'all he was a bitch. Kevin Hart probably brought him on that show because the nigga needed the extra 5 G's in his pocket.
But he always was. When did we not know this?
Well, I think that unless you were a pro-blacker or had taken the right African Glasses, shout out to Narrative. You knew this from the nigga black person joke.
That's exactly right.
Like, I don't like black, I like black people, I don't like niggas.
That's exactly right.
It is always a problem. I'm glad people see that now.
It was problematic when I saw that special. When I saw that, I said, I'm not watching your ass ever again.
Hold on, and y'all like Will Smith though?
I don't particularly care about Will Smith, to be honest with you.
He ain't no bitch.
He's fucking little boys. What's going on?
No. What is that? I've never heard that.
The young man from Empire. That was on Empire.
Wait a second. Just because y'all ain't heard it, don't mean it didn't happen. Like, y'all are straight. There's a lot that y'all don't hear and don't know.
Weird.
About
well, break it down.
I'd rather go join my class.
And I literally never heard that though. I'm not.
Well, it had been rumors about how he went both ways. That was always there, always around, but no one ever questioned it. No one ever said anything about it.
That was the whole premise of Red Table Talk. The reason why they broke it off. What, y'all ain't watched the Facebook TV show?
Hell no, they watched that shit.
I did. Well, you know what? I didn't always watch it, but I knew that they were not together. That I did know, and I did know that from the
all the different people they was inviting into the relationship. Like, this is, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not pro Will Smith in this instance.
I mean, they did say something about them having.
No, I ain't gotta get the link. There's a thing called Google, sir. Don't stop this.
It was a thing about him and him giving August Alsina permission to fuck Jada, but I never heard about him fucking little boy. Now I heard about what's his name?
He was a
Tisha
teenager.
I heard about Tisha Campbell's old ex-husband and Will Smith having a thing, but never Will Smith and
I did it. Spinoza. What you gonna do about it? What's going on?
Fighting Mr. Spinoza.
It's
Sheer
Gray. That's what it was. Yeah. The same thing that Diddy did with Usher, whatever, quote unquote, mentoring teenagers. Yeah.
I mean, it's
Jesus Christ.
You know you can't attack their favorites, child.
Already. Nobody.
You don't twist the lady. Please, Andre Crouch. No.
They don't know that. Me don't know why.
My favorite old school gospel song that you sang in Politically Correct is "Take Me Back."
Take me back.
See, told y'all.
Take me back, dear Lord. No, but guess what? I can't remember the song. But yesterday, I started singing and was like, dang, Hurricane ain't like that one. And I came back to the screen and I was kicked out. How did it end for y'all? Did I leave y'all or did it end for everybody?
Well,
it was one at a time. It was one at a time.
When you left First Lady, whenever you left, I couldn't. It kept saying I was still in the room, but I couldn't hear anything, and it just said that the banner was at the top, and then the whole screen went blank. So I couldn't. I was in the app, but there was no pictures of y'all or nothing, no noise, nothing.
Me and Britt was alive, and Brett ended up being a mod. Okay, so it went to Brett. Okay. Right, and then it went to Meg, and then I just closed the room. I said, because this is not happening.
Damn! First Lady left. I'm like, no,
I didn't leave. They took me out. They took me out.
Like on my end, you were talking, then you were removed from the room, and then the stage shifted, and I held it down long enough to be the only person as a mod on the stage. It was like a handful of people in the room. Sherry came back. We were talking, and I was like, I'll just hold the room to see if other people are going to come, because I didn't know if the issue would be resolved quick enough. Child, in the middle of talking to Sherry, I was yeeted off the app, and then I just... So on my end of things did not get back to being like somewhat functional where I could get on and see anything until about like 12 or so Eastern, and that's if I took my Wi-Fi off. So
So let me tell you, I went to down detector to see if the app had been reported. This app is so small that down detector didn't even recognize it, but I could see all these other apps, FanDuel, Coinbase had been reported. So that's how I knew it was something bigger than just the app. That was a crazy part, because I could only find one website that showed that it had been reported 140 times that it was something wrong with Clubhouse.
And it's for the best that Clubhouse has a very small imprint. You know, too many people do not need to be here anymore. It's not even that it's a dead or dying app. It's just that, those who are in the cesspool should stay here, and we don't need any new introductees, because I don't even think new people will be able to get the flow of the layout here. It's too treacherous.
Y'all need to read that article Mel put in the chat. I saw it earlier, and I was wondering, what the hell is going on with the men?
Well, what is it, Mel? Come up here and talk about come on up here, Mel. What's going on? It's act like I'm so scared to speak. Speak your mind. That's what this is about. I'm gonna turn the chat off. I'm gonna start doing how that other space did, Critical Minds or something. They turn the chat off. Your asses gotta get on the stage and talk. If y'all want to be in the room, that's what I'm gonna start doing.
What's funny is I was
or do it like Kim Cut.
Well,
pay to turn.
Well, I mean, listen, they gotta pay for the content, pay to have the chat back on. Okay.
Y'all gotta leave them people alone. Y'all gotta stop saying names. I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
To go to a private behind the wall.
Y'all gotta stop. No.
I mean, I'm just telling y'all what as the mods, if y'all want to get on the Clubhouse Industrial Begging Complex, I won't even ask for a cut. I'll tell y'all all of the things I remember that people used to make money on this joker.
Nope. I ain't playing with it. I was just saying, mine's, they shut the chat off, and somebody's let you on stage either. So I don't know. I never asked to go on their stage, but I do know when you go in there is no chat. I think I've seen your mama on stage talking in there before. Yeah.
Your mom, First Lady, why you doing your mom? Y'all know I wouldn't do that.
Huh?
Y'all know I wouldn't do that. I don't even go on stages nowhere else. This is the only place I go on a stage.
No, I have definitely heard your voice in that space before. Or was it the deep? What's it called? The deep
No,
what's that thing?
First Lady. I don't be on them stages.
The deep. What's it called? The deep. What they call that thing?
Deep State Patriots.
Yeah.
Now y'all know better than that.
See, they saw it too. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Oh, hey, Mel. How are you?
What's up, brother?
Hey guys, how you doing? Yo, Mama, could you break down your religious revival comment?
Well, before she does that, can you just give us an update on progress?
Oh, it's going good.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's going pretty well.
That's beautiful. Good to hear, brother.
I did not do what Dan told me to do, but it's going.
Great. Then how's it going good?
Well, I mean,
I'm still keeping up with him and his
relations with
Yes. Yes, I'm certain what Mel means is that even though it's not exclusive, things are on track to go down that route, right?
See, this is why it's on retainer for me, you know. I really appreciate it, but
Exactly. We're on our way, period. Okay. All right, well, go ahead, Mel. Do you have a question for your mom?
What's the minute Bill you got a girl?
Yes, child.
Everybody is invested in his relationship. It's so cute.
Oh my God.
Is she white?
No, she's not. She has color.
Invested because she black. That's why they so
Oh,
invested.
this is good for you, man.
And she's educated. She's educated.
I appreciate it.
We were very excited. He came on stage with a deep voice. Y'all heard him?
Yeah.
My voice is not that deep.
He came on the stage.
Mel, are you there?
It's today.
I'm in about. What's up?
I need to say something to you.
Go ahead.
Are you familiar with Ryan, Michelle, and Sterling K. Brown?
I am. Sterling K. Brown gave a commencement speech, right?
Okay. But he's the actor, and his wife is the actor. Do you know where they met?
They met on campus, I think.
At Ooge. Let that be your guide. Were you in Ooge? No, you were in Reigns.
No, I was in New Jersey Reigns.
You were in EV?
I did not go to EV that much.
Okay. Well, let them be your guide. I was just looking at them from some reunion stuff yesterday, and I said, this could be Mel and that girl. Let them be your guide.
The black love.
Yes, and here's the thing. They actually broke up. Wait, did you know this girl at school?
No, I didn't know her.
Oh, okay. They actually, is she older or younger?
She's older.
Oh, even better for you. They broke up for 3.5 years. Is there a better black couple in America than Sterling K. Brown and Ryan Michelle Babbitt? Can somebody name a better black couple?
Obama and Michelle.
No.
But they're not together. This is the prototype. Shout out to Andre 3000. Come on, this is what you need to do. You gotta lock it down by the end of the month.
It's true.
Waiting.
Are you getting a prenup, Mel?
They just married.
No, they didn't. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. No, we're not going on a rendition. Mel, you know, not to dissuade you from what Brother Van said in the.
Farm people gonna tell us.
Listen, no.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just gonna say,
it's farm business.
Listen, in the matter of expediency. Because he didn't listen to you the first time. In the matter of expediency, you have till the end of summer. That's a firm deadline. That's the firmest deadline you got.
No.
I mean, listen, you gotta have till the end of summer. By the time fall gets here, you need to start. Cuffing season is right then.
That's a good point, but.
Well, vacation is right now. Exactly. So he needs to, get to planning, vacationing together. And get ready to start on the family.
You need some KPIs so that you can hit that deadline.
Oh my God.
You need some KPIs.
Yes, let's get it together.
You have to talk to your mama about
exactly. I'm trying to help you, Mel. Let me get it back. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to derail. I did ask Brother Mel to join us on stage. He wanted to speak to your mama, so we're going to turn this back over to Mel so that he and your mama can have a conversation.
Oh, I think she left.
Darn. Gonna set your mama away.
See, we're talking about, if this was, what you call dick and pussy content.
And balls.
Big balls, no, that's different. If this was about big balls and vagina, then people will be fine. We're talking about a young man who has sold his royal oath, shout out to King Joffrey ruler of Zamunda, and a girl went to the farm. Do you know the legacy bump your child will get? Do you know that? Do you know you have similar values need to be roaming the streets of Franklin Avenue. You don't need to be at the bar.
Listen,
Mayfields.
Bedside, my pockets are coming back, you know. Okay, I'm sorry.
You do not need to be at the bar at Mayfields, having one of the best branzinos in Brooklyn, or the roasted quail. Picking up a truly scented, bootied, sun-dressed herbalist who you know you're not going to be with long term. You've done that already. It's time to make little trees. Huh? It's time to this is Ariaga. You get him a little onesie, a little red, little cardinal onesie. Put an S on their chest. Oh yes, because they're a super baby. Don't listen to these people. These are miserable niggas. Listen to your whore.
That's right.
You know that this girl is who you like. Take the mooch. And now I'm going to say something which is a little personal. And I mean so with due respect. Your brothers all got snow bunnies. If you don't lock it down with this girl by the end of the year, I'm going to kill you myself. So your parents don't have to go to jail. We look at your family photo and we see 4 tall, strapping, educated, handsome Jamaican men who will actually take care of their children because it's Jamaica, so you're only going to get 1 out of 10 that take care of their children. Not too much. And you all got snow bunnies? We're blowing up the compound. Just ask the girl, tell the girl you want to make it your girlfriend. Say like Reclaim said to your mama, we go together. Let me give you an old trick. And I get this trick for people who just want to get pussy too. Put in an old piece of paper, yes, no, maybe. By the way, if you spot a girl at the bar, she'll just snatch the same night. Happens all the time. Next, that's a discussion. Just, come on, just do it. Do it. Everybody.
Do it.
Do the Urkel dance. Do the Urkel. Urkel. We are Urkels. We're dorks. Nerd. You're only going to procreate with similar dorks. Nerds. You found one from the farm. We have Rodins at the farm. You can take the girl to the... Y'all can go... Literal Rodins that Rodin burnt and cast at the museum that has a wonderful burger. Go walk your little nigglets. Say, this is Rodin. We're not supposed to be here. You're over in the quad. Over in the first part of the quad, not in the geology part, but in the first part of the quad where the humanities are. We got an original casting of the Burgers of Calais. You walk through there. What do you see right up there? The chapel. You look around. You weren't supposed to be there. There's always going to be ass in New York City. It's very easy to get. Come on, brother. You got to do it. Do the Urkel.
Now, do you in your peer group, how many of the people are how many of your male friends are married?
Most people come from Jamaica. It's 7 of us. I believe I'm married.
Okay. And they live near you?
No, they're from Jamaica. From my American friends.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe like a quarter of them.
And do you hang out with them? Because that's an easy way to lock it down. If you bring her around the married couples, they always want everybody to be married. I'm just trying to give you some KPIs. Are you mid-30s?
No, I'm not.
You still in your 20s?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, take your time. I don't know.
Take your time.
Oh my.
No.
Don't saying y'all are like really. I'm all for black love. I'm all for black love, and I hope it works out. But he's getting a lot of pressure.
No, ma'am, go get some more bread, man. The way you go get the more bread, you listen to man. You know I'm right. You know I'm right. You know you're gonna get at a minimum a spot bonus. At a minimum.
For getting married? Yeah.
I got it. Yeah, that's still happens. About industries when you're in management. Yeah, that still happens.
And she almost slipped away before to an Asian man. So we just need to make sure we lock this in. You guys weren't a part of this building session. This was a session. So
and you really like her? It's not a maybe. Technically, with this young lady, it's still a possible. You know.
It really seems to not lock it down because I'm in my 20s. Which does seem.
No, I'm not saying don't lock it down. I'm absolutely not saying that. I haven't been part of the other conversations, and you just didn't give me the level of excitement that everybody else did. But maybe I'm just reading wrong. I wasn't part of the other conversation.
That's okay. So I'm not listening.
Oh, go ahead, yo.
I was just like, real quick, Mel, I'm not saying that Dan is it's aggressive. His plan is quite aggressive. I think it could be a little bit more subtle and get the same result.
Not with this young lady.
So, Mel, do you believe that you've had enough fun already?
Yeah, I think I had a whole phase from him. And then I kind of, wanted to hibernation a bit and stop seeing as many people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm good now. Yeah.
Well, you should put your best physical years to good use. And when I say good use, I mean you should spend them in a more cautious way. And so it makes sense to follow the advice that you've received from people like Britt and Jamala and Bang. You don't want to end up being 40, 45 and still trying down. Nature might not be as kind to you as it has been to some of us, so
that's true.
You're straight. You guys expire early.
And you want to get top 30 and 30, right? So you want to run your whole group. That's what you want.
Now, when you say a quarter of your American friends are married, are the other 3/4 single?
I'd say maybe like 12%.
So here's the thing. I don't think we had the right people in this conversation. So I'm going to end it because the doors of the church is open. You have already come down and you have made progress. I'm glad to hear the progress. We'll close this session off to those that are more likely to steer you in the correct way. And we'll just work on you behind the scenes. Did you want to get back to the brother? Them eyes of yours, I tell you. They said you had green eyes. My eyes are green. 'Cause they need a lot of vegetables.
You're not so messy way in. Come on.
You're Jamaican with green eyes?
No.
He's talking about brother.
Brother is a green eye bandit. So
that's why you're so diabolical, brother.
With curly hair.
I gotta stop.
That's beautiful.
Come back.
Well, then you should have got back and not said nothing. But you had to say something with them eyes. You had to say something with them eyes. So anyway, I just want my brother Mel to be able to have the conversation with your mama. Your mama?
Oh, I didn't think I was equipped. Mel, don't take no. Listen.
No. Not about that. That was my fault. because I derailed it. He came on stage to have a conversation with you. Remember, you guys were talking about the article. See, we done got like 20 minutes in the wrong direction. Let's rewind and go forward.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing about what I said before. Listen to nothing I say. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm unmarried. And don't listen to me. Okay, carry on.
Wait, Mel, I hope you at least care for this young lady while people are mentioning that you may be expiring soon. But good luck to you in any regards.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I never said he was expiring soon. That would suggest that I'm saying.
Oh, Lord. I did not mean literally.
We shouldn't go back. We shouldn't go back. I just wanted to say I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to nothing. In fact, listen to nothing I say on the
No, your mama.
Let's just go forward.
Come on now.
It's important to note that the male body does begin to deteriorate after a while. I mean, men start to lose their...
You just cannot turn off the finger wagging and the preaching.
So it's important.
You just can't help yourself.
It's important for male to understand that the advice he's received from people like Britt and your mama and Ban is good advice, and he shouldn't waste his best years. He still wants to be able to, keep it up and do what needs to be done so that they can make a lot of, beautiful ashy babies that they can take back to the farm and where else? To Jamaica and so on.
The ashy is crazy.
Lil, you just have to shut this thing down. I'm going to boom it. I'm just going to boom it. Mel did not get a chance to have the conversation that he came to have.
Well, I comment to you, Mel. My sister and her, the beautiful people, right? That's what I call them. They all went to UT or Rice or a couple of those schools, Baylor or whatever. So they all got married super early. So by 26, 27, 28, they were married. They are uber educated, very pro-Black. I will say that all of them are probably more than multimillionaires. Like, they reached status very early. Homeowners, business owners, the same 9 yards. So just, everyone, I'm not giving him advice. I'm just giving him a reference. We're old. He's not going to listen to us. Now their kids are in, $1,000 a month daycares and completely thriving. So I'm just going to say, from what I've interacted with you, although we've had our battles, it seems like the young lady would definitely be lucky to have you, as I'm sure you would be lucky to have her. So I just wish you well, whatever happens. And consider a prenup. That's all I'll say. So unsolicited anti-vice shutting down because people are freaking out that we have been told to continue the conversation in another regard. But the decline in male employment has actually been happening for decades. There was a really good article in Marie Claire probably about 10 years ago that started to identify this. Have y'all also been looking at the numbers of young people that are staying at home and not moving out into the workplace at earlier ages? I don't know if that's a good thing necessarily, because grandparents are retiring or maybe there's more money at home. But it's an interesting phenomenon. So
is that what Mel came to talk about?
Nope.
The unemployment?
He put in the chat, the article.
Yeah, that's asking. That's literally the article he put in the chat. Yes. Why do I get in trouble because I can read? I'm just...
Nobody said you were in trouble. I just asked the question, is that what he came to talk about?
Yes.
So the answer is yes.
Yes, that was the article.
Yes, it is. But I'm just going to go back one step back. I see anything.
You gotta fix your mic. You gotta fix your mic now.
I'm sorry. I was asking, do you guys get a prenup?
Of course not.
I kind of have the same opinion. It's...
You don't need a prenup. You're marrying someone. Do you have a whole bunch of family?
No, hold on. Yeah,
you interrupted me again a second time. Everyone's giving their opinion. Nobody is absolutely right. Like, I should be allowed to give my opinion just like everybody else.
Oh, it's okay. I think you guys just both came off mic at the same time. I don't think it was intentional or anything.
Exactly. Like, my God, I wouldn't. Whatever.
Well, let me get in there.
First of all, the last time you interrupted me, you specifically said, don't listen to what she's saying. So, please stop.
We did not have Fremont. It was broke as hell. And I told my mama, well, if I'm gonna be broke for the rest of my life, might as well be broke. I'm with the love of my life. And thankfully, that turned out well for us.
That's sweet. A few of my friends got prenups.
Everyone else does, but you know how Black people are about money conversations. If they didn't do it, they don't want it. But like, I'm already being bad today, Mel. So let's leave Clubhouse out of it. I'm sorry, Mel. I'm just, I'm sorry. I'm in the mood today. But shout out to not being passive aggressive. Christina, I need to be in my room and have my usual handlers. Everyone else can make comments about Black people and websites and things, but I cannot. I'm too light-skinned for this conversation, so I'm going to go back on mute. But Mel, whatever you do,
It has nothing to do with it.
I will go back on mute.
It does. If she's too light,
I am definitely too light-skinned. I don't have weave or anything. I am definitely too light-skinned.
He said she too light.
Too light-skinned with curly hair. I'm going to go on mute.
Okay.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, don't joking. Oh my God. The patriarchy, Jesus. If I was a man, it would be fine. God damn.
Don't worry about it.
Jesus. We just joked about somebody having green eyes and curly hair, but I forgot. I'm not a man. I'm sorry. Jesus. I just said, I am not trolling, Hannah. I just said prenup. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, Ashley. I'm sorry. I'm actually in a good mood. That's the crazy part.
I don't know. In my mind, at least, like, we're both pretty young, and the only fair thing in a divorce is to, like, things 50-50, based on what we've accumulated during the marriage, right? And so, like, a prenup right now on assets that I have right now is pretty inconsequential compared to, any asset go over the next 15-20 years. So that's just how I think about it. Why is prenup gonna fuck it up?
I mean, love lasts forever, but legal documents don't. I'm not giving you any professional advice, but if you've acquired assets, actually by the time that most people get married, she will probably have her own assets as well. It could even be something as simply as like your own trusts that you can create right now, right? I mean, I get it. We don't, a lot of people, we as Americans don't have this conversation, but if you said that your friends have gotten it, it's actually pretty commonplace in a lot of circles. So that's all. But I don't think that, to me, if you're considering being serious with someone, this also goes part and parcel of that, right? Financial responsibility and financial accountability. And what does that look like? Because you would also change your beneficiaries and everything else. I'm just glad that y'all research things from what I say. And I'm glad that y'all also pay attention to me. Because like I said, I wish my children gave as much
and thought to you guys. So thank you for making an old lady feel just a little bit special. I just have to acknowledge my fans, right? Anyway, so Mel, if just if it's standard, I would speak to those friends who've engaged in such. Because remember, she would also have similar documents as well. So, but if you just met this young lady, I don't know the extent of your relationship.
First lady, I tried.
Well, he's asking questions, we're answering them. God,
We was just trying to move on. But
oh,
we could stay here on mail, and he could tell us about the last date that they went on. So.
Black love.
Never mind. Go ahead, y'all. What else?
Oh, you want to ask another question, Brooklyn?
No, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck we get the pre-nuts, but that's another story for another day.
Oh, it was because Mel asked the question in the chat. But do we want to get back to the article that Mel posted and asking your mama the question about religion?
Yes.
Oh, so it wasn't the article.
It came from the article. I asked him about the article, and I said, "This reminds me about what's also happening because it's the men who are doing these religious revivals." That's. So you weren't wrong, First Lady.
I'm telling you, if I didn't smoke, if I didn't drink, I promise you, y'all would send me to drinking and smoking and screwing. God darn, Jesus. Mel, did you get a chance to talk to your mama? Or was that it?
Oh yeah, I just wanted her to, if your mama's had to break down how how she thinks that the revival and religious curiosity among men ties in with the little participation falling off a cliff right now, and we're going to continue to accelerate.
I don't care to talk about it, but
that's okay, your mama. It's all good.
It's just so you know, there are a lot of men that are doing these religious revivals. Young white boys, 13, 14, 15 years old. And then the people who are leading the revivals are 20-somethings.
Mm-hmm.
So I just find that, and they're also going to church with their boomer grandparents. So
is this the whole Catholicism is cool now kind of thing?
It's not Catholicism. Actually, it's just like a non-denominational evangelical kind of I feel like it from it is it's kind of like Rick Warren meets Billy Graham.
Hey, yo, mama, you saying they're going to church with their grandparents though? I see what you're saying with the denominational piece, but from what I feel like I've observed, it's amongst peers. I don't see the generational.
They're getting to church because of their grandparents. So their parents don't go to church, and they're going to church with their grandparents.
I wonder, your mama, if that's because if they're at home, then the grandparents make that a condition of financing their lifestyles if they're not working. Now that would actually make a lot of sense.
Well, the problem is some of these are young teenagers. These are not. I mean, not everybody's a young adult, or everybody's not a young adult. These are again, it's the 13 and 16. And so, and it's kind of you guys have seen or remember the camps that happened in the early 2000s, late 90s. It's given that feel. That's why I say it's not it may be non-denominational, but very evangelical.
Hey, to your mama's point, because I'm raising a generation alpha, 13, 12 years old. A lot of those, that generation, they want to tap into the past, right? They talk about church a lot, and they're conservative as fuck. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, so I think your mama is on to something. It is that generation, those young Gen Alphas, that they want to tap into. How was it in the 90s, right? How was it in 1980? You know, a lot of those people are looking back, and they kind of hate, you know, the new age of a lot of social media. But yeah, but that's a whole other story. But y'all got it.
But I have a question. So what makes that conservative?
I'm not saying it's a bad or good thing, but I just think a lot of them want to tap into what maybe their grandparents were doing, or maybe, you know, the generations before, yeah.
Well, it's conservative because they, you know, being very much like, you know, they want traditional young girls, wanting to be, like, there's a whole purity movement, young evangelical women. That feels very conservative. No one is also, just going back to, and this is the last thing I'll think about, public, I can't really talk, but the last thing I'll say is just kind of back to the article. When I saw the article this morning, I didn't read it as full because I got distracted. But the part that I read just reminded me of like how there's something happening with these younger men in particular. Because it didn't seem to me that these were older men with families necessarily. Some of them were. But it seemed to me that these were younger men and they're getting drawn into something else. Like I don't know what they're doing with their lives or why they're quitting their job. But it seems like there's something else that is sort of like calling them to attention. And I don't know what, that's the thing that like, I've talked about this before about how this religious movement is like bothering me because I don't think people understand and haven't seen it. It is, I mean, I went to one of these revivals. I have never been so scared in my life. That's the honest truth. And it was because it was such a deep message in these people's eyes. They really, really were committed to this thing. And I'm not really sure they understand what they're committed to. That's the thing.
And I was in a conversation with somebody recently about how I feel like, not that it's not right that younger people are interested in religion, but from what I've been seeing, it doesn't seem right that they're this interested that young. Like, I feel like typically people graduate into a more, like, I guess, religious state where they're more strict and attending church and everything's about, you know, their relationship with God. But it's happened, like, very young. Like, I have a lot of people that I've grown up with, and they've been, I don't even know what happened to them. It's like one day when they turned 21, they like turned their life over and then now they're a Christian influencer and now they're doing all this other stuff. I'm like, what happened? I don't know.
Well, a horrible economy with little to no prospects of the American dream. Or some of it, you know, so in the past, we'll talk about sort of religious socialization, and you know, there's a distancing from one's parents, and you know, or there's, you know, like youth and young people and young adults are grappling with how they were raised, and you know, oftentimes, not always, but you know, research will talk about how people veer from, you know, how they grew up. This is different because the parents aren't necessarily religious, but they didn't necessarily always grow up in a religious home. And so the sort of socialization part is sort of skipping a generation, right? It's sort of, you know, that's why they're going back to the grandparents, right? Who grew up with religion. But I think one of the reasons why it's happening is because prospects are shitty. And so, you know, there's a lot of, you know, social theory that talks about what happens when there's like rapid disconnect from, you know, what was expected or what people expected they were supposed to get out of society, and then what is happening. And those, you know, sort of the expectations and the roles and the shifts are happening at different speeds. And so people are sort of confronted, right? So they'll talk about, you know, anomic strain or something like that. Like, you know, there's strain.
right? And so people are trying to map out what it means. What does it look like for their future? In ways that, that American dream or that sort of dream, that sort of expectation of what we grew up with or what I grew up with isn't necessarily their case, isn't the case for them. So there's a lot of things that are going on socially, economically, religiously. All of that is sort of coming together at this particular time. But it's also born out of the reality that the generation right before them is struggling economically. The marriage rates are slowing down. And so what does that mean for men? What does that mean for boys? What does that mean for family structures, right? All of these sort of expectations that haven't necessarily changed, even though men and women's realities have definitely changed over time, right? And so people are working that out. We see this on a massive level. It's not just sort of one region, but it's happening. This is a generalizable pattern that we can, it's a phenomenon on the earth.
Yeah, a lot of that generation, let's say my generation, having a baby mama wasn't weird, right? It wasn't a weird thing, right? But in that, like the alpha, they think that shit is weird. Like, when you have a child wedlock and stuff, they're like, if you listen to a lot of those young girls and boys, they say, look, man, I ain't trying to be no baby daddy or no baby mama. So I think it's a cultural change, to your point, Brother Messi. And I think it's a beautiful thing. What a time to be alive. Huh? I don't know. Wait, what? I'm just saying, man. I'm tapped in, man.
I don't know about that.
I'm talking about Generation Alpha. I'm not saying, let me get the context. Generation Alpha. Hold on. Generation Alpha. Hold on, Hurricane. Hurricane, hold on, Hurricane, hold on. We're not talking about the 20 years olds, because I know y'all looking at them. Like your mama said, we're talking about 15s and unders. Right? That crew, 16 and under. We're not talking about the people, you work with. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a younger group of folks. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead, you got it.
Wait, Omar, we're talking about, your mama was citing that the people that she see at these events.
Yeah, she said they were younger, and I agree with her. A lot of them are younger.
I'm including people above that, so the 16-year-olds, teenagers, the 20-year-olds, and the 30-year-olds, like the whole.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the 30 years old. They already washed up. I'm talking about these young alphas, these young Generation Alpha. If you need to Google it, Google it. Generation Alpha. Your mama is onto something. Adding on to her point. I'm not talking about a nigga that's 30. I'm not talking about somebody that's 29. I'm talking about a specific time area. 16 and unders. I'm talking about that group.
Right, but I think part of, I don't know, I think you're framing it as something that's beautiful. It is quite troubling, if only because while I can appreciate the children not wanting to replicate particular family structures, for whatever reason, I do think that some of this, it just gives very conservative, it just gives, our parents left us with the iPad and we were on the YouTube, and then we got a hold of particular persons on the internet, and now we're just regurgitating what we heard, and then old men on the internet are going to say that that's a very beautiful thing that we're regurgitating the things that old men on Clubhouse say and berate women with that they don't know every third Wednesday in a relationship room. It's very troubling when you hear young people saying what old people on this app say, if I'm very honest.
Hey, Britt, are you around any Generation Alphas?
What's the age group for Gen Alpha?
I think that's like what, maybe 14 and under, 15 and under.
It's like 10 and under.
Yeah, so no, it's not. It's not.
I'm generally confused right now. I thought the conversation was about, young men of essentially being.
Yeah, but I was adding on, Mel. You can
compartmentalized. I was adding on, okay? You know,
Okay, my bad, Omar, my bad.
So Mel, do you want to direct back to what you were originally talking about?
Sure. So in the article, the article starts off by saying that the share of American men in the labor force reached a record low in March, fueled by baby boomer retirees and young men who are dropping out to study, or because they are disabled or sick. When I read the article, at least, like, it was a little bit concerning how, like, you know, there are a bunch of like conflicting views about this. So, like, some people believe that, you know, this is just the natural way how things are, and like, people are retiring. Others are talking about how the economy is like really crappy, and they don't really they don't know what to do next in their life, essentially. And because they end up leaving a job and then staying around for a while, they kind of feel skilless. To me, at least, I think it's a cause of concern because I don't want, in my mind, like, having so many men, you know, not gainfully employed and doing work in service of others and themselves, to me, creates like a petri dish for, like, you know, weird shit to like grow and like foster. And so, like, I think that the religion and it's like this space that has been created with these like aimless men has allowed for, like, you know, this whole thing about Christianity and religion revival to take place. I agree with you, Mama, in that way. But I think it's going to compound and we're going to get real societal disruption going forward. That's my opinion, at least.
I mean, I did put in the chat that this has been declining for decades. So, you know, pseudoscience that people argue that it may be. Sorry, I always have to troll a little bit. I actually think that's why they're pushing forward with AI. Part of it, pushing forward with AI and the robots, is because we know that not only the labor force, but, you know, we're in decline. People are not having babies as much. The college gap for attendance between men and women is widening. So all of them are not in school. I mean, I don't know. Are they content creators? Are they just being nurtured at home? I have no idea. To Dr. Library Card point, they do blame the male mental health crisis. I think it also coincides with the rise in incels, because I talk about this quite a bit because the data is actually quite fascinating that, like, single women own more homes than single men. It seems like women are entering the workforce, but since we're a service industry versus being agrarian and then the industrial industry, which hasn't been for quite some time. I guess, when did we formally enter the service industry? Will we say like the 70s, the 80s, somewhere around there? A lot of these men used to do the quote unquote macho jobs, right? Like they would go to work in the plants, right? They would go to work at the unions, and now, you know, we outsource a lot of that, or even kind of look at how people look down. I hate to use Clubhouse as a reference, but I will. Look at how people look down on people just working actually average jobs. I will call us into to hating on that, even in this space. You know, we're all bougie and, you know, got money, but we make fun of people. We do. We make fun of people that are working in government. We make fun of people that are working, you know, that are not in academia or not in corporate. And I think that this has taken a toll on a lot of people. And, you know, I mean, I'm certainly too old to be making fun of how somebody makes their money, but you know what? I'm just a bitch sometimes. But I definitely think this all contributes, right? Like, the last thing I'll say is, being from a small town in Louisiana, every time I go back home, where you used to have like a lot of offshore jobs that would keep people, they're having to move further and further out. So I have my little cousins that are in Baton Rouge, they're in New Orleans. They're even going further than like where they used to go, which is like Lake Charles or Lafayette. So they're traveling like hours away to find work, if that makes sense. So I think that this is something that's going to continue, and we're going to see the rise of people like Lamia in this regard, and the incels, because this is definitely hurting young men more in the mental space than it is young women. The data is showing that young women are actually thriving and moving forward, whereas young men are falling backward, which is kind of a weird dynamic if you think about it.
It depends what, I think that's dangerous too, saying that too, reform, because it depends what women are you talking about, you know. I know a lot of times we hear the narrative that, you know, black women are doing X, Y, Z, but the data doesn't say, and I think it's very harmful when we say that, you know, that the women are doing these astonishing things when the numbers actually doesn't show that. But that's all another story.
The data doesn't say what? Like you spoke there.
Like when they say, oh, black women are the most educated women in the United States. That is actually not true. You know, and people run with that on the stages. I've heard Sonny say that 1,000 times. That's not true. Black women are not the most educated people of women on in this country. You have to stop saying that. It's dangerous. It's harmful.
Omar, you have never heard
It's very dangerous.
Omar, like there's nothing wrong with you saying it's not true, but don't say it's
true. It's not true.
Hold on,
you're talking.
Can I finish my sentence? I've never said it.
No, but Reform just said it was true. But she's being falsehood on stage.
Can you acknowledge that? Have you heard me say that?
I said reform, Sonny, reform.
No, you said Sonny.
I'm sorry, I meant to say reform. I meant to say reform. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say reform.
Omar, to be clear, Omar, you don't think, sorry, you do know that like women outperform men and are outperforming men when it comes to educational achievement, right? In general.
You know what I'm saying? How they frame it, they say, well, you know, black women are the most educated group in the country. That's a false statement, you know, that we run with. That's what I'm saying.
Ignoring that, like, there is a real problem about male underperformance in key avenues of attainment. We agree to that, right, Omar?
Yeah, but income does show that, though. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, you got it, though. Go ahead. Did you disagree with me, Mel? No, you disagree with me on the income part? Do you disagree with me on that?
Sorry, when you think like men and more than women?
Absolutely, men. We're not going to do that. Are we going to do that on this stage, really? Come on.
I'm sure that's true in a lot of industries in general across the board, but I'm sure it's going to keep closing as society progresses.
But I think that's the danger we say when we say women are outperforming this and that. That's what white supremacists want you to say that, because it's not true.
No,
we go on these stages and we say that stuff, and it's not true. Let's not say that.
How are we in this room outperforming you?
How is it dangerous and how is it white supremacist when Mel just said, yes, I agree that men currently out-earn, but if things are holding currently with women gains in education and entering into the workforce where they're closing the gap on some of these things, that can change in the future. How is that then being framed as white supremacist rhetoric? And that's what the white supremacists want you to say. And it's harmful.
I say when we say that black women.
That's not what Mel said. That's not what Mel said. No. We're not going to what Reform said. We're not talking about what Reform said.
I didn't say
Hold on. We are talking about what Mel literally just said to you, and then you pivoted. Mel said to it's white supremacist rhetoric and it's dangerous. No, stick to what Mel said. Don't go back to what Reform said. Mel said something specific. You dismissed it as white supremacists.
Yeah,
you need to go back.
It was about reform.
But what Mel said was not about reform.
Yeah, but he said
agree with you as something.
Yeah, he's talking about speculative gains. I can't speak. I'm not Miss Cleo. I can't speak on the future.
She just said if the
I can't speak on speculative stuff. I can't.
Okay, Omar, listen to the question. Saying if the current trends, if it stays at that level, then these lines are going to pass. They're going to cross. It's a fact. And they're asking you what you think.
No, it's not a a fact because it didn't happen yet. So it's not a fact. Stop it.
And she doesn't listen to how she.
It's not a fact.
Never mind. She used specific verbs that.
Yeah, but that's not a fact, though. She said it's a fact.
I'm just saying it hasn't happened.
No, she said it's a fact.
If it goes in the current trends, they will cross. And you know how lines that aren't parallel, at some point they cross, right? Only parallel lines don't ever cross.
Yeah, but
we're not saying when. Never mind. Okay. You just get really.
Y'all is clear. Y'all the future. I'm not
predicting the future. You know how to be proactive. You know how to be proactive. You have to look at trends so that you can mitigate and be proactive. It's the same thing.
I just want.
Listen. It's in the future. Just say you don't want to.
I'm just saying reform gotta stop spilling false stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Spilling false stuff.
It's dangerous.
Okay, 2 seconds. You keep reform. So I'm not with the bullshit when I have these kinds of conversations. I am going to put links in the chat to substantiate what I say. So I did not say black women, but the stat actually gets misstated. It's true that within the demographic, other demographic, black women out-educate black men, are more educated than black men. That is within the demographic. So that data is actually true. People just leave off within the demographic. It does not mean that black women are the most educated, but it means when you compare men to women, white men to white women, Asian men to Asian women, or at least it was, what is that, a couple of years old? I don't track that every day, like I do other things, right? Then black women at that time, when that data was extracted, within the demographics, yes, black women are the most educated in terms of comparisons of other races. Jesus Christ.
That's not true. Now, compared to the Asian one.
True.
Compared to the white woman. Compared to the white woman.
More educated.
Y'all got it.
She just gave us
Don't you have freedom? Because you guys do stuff that's wrong. That's not right. Shit is wrong.
You're not listening. She literally said a specific sample group, and then you said that's not true, and then added a different sample group. That changes the whole equation. What's wrong with you?
He left because he was trolling y'all. I don't know why y'all let him get y'all.
He wasn't trolling. He gets very triggered when that was.
He's not trolling. It's not true. I remember. I'm sorry, Sonny. I remember even looking that up when that was saying, because we all remember when that went around, right? It did the rooms on Clubhouse or whatever little blackmillionaire.com webpage came out with it, and I looked into it, and that's what it said. Maybe it was higher education, maybe it was in college, but that's what I came. So I don't go around saying that, to be perfectly honest, because I can't really see it. But anyway.
Y'all say people in the chat saying he was trolling. What was he trolling about? I didn't hear any troll. What was he trolling about?
Yeah, that's all he does is troll.
No, he's dead ass serious.
He gets in comprehension. Yeah, he gets very triggered about anything that makes it seem like black women are outperforming, anything black men. I don't even like when the conversation goes black women versus black men because it always devolves.
Did I even say black women for him? I don't remember. I really don't.
The conversation was about.
Yeah, I didn't even say black women.
Yeah, the conversation wasn't about that at all. He just brought it up because he felt like it. He is not trolling. He's not trolling. He's very serious about it. He believes it. He does.
He said it's dangerous.
Yeah, he said it's dangerous. Didn't he say it was white supremacy? But anywho, Lending Tree analysis of U.S. Census Bureau data, which this gap is getting bigger. 8.42 million approximately single men own their homes versus 11.14 million homes for single women. I would love to break down the demographics because, of course, I'm black, so I look at black data. But that's a huge gap, especially when you consider that women, we make less.
Yeah,
and we tend to be
the primary caregiver, and we are typically the single parents. Like 2/3 of single parents are women, 1/3 are men. So, I mean, shout out to women. If you're triggered by that statement, then do better. But shout out to women, because that's a damn good number. Just number.
So about this Gen Alpha and religiosity, I'm curious about that. I haven't read about that anywhere. Is there a rise in religiosity among Gen Alpha?
I mean, Omar started making it about Gen Alpha specifically. I really think it's more Gen Z because they're all babies, really. But there definitely is a rise. And when your mom was talking about, it's also why I was talking about this maybe a couple years ago on the app, how Black Gen Z people who are religious are more likely to go to a multiracial, non-denominational church than all the other demographics. It's like this weird new religious movement where it's very unstructured. Like the dudes that be coming in here talking about the Bible. It's like a very unstructured, online, strict, traditional religious movement where they talk a lot about purity, virginity, marriage, those being kind of the pillars of what they do. Like they don't want to have sex until they're married. It's a lot going on.
I mean, it is. I mean, yeah, they are having less sex, right? And they're also, I've noticed this, they do a lot of moralizing as well, to Dr. Library's point.
I think it's really more of a kind of generational rebuttal to women's sexual empowerment, I guess is the term people would use. So when you look at like the way these men, I'm just gonna use that dude who came here the way that they automatically in their mind fixate on quote unquote Jezebel spirits. Yeah, and like the women.
Are you talking about Cypher with the wayward shit?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that conversation yesterday, but I also go to it. You know, I do agree with what Brother Messi was talking about in terms of there are less options for them as well. I think it does come down to that, and also this identity about who are they, right? Who are they not only as individuals, but who are they in society, and where do they belong? I think all of that is a part of it, if that makes sense. You can disagree with me, that's fine.
But we kind of touched on that when we was talking about the Manosphere documentary, how it's bringing the males, that population of males, the religion, that's playing a part in their being obsessed with religion.
Well, then you have to ask the question, why are they obsessed with religion, right? What is going on personally, culturally, societally, that they feel this way? Because that's a question.
What I need from Brother Messi is Oh, sorry, Cherry. I thought.
Oh no, I'm finished. I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Is Brother Messi still here? Oh no, he's not.
No, he had to leave. Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna ask him a specific question, so y'all can go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, let me just say, just because somebody puts the title religion out there doesn't mean that it's the religion that you know. I've heard quite a few people profess, Christianity, they love Jesus and so on this app. And they said Jesus didn't even know about the scriptures. So, I'm just going to say, I don't know what type of religion is going on these days and what type of teaching is happening, but it is not from the good book. It's not from the Bible that I grew up on. A lot of people are, pulling scriptures here, scriptures there, and then concluding with what they think is right. There was a gentleman in here this week, the one that kept calling women Jezebels and so on and whatever. When we started asking him questions in regards to the Bible, he knew nothing about. But he knows everything about a Jezebel and the Jezebel spirit. It's insane to me. So those type of people, I just choose not to have a conversation with, because I don't. If I'm not making a difference, or if I can't make a difference, then what's the need for the conversation? And most of them won't even sit and actually listen, even from a male. He thought it was funny when he thought Bam was dragging the women, but then once he pulled out his flaws, he got upset. So this religion thing that people are following, it is not of God. It just isn't. I'll say from my POV, my point of view. So that's my 3 cents.
Your mama, though, you know what? It just made me. It came to my mind just as you were talking, and First Lady was talking. But remember when we were reading Khalil, that he would be. I mean, it's a book of fiction. It's a work of fiction, but that will be an example of what we see is happening in society, right? This idea of what happens when you have someone, a teenager or a young man, that doesn't feel connected to anything, and then what the material conditions that are completely awful for him, and then how does that turn out? And how does that work? How is it going to play out? And I think your mama, to her earlier point, she has every right to be concerned about how dangerous that could be.
They're always able to quote in scripture to justify the way that they feel, especially towards women. So I don't see how it's not religious.
But it's not just the religious. It's not just the religious. The religious is the conduit, if that makes sense. What brings them to that point is a question. How did they get there? Why did they turn to that particular, whatever the belief that they believe in the first place? That's the thing that's missing. When we don't pay attention to their needs, their mental health, their material condition, all of the family structure that is completely broken. It is an oversimplification to talk about its religion to that extent when there are a lot of moving parts to it. Okay, I'm done.
Well, I think they get there by ordering Uber Eats every day. And then a woman at home to cook it. I'm just saying.
They can afford Uber Eats, First Lady. They're the ones that are doing Uber Eats. Which Christian was that hollering at people?
That was me calling this lady who thinks if she touched this car, y'all.
Your mama, I'm joking. That's me. That's why I don't carry my gun, because I would be Brandison that bitch, motherfucker. Like, we are going to take some.
I wish y'all could see. It's nowhere for this lady to go. Nowhere.
Right.
Everybody is stuck. Everybody's stuck. And she's still itching her beat up piece of car.
See, I just want to say to that comment, a lot of people think that Christians aren't without sin. And what is sin? Right? So, if I call somebody a bitch, that doesn't mean that I don't love Jesus. It just means I may have fallen short. For a moment.
You're having a moment.
Exactly.
There you go.
But that don't mean that I'm not a follower of Christ.
First lady, you should know better than to take any of my comments seriously.
Oh, no. I know you was trolling your mama. I'm just saying, but there is this stigma because I grew up in it. If you did one little thing wrong, then you were cast into the lake of fire. And the God I serve, his son said, no condemnation. Huh? So, these earthly people with their meat suits go around judging people. And I think that is part of the reason why so many people got away from this church thing. Notice I said church. And kind of put religion on the back burner. And now we have this new uprising, which I think is good if they're going to be teaching right. But if they still ain't got to teach them right, and you're still not teaching people correctly, I think it's all a waste. Because then you really think that you got these people who think that they're self-righteous, and then they can go around pointing the finger at everybody else and trying to hold them accountable for the stuff that they doing to damn selves. So, that's where we are. And I think it just causes a lot of, why does this computer keep doing this? It's causing the confusion that we have in today's society. The applications, I know.
I used to argue a lot about scripture when I was a little girl. Because I remember, the story of Job is actually terrifying. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah, my God, the angels wanted to the men of the town wanted to have relations with the angels, and he gave them his virgin daughter. And I was like, what in the fuck is that? But anyway, that Old Testament, I was like, hell no. Do y'all remember that story? Because one of those creatures that had to read the Bible from cover to cover when I was probably a child, the Bible is horrific. I guess if you're not seasoned in the words.
You reading from a children's Bible?
Oh, I don't know. They couldn't tell me no. I read Roots when I was 9. So I was like, holy shit. So there is a story in the Bible about there's a whore, and they cut up her body and send a part of her body to each of the tribes of Israel. Has anybody read that?
Are you talking about Judges 19?
What the fuck is that?
Is that correct?
I don't even remember what it is, Miss Sherry, because I was just like, you know what? This shit is scary. When the ladies had their cycles, they had to sit outside the temple. I was like, fuck that. So, I was questioning everybody. Are we really having a piece of Christ? How does Christ know my thoughts? They were like, please just go to catechism and leave us alone.
I can't believe, at your school, y'all were reading the stories from that adult.
Oh, no, this wasn't at school. This was
a child that was left with her great grandparents in the country that let me do whatever the fuck I want. So, Spinoza, the tribe of Benjamin. Yes, like, what did she do? Why did they cut her body up? No, actually, it's not about gay people, but it's, and then when you think the name is sodomy, I was like, oh shit, Sodom and gonorrhea. I also went to Catholic school, y'all, so, you know, we were some bad kids. We used to call it sodomy and gonorrhea. Did anybody else do that? No? Okay. Send your kids to Catholic school. I'm warning you.
That shit is crazy. Exactly.
We're the biggest heathens. I'm just saying.
Listen to her tonight.
Maybe it was those nuns, but I'm just telling y'all that is what we used to call it. Anyway. Well, this is what happens when you push your kids to me. Sorry.
You were really scarred by Joe because you mentioned this. I talked about this before, and I was like,
yes, because I'm like, how the fuck you kill all his kids and shit? You know what I'm saying? I'm the oldest child. I'm like, what? So God just gonna take me away because of fucked up shit you did, mama? And she was like, get away from me. Get away from me. And I was like, God damn, mama, like, did you ask for forgiveness today? Because Jesus might come and be like, fuck Mickey, you gonna have another baby. Yeah, that shit traumatized me. I just realizing what a menace I was as a child. You know what? I must have really been loved, y'all. I mean, but that's the thing, Miss Sherry. No one actually reads the Bible. They quote scriptures. And as a child who loves to read, like your mama, you probably, Dr. Library Card, right? You guys are avid readers. I read the Bible because it killed me. It's like somebody referencing a paragraph, you know what I'm saying, like out of a play. Where's the fuck is the context? So, yeah, I read the Bible. You know how many few people actually read the Bible? They just quote scriptures. And then, you know how the Bible, like, literally, and I'll hush, because this is, like, seriously my rabbit hole. I have conversations with the Lord all the time about this. He doesn't respond, but still. I'm like, do y'all know how many times in the Bible that it contradicts his damn self? It's maddening. In some places it says, if you desire something, you know, you just ask the Lord and it shall be granted to you. Then it says you have to pray without ceasing for that. Then it says the Lord, and I'm like, you know what, Jesus, I'm confused. Old Testament, New Testament, you know what, just, anyway. But, hallelujah and all that. Plus, I grew up Catholic, so I think that's my excuse for everything. I grew up Catholic. Glenn, really? Yeah, Mr. Spinoza. I'm going to look that up again, because that seriously traumatized me. I was like, plus women were not really treated well in the Bible, like especially the Old or the New Testament. And I was like, what? Really? Bride of Christ, what? Whatever. And yes, I did the whole thing when I was a freshman. Like, am I really an atheist? Am I agnostic? No, I'm not either. I'm just probably skeptical of old stories that can't be corroborated. That's all. But I do agree with First Lady. I don't think that the hellfire and brimstone version of God that we have been told as children, you know, was the one, right? I don't think that. I don't think that view is, now that I'm older and developed my own relationship with Christ, different than what I was taught and indoctrinated to as a good Southern, you know, Southern young lady. Yeah, I reject all of that shit. And why the fuck did they traumatize us like that? Like, seriously, for no good goddamn reason. Anyway, thank you for listening to my
They didn't traumatize you enough because you will let GD slide out your mouth once every 3 minutes.
Well, I put in the chat, Sunday, so my great-grandparents were very genteel. I never heard them curse. I never even heard her raise her voice. That was both of my great-grandparents. But my grandmother, my mother's grandmother, oh, Lord, she would cuss you out in multiple languages. And a lot of my aunts. It was like a age demographic.
Same.
Over 60.
Grandmothers.
Yes. Oh, go ahead, Butter. Yeah.
Same. I'm just saying. I experienced the same thing. My mom. She had to be. I can count on one hand the number of times I've heard her say "damn." My father. I don't think I've ever heard him. I don't remember ever hearing him say a bad word. But my mother's mother, she had words for you. I never met my great grandmother, but my grandmother on my father's side was a socialite, so she never really came out of character too much. I can't remember. She may have cussed maybe one time that I recall. But no, my grandmother on my mother's side, her mouth was something. I mean, it wasn't like she wasn't a potty mouth, but if she was angry, she did not miss her words. And she did, she would cuss you out. And she was 4'10". So I can relate to what you're saying.
I wasn't allowed to cuss as a child, though. I mean, this is probably hard to believe, but I really believed in the covenant, and I was hella religious. I mean, I was this, like, goofy little, I don't know shit conservative. I was on the pro-life committee. I was the chaplain for my dorm. I didn't believe in sex before marriage. I prayed every day. I went to church. I was, I took religion very seriously until you kind of grow up and, put away childish things. In my family, you're pretty much indoctrinated until you're about 25. I'm just saying. You're on autopilot for the most part. So. Yes, Hurricane. I cuss now a lot.
Can I just say one thing? Is Sunny there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is Sunny there?
Yeah.
Sunny, you know I wouldn't interrupt you to try to hush you. Don't do that. But if you think I did, I apologize, okay?
Aww. Thank you.
I'm so happy.
Wait, that was the wrong emoji.
I was just going to say, we're all indoctrinated as children. There's nothing special about it. We all get that stuff. We're told a bunch of things, and then when we become older, we decide to do our own things. What happens?
Oh, I know. I'm just saying, like, did you have sex before marriage?
You know she did.
No, I don't. Because she got married young, didn't you, the first time?
No. I was engaged, though, and I was 18, or almost, like, literally days away from being 18, and I was engaged. I had a little Walmart diamond ring on my finger.
So when you married your first husband, not first husband, when you married your husband, that was the only person you were with?
Oh, no. I got over that quickly in college.
I mean, when y'all got married. Oh, you didn't, that's not who you married?
No. That was my high school sweetheart. Yes. No, that was my high school sweetheart. And then his family was uber religious. This is funny, but I'm always telling my business. His family was uber religious. So when I was married, I was the perfect little, so what was it? I went to a Kojic church for the first time. Oh, Lord Jesus.
Imagine being Catholic all your life and then going to a Kojic church in your mid-20s with your husband and your children.
You raised your boys in the church?
Yeah. Not as much as I was, but they had their little Bibles, and we did, catechism, and summer daycare was the church's daycare, and then they would go to church. Yeah, it was a culture shock. Spinoza, I didn't know what the fuck Kojic meant. I never even heard. Now I can say it. Church of God in Christ. Church of God, yeah. Church of God in Christ. Yeah. So the boys did like all the activities, and they're still pretty religious, I would say, to this day. But they'll go to church with their dad or my mom or their grandfather. I have not been as good of a church Christian, Sunny. I do listen on Facebook, do tithe via Cash App. I'm just saying. Shout out to Facebook Lives. Shout out to COVID for us learning about listening to church services in your bed and your pajamas.
I read something recently about the way in which online platforms have transformed the way we get, the way in which we church. I thought it was interesting.
Can you send it to me, your mama?
So it's in a book that costs. I mean, it's in a book. It's an article in a book. So I can give you the name of the book if you want.
Okay, thank you.
It's just interesting because I don't put too much stock into the way social media platforms condition us to socialize, because I need some, I say this all the time, so don't take it the wrong way, but I need to press the flesh a little bit sometimes. And so I don't take too much stock into like how people talk about the changing of the behavior. But online platforms have really changed the behavior. The way in which previously people had to go to a place, a location to gather. People, and particularly as in COVID, conditioned a lot of people to do this, to not do that. So now you don't even have to tune in on Sunday or whenever your services were. You could tune in, 2 days later and still hear the same thing that people heard on Sunday. And also, I think it's changed the way in which we think about like service, how we give of ourselves to the community, because we're not always, not everybody, but a lot of people feel like they don't, because they're not going to the place, they don't really have to do the service part of being, of having a belief system that requires you to tend to the least of these. So I think it's just interesting. And so you bring up an interesting point about how you can feel like you're still doing the same thing. I don't know if it's the same. I think it's different. I think it's a different experience.
Somebody from the Matrix. Is that your mom is still talking?
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, it's interesting. I've been studying this trend or this space probably since like 2010, and seeing the evolution of like worship and outreach and growing, using online and digital tools to bring people in the house, and then how that changed. And when we first went into COVID, I was already the online ministry leader for my church. I've been the online ministry leader for my church for like 5 years, something like that. And because of what we were able to do during that time period, prior to, we were best set up to figure out what to do when the churches went in lockdown and couldn't bring people into the actual building.
And a lot of churches that were not ready reached out to my pastor at the time, and we kind of had to like put together a little task force that helped these churches. And so I kind of monitor them from afar now. And like the worship service has changed, the amount of money that they put into like staging, lighting, and things like that. Not for the people that are coming to the church, so that it looks a certain way online. And how they have specific ministries now just for their long distance virtual members. Like, I mean, every aspect they had to think about. Well, what does that look like online? What does that look like if you're not here in the city limits or whatever? You know, like even from a giving standpoint, from a tithe standpoint, from a communion standpoint, like they've had to figure all of this out. And which is more important, having butts in the pews or having viewership, and what percentage of the viewership? Like businesses spawned up during that COVID period, trying to help churches figure it out. So it's a very interesting space.
Yeah, it's definitely different, and I do appreciate it because I mean, y'all, I'm in Houston, so you also have like who is that man? Joel Osteen. I have never liked the prosperity preachers. Now, my mother will listen to. My mother listens to. Oh shoot, what is his name? He's in Dallas. Not. Are you a child, Micro Pepe?
Ma'am, I'm trying to get 25 those. TD Jakes, girl.
No, not TD Jakes. The other one. He did Dry Bones. He has the Afro fro.
Oh, the brother.
Dry Bones in the Valley. He did the Dry Bones in the Valley. Oh man, it'll come to me. But you name that other one, Penny. Do you know your mama who I'm talking about?
I don't.
Creflo. No, not Creflo. I hate Creflo. Not Creflo. My mother used to listen to Creflo.
The one who left this church out of suddenly recently?
I can't remember. Not Jasper Williams. God damn, I didn't realize how many of these pastors were in Atlanta and Dallas. I'll think about it. I can't stand Creflo Dollar. My mother listens to Hagee. I don't know if anybody listens to
Williams.
John Hagee. No.
I thought he died. I thought he died.
I just Googled it, so I just was, because I don't know who's coming.
No, I'm talking about John Hagee. I'm sorry, Penny.
Is he finally dead? Because they would go to San Antonio to listen to Hagee. And I was like, Mama. So my mother is a YouTube, she listens to this really popular Asian preacher too. I also listen to, what is her name? Joyce Meyer. I forgot my original point. Oh, I was going to say, what's his name? Joel Osteen. I've never liked Joel Osteen. There's either like the prosperity preachers like Creflo Dollar that tell everybody that you're going to be a millionaire, or there's the ones that just tell you that Jesus loves you and he wants what's best for you. Have a beautiful day. Like Joel Osteen, right? I can't listen to that. I need some hellfire and brimstone. I need to hear that I'm going to go to hell every once in a while.
I thought you didn't like Sodomy and Gomorrah.
I don't, but I need it because you see how mean I am, your mama. I've been asking Jesus to help me my whole life. My sister says, I'm surprised ain't nobody beat your ass.
That's an interesting observation. How your relationship and introduction to Christianity, faith, Jesus, and the Bible, that is very similar to your interactions on Clubhouse. You saying that what you need and how violent that was. I think there's some type of through line there. No.
Oh yeah, no, I am fully indoctrinated. Like, I am kind. I'm not nice, if that makes sense. Oh, I've done all therapy and all that. But yeah, I'm not like a sociopath or a psychopath. Did anybody else wonder that when they were a teenager? Just me?
No, but what I meant was, I'm just saying, like my relationship and memories with the church experience is different. Like it wasn't fear that to force me to do things. Like so, I don't know. I feel like and you say you need that in your service in order for you to feel like you are full. When you go to church?
No, not that I'm full. It's just that when you really, so we can have this conversation, when you really get into scripture, the most blessed people that I know, I mean, like, just like, my God, like, just tears will come to your eyes. They just lay hands on you and pray for you. They are not the wealthiest. They are not people that have, they're the people that have made, like, extreme sacrifices. So I don't like things that are not what scripture says. I also need somebody that actually does like a Bible-based teaching. You know what I'm saying? Almost like, and I prefer the lecture style of a pastor, if that makes sense. I don't like the, and Jesus, and he said, I don't know, you're going to miss me. I like more of a lecture style, like break it down. I have my concordance, I have my Bible, right? You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a history lesson, because, like, read the scripture and do the interpretation and then have the discussion. That's what I like. Almost like like I said, it's almost like a college class or something. So that's what appeals to me. So just reading the scriptures that, have a beautiful day, I know that that's not necessarily the core of the Bible, right? The point is to get to heaven, and we are going to have trials and tribulations along the way. The Bible never says that anybody just had a wonderful, happy life for the rest of their days, and that you're, what is it? We fight against principalities, like, so yeah, I need to hear some hellfire and brimstone. I know that Jesus is real, but I know that Satan is real too. So you can't just tell somebody like me, just go out and have a good day and bless you, my child. This shit ain't gonna work.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's like it's like the glass half empty, glass half full. Like, give me the keys to the kingdom. Show me that hack. Show me that path. Don't tell me what to do if I want to go to hell. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at it when I'm looking for preachers and sermons. Like, give me the guide to where I need to go. Don't tell me about the guide if I don't go that way. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I understand. But that's also why I don't like Joel Osteen. Plus, when his mother used to shop at the same place that I was. I think they called her Dodie. She was very, very sweet. But the stories I heard about that other one, and then when he didn't open his church to during that hurricane, I just really lost all respect for Joel Osteen, to be perfectly honest. And I mean, his church is hugely popular. It's where the summit was. I worked in Plaza, so I literally could have walked there. But or compact, whatever they call it now. But yeah, that just kind of, I just don't like pastors. I call them motivational speakers, like Joel Osteen. I don't know. I just,
I'd like to make a contribution if I could.
Get in there, Michael.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, to reform, so the thing is, and this is, we all have our interpretations, right? But so the way that, like, that I kind of perceive it with the New Testament, so you don't necessarily need, well, I mean, you can need what you need, but I'm saying, but the brimstone and hellfire, like, you going to hell, like, the stuff
expertise for this, right? I feel like it's not necessarily fear, but we are taught to fear our parents. So when we look at like the etymology of that word, what does that mean, right? Because we are taught to fear the Lord, right? We're taught to praise God, but we're also taught to fear Him, right? So I think it's like, what does that mean of the manifestation of that fear? Like, how does that come to fruition? So I don't think that it's scaring people to show them the reality, because you also have to remember, Michael, I mean, and I would love to hear how everyone else worships, because I'm not the best example, but I am a very logical creature. I have been since birth. So it has to make sense to me, right? And a lot of people actually learn about the church that way. There are a lot of practical people that were not indoctrinated into the church or into God or to Christ that actually reject religion because it just doesn't make sense to them. And I don't think that organized religion makes sense to a lot of people because it's organized religion, right? I remember as a little girl going to my first Baptist church in Houston, because I grew up Catholic. Everybody was Catholic. We went to Baptist churches, but just for like vacation Bible school, or if somebody got married or something, or if I was like spending the night with a cousin or a friend. And I remember there, I've said this before on this app, but there was a chair that looked like a king's chair, because I love to read and I knew what that was. I remember it was just, perched up on the dais, and there were two nurses on the side of him in all white uniforms with their little caps. These were Black women, but they were fanning him. And I remember they did a altar call. Well, they didn't call it an altar, call for the children, because it was like August or something and school was about to start. And I was probably like 9 or 10, 11, 12, I don't know. But my mom was trying to pinch me to go up there because we were visiting with somebody. And they were looking at me like, oh, go up there and get blessed. And I was like, no, mama. Like, he's got nurses. He's literally sitting on a fucking throne. Like, I rejected that shit at an early age because I was like, there ain't nothing in the Bible that says that this man should be sitting on no goddamn altar, like on a throne. It literally looked like a damn throne. And I was like, yeah, you're not going to bless me. So, anywho.
So let me say that. So, if reads like teaching, and it is ministry, it's just they live like paupers. The Pharisees were doing the stuff that you see, all this like close the door, or like before I get my tithe, or like come up and give me love offering. Like Jesus, they didn't do any of that. If you just sort of follow, and I'm not saying for anybody, I'm not trying to convert anybody, I'm just saying just from a logical standpoint, if you look at the teachings of Jesus, they're pretty much straightforward. It's not a lot of like hullabaloo and all kind of like all this stuff combined with that. I was going to say the fear portion, I think in Romans, at some point it talks about that who should you fear more, essentially, someone that can take your body, or someone that basically is going to have your soul. So there's always a fear of God, because what we do, like if this, I believe that we're spiritual beings, right? Like somebody said meat sacks earlier. I don't know if that was you, Mickey, or not, but I'm just saying the fact that we're literally spirits that inhabit like what we're in right now. And if you see somebody that's passed, like a relative, and you feel that connection in their lives, when you see them in their past, there's nothing there. Like the what was there, the essence of them has gone and exited. Saying all that to say that is the fear. Like basically, for this life, we put too much in this life. So if the people like in the Epstein regime or whatever, the way they're behaving, all this life, so they just do whatever they do in this life. But I'm saying if there's something after this life, then if they're judged for that, then that's not gonna be a good outcome for them. If you think about like the spirit living eternally, or if it's reincarnation or whatever it might be, but karmically, you're putting down stuff that you're gonna get back at some point.
Yeah, but see, when you're little, you can tell people that for every, like I used to believe in God so much as a child that I said if I ever uttered like a curse word, God would punish me with a sibling. And I swore to goodness, at least I remember it, that I stubbed my toe or something and I said, damn. And then my mom called and said I was having a baby brother. So that's how much that I had a healthy knowledge of God, but it was based on, I was a child. It had never been tested, you know. I went to church, I was coddled, I was privileged, I was just, you know, this little happy-go-lucky playing little person out in the meadow with my cousins. I didn't know whatever. So, I mean, I don't know, but I learned very early that, you know, that whole, like, the wicked shall be punished, like, that's some bullshit, Michael. Like, come on. What is punishment exactly? So, and I, like I said, I used to, yeah, like, what does that even mean? Like, and I honestly think, just to pivot away from me, that is why we're losing so many people to the church, because you cannot just throw empty scriptures at people that don't really reference their reality and their current framework. People are suffering. They don't want to hear no shit about you're going to get your gold in heaven later. Ain't nobody want to hear that. They want food on the table. They want a job. They want to be able to take care of their families. They don't want to hear, you know, your heaven will come. No.
I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm more or less talking about like your eternal. So if you believe that your spirit is gonna go on and it's not gonna be black when we all die, it's just gonna be nothing. Saying that to say that like when the whole thing about the 40 days, 40 nights, like the whole thing where the devil, Jesus, then again, we're just talking about it's stuff, right? So if you believe, you believe. If you don't, you don't. You have to walk by faith, not by sight. All that, but just saying the story in the Bible about where the devil took Jesus out, tried to tempt him, took him up on a mountaintop, said all these kingdoms of the world can be yours if you just bow down before me. Saying that to say that this world, if you look at like the Roman like Caligula, if you look at like what the Spartans did, what Alexander, all this stuff throughout the world, this world is an evil place. Like this world might be hell or whatever. I'm just saying that to say that with the way the world has always been like that, and it's always going to be like that. It's just, but what faith in God or faith in something gives you the ability to treat people, to love each other. Like you still got to go out here and get your money, but it's like you don't have to get your money. It's like where you're hurting people. Like you don't have to be like a healthcare company where it's like you insure the people, you have the doctors, you have the pharmacy, and you have your stockholders, and you're like so you're profiting off of people getting sick. Like that's demonic shit. You can go out here and like have your business, help people, do what you do, and still make your money and live and thrive in this society, but you don't have to do demonic and evil shit while you're here. To me, it's just all about like this life. We put too much on this. We literally get like, if you like you get 100 years. Some people live more than 100. Like you get your 80 to 100 years on this planet, and then you're off planet. If you think about like if you believe that that's all you get, then it's like then go for it. Like this, go all out. Like do like treat people like shit. Like this, get your money, do what you gotta do, backstab, kill, lie, cheat, whatever you gotta do. If you believe that, if you believe there's something more after this, then you might want to watch how you like move. And I'm saying this for anybody, not just the way you treat people. If you believe in the universe, if you do reciprocity and karma, like the reincarnation, if you believe you're gonna come back to something, like it's best to like try to basically make sure that you're spiritually doing good while you have this time, you know, in this body.
Anybody else's comments? I mean,
what y'all talking about?
I don't know.
I'll comment. What you talking about? I need to know. Brother Messi, what should I comment on?
I got a comment. I couldn't get back to my phone.
I'm just going to say I am sorry.
Sorry to cut you off.
Blaming me. I've gotten back channels. Hold on a second, brother. 1 second. I'm getting back channels. I mean, people in the goo. I am sorry that I brought religion up. I am sorry.
She ain't getting no back channel.
I did. You want me to read it to you? I got 2 back channels.
No, please read it, because this concept of back channeling about a Clubhouse app that we're on, because we know we have other shit to do.
They blaming me that we are down the Christian rabbit hole. The people in the group blaming me that we are down a Christian, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. You know, I am unsuccessful. I'm an unsuccessful play with men sometimes.
I mean, we never have these conversations, honestly. I wish, remember like in the old social rooms where we just had conversations and nobody was really like being a butthead and we weren't being passive aggressive because we pretty much didn't integrate with people we didn't like for the most part. I kind of miss those conversations, y'all.
We literally have a Bible conversation every day.
But is it Brooklyn that DM'd you? I mean, back to.
See, this is the thing, Brooklyn. I never talked about the Bible. I actually
wasn't even talking about you in particular. I'm just saying every day we talk about church.
Can you let me just clear my conscience, Brooklyn? Can you just let me? I promise y'all, I rarely even talk about. I don't even know what's in that thing. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't. I'm not. Hurricane understands. He reads. He knows. I did not mean to do this. I'm sorry. Okay, Brooklyn, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm used to it at this point. Y'all always take me to church, and I'm still not convinced, but whatever.
Was it a guy that said, was that Paco?
Yeah, was it you, your mama, that brought up the point earlier about this new generation being more religious?
Yes, that's all I said earlier. I never brought up a Bible. I never brought up a Bible verse. Yes, Paco, I said that.
Yeah, I was going to comment earlier, but I was busy. Man, I'm free now. I went on a date a couple weeks ago with this woman, and she would nag me, like, I don't know, a lot to go to church with her. So I did, okay. I finally did. I was really religious when I was younger, but I left church in my mid-20s. So I went with her to her church. Well, it's not a church. They don't call it a church anymore. It's a community. It's not a church. But I go there, Life House or Life Point. I can't remember what the name of the church is. But whenever I was little, I remember church being something sacred, something like a reverence, something that you respect. Something that, you go and there's discipline, there's like structure. But this church, and if this is what they mean by religious, like this new generation, then we're cooked, because that shit is fake. The kids that were going there, because it's mostly like Gen Z and Gen Alpha, I mean, they show up in fucking gym clothes with flip-flops, tank tops. If I showed up that way to church, my mom would probably beat my ass. And there's really no structure. Like, there's no in-book. There is no, like, morning service to study the devotional, the weekly Sabbath school that you're supposed to have, right? You're supposed to study this through the week, and then in the morning, you're supposed to go over this devotional. And then there's, like, the intermission, and then there's the eating service, right? Or the 11 to noon service. There's none of that there. They show up. It's a rock concert because they get up there with like these guitars and band instruments, and they listen to music for like 40 minutes. And then this guy comes up, he's probably my age or younger, and he's wearing tennis shoes. This is the pastor. He goes up and he reads the one verse. I remember it was Joshua, was it 24, where he says, "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." And then that's the only verse he reads. He doesn't give an exegesis at all. There's no like inductive Bible study. He doesn't explain the verse. He gives no concept at all. He just starts talking about his life and just his life stories, like anecdotes. And then that's it. But whenever they're there and they're standing and they're listening to the music, some of them are crying, like they have their hands up and they're waving. But it's like, it's so fake. It's so superficial. So if this is the new generation and they're super religious, well, it's fake, because they're like that kid that came in, the young man that came in yesterday. When Ben asked him a really simple question, there's 12 minor prophets, and he couldn't name 4, because they know nothing. They don't actually study the Bible. But yeah, that's my comment.
See, y'all stop what y'all saying about Jesus in the chat, because even as a heathen, I would never go that far. That's just
leave the chat in the chat. Leave the chat in the.
No, I respect other people's religions because,
also mentioned that I went to a revival. And what your response is to this is actually not really what, like, it's kind of off because it doesn't get, it's not about what you're talking about, Michael. It's about the zeal that is within these people's eyes, the leaders that are leading them, the way in which they're talking about purity among young girls, the way that they are committed to a thing that I don't know what they're committed to. That's what we were talking about earlier. And I don't want people to get caught up in that we're saying that you got to dress a certain way to go to a church. That is not what we're talking about. I think that's what Paco was feeling like that something was fundamentally wrong with the church's theology. That's what he's talking about. The sort of theological underpinnings that guide and sort of give you a sense of where you are, a sense of belonging. That's what he's talking about. We're not talking about what's in Scripture. Nobody brought up Scripture until they started talking about their own personal beliefs. This movement that we're talking about, you guys could go find out for yourself. There are plenty. In fact, Fox News has done several segments on it. You can go find out for yourself. You don't have to listen to what I'm saying. But what we're talking about is we're not disparaging people going to church. It's a specific worldview that is happening among young people. And I'm not talking about 25-year-olds or 30-year-olds. I'm talking about 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds. And they're being led by white men who have faith, who wear Jordans. And I'm not saying that to pick out any specific thing, but it's like a cultural piece that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you can't wear Jordans to church. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about sort of this sort of feel of
if you're Michael, if you're a visitor and you're going to the church first time and you're wearing gym clothes or whatever, I would understand. But if you're an active member of the church, or at least this is how I was raised, if you're an active member of the church and you're a Christian, you've decided to be a Christian, you're not dressing up nice to please everyone around you. It's because you're going to supposedly a sacred place. You're going to be in the presence of God, and so you have to give God your best. The clothes that I would wear to church cost more than the clothes I would wear to school or anywhere else.
So your mama to your
I'm gonna leave it alone since I was off. But I get you.
leave it alone.
Oh, go ahead.
To your point, that's why when you mentioned it earlier, I said, and I know y'all probably gonna hate me for saying it, but mention the documentary that we watched about the manosphere. A lot of those things are being pushed to the religious aspect of it because there's a clear hate for feminism and the freedoms that women have experienced in the past couple of years. And because of that, they're able to get the young boys in and preach certain things to them so they can that hate towards the lady population.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you, Brooklyn, about that. I do think there is some. This is what scares me. There is some overlap, and the reason why it scares me is because I don't know their politics. Why do I say that? Because technically, what we say all the time is younger people are more liberal. That's what we say. But in this new sort of like movement, cultural shift, whatever, it seems like there's a lot of overlap. Like one of the things I heard when I was visiting this revival was the older guys that were sort of like coaching these young kids. I would call them sort of like ministers, right? They were very much talking about the P word. I ain't talking about pussy. I'm talking about pornography. And sort of like this sort of chastising these young boys about being obsessed with pornography. And I didn't even know it was an obsession. I mean, I didn't know. So I'm just saying what I see a lot of the things that we see politically, and what the conversations that we're hearing politically I'm seeing that in these younger people, and they're being shaped, and I'm gonna say groomed, and I don't mean it in a sexual way, by people who I believe might be what Brooklyn is talking about. I don't know. That's the fear, right? I mean, if you go, you'll feel like, oh my God, these kids. At first, I was like, well, oh my God, how many kids are there? This is absolutely amazing. And then when they started standing up and like throwing up their hands, I was wanting to duck because it made me nervous. So I mean, I don't know. This ain't about nobody reading nobody. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just talking about.
I see what you mean, though. I see it. It's a lot of people Bible quoting, and it's for the shame. It's for the shame specifically towards women. And somehow they've been able to pull certain scriptures to justify the hate towards these women and blaming them. Eve.
No, it's because you remember.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, I didn't even know that was in London. Do you know that I thought that was in Germany?
I'm pretty. Okay, how are you going?
If you shut your mic, why would I shut my mic? This is not because you're not the IRGC. Why would I shut my mic? Yes, because you're a piece of shit Zionist. That's why you. Well, what does Zionism have to do with this? This is about Islamic genocide. What does that? Yes, we haven't even discussed Zionism. What does Zionism? But the Palestinians are still alive. No, you are a fucking genocide. Okay, how am I genocide? But we're talking about your lack of electricity in the world. It's a lack of humanity on the fucking genocide of Israeli fucking. So I think you have a. No, I think you guys slaughter your own people. We don't slaughter our own people. We don't have Hezbollah. You don't waste your time with this moron. This is a fucking genocidal person that obviously come on up. I read it, so I study to see this guy is an idiot as usual.
Gene, he's a fucking
I don't. It's a Scottish room. I have to respect it, but after he's getting too much. Sometimes it's good to other people they see it. He shows his true face. We all know.
I know.
We all know.
I've already chased him away once, and he just. Yeah, I hope you're okay. I learned something in Farsi.
You learned something in Farsi?
Yeah, my colleague, one of my colleagues, he's from Iran.
I see.
And then as a teach me something. It's actually I find it easier. I find it easier to pronounce the Arabic. Arabic, I struggle. The pronunciation of Arabic, oh my God, Jesus help me. I need God on myself. But Farsi is not too bad. It's actually manageable.
Yeah, what was the word that you learned?
Doset daram.
Oh.
You understand? That's not you, Julia.
Yes, that's a good one. You pronounce it perfectly. Hey, Sky, welcome in, brother. Hey, Sky.
Hi.
Hello, Michelle.
Hello, where the hell have you been? Have you hiding in Scotland or?
I've been working.
Just working hard.
I know.
You need to open more rooms, more time. Scotty, you need to open, come up when you get a chance, of course, when you get a chance. Yeah, I've got a bit more time on my hands now, so I'm coming back on a bit more regular, so I will do that. Have you been Scotty?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Did you just have El Nono in this room?
No, that fucking
did.
Yeah, what a fucking Nazi. What a Nazi.
Well, don't even put Nazi. I don't think Nazi was that bad. I think Jews are
poverty and breaking every generational curse off your life. That's what the church is doing.
Okay, well,
with holy hands, and that's what, just look up Pastor Miles Monroe. I promise you.
Well, just like my pastor says, let's put a pin right there and wrangle out the rest of the conversation. Okay, thank you, your mama. So I'm sorry, I know who that is. I had the Purpose-Driven Life in the leather-bound journal, too. So I see what you were explaining. But haven't the evangelicals always been a little cuckoo? Aren't these the same people that substantiated slavery? Like, do we really think they've changed that much? Haven't they always also used it, like, to kind of affirm the racial divide? Like, I don't know. They've just always given me the heebie-jeebies. You know, like, very cultish, very... But getting young people in, I think that this is an interesting phenomenon.
I was just going to say to your mama's point about it being political, if anybody hasn't been paying attention to Peter Thiel has been, that is the primary, like his primary like mission, and he is talking heavily about the Antichrist and Armageddon and how it ties into politics and some of the decisions that are being made. And so if there's anybody that I would consider pulling the strings, that like in the evangelical space and its convergence, like where converges with politics, Peter Thiel is the puppet master.
I mean, I'm still gonna say I don't think religion and politics have ever really parted. I know Scripture says, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, but I mean, wasn't religion responsible for, I guess, the quote-unquote pseudo-moral aspects of the country? Like, in putting in God we trust on currency, which is kind of like an assault, right? Like, that's actually kind of hypocritical when you think about it. But I don't want to take the conversation a different way.
Yeah, I just think the reason that, I'll speak for myself, the reason that I was responding that it's not about these things people are saying, like this is just what religion is and the church is, Christianity is. These people are not using those things as a tool. Like, they're not studying the Bible and using that to make claims. When y'all are saying, like, the Bible is evil and it's talking about this, like, your mom finally put like a clip in the chat from Fox News. These people are literally just, it is, I would say, cult-like, but not in the way that they have like a doctrine that they believe fiercely in. It's more so just like an incredible amount of excitement that they have to be, I would describe it as kind of like a social relationship to the church without any real religion in it. But it's like, because it's so parasocial, when you see these like revival ceremonies, or when you see them go to the like non-denominational multicultural church, it's not rooted in any real values other than purity. Like, there's no real scripture or any of these things y'all are bringing up and saying this is how it's always been. It's none of that is in it.
Yeah, it's like a swell of enthusiasm, and if you're around it, it almost like for them it becomes contagious. You see all these people in this trance, And then, like, if you're in it long enough, you're now entranced by, you know, what you feel around you.
So is it your mama? I guess I just have to listen to it because it sounds like it is like revival. Because you know how like revival was different from regular service? Like, you know, is it more like Pentecostal?
It's not like, see, I think the problem is, in order for you all to try to visualize it, you want to associate it with something from that you've experienced in your own religious encounters. And that's what's making it hard for you to see that it's different. But if you could think of like the energy, I'm giving examples of the energy in like large spaces. So put the religion to the side. If you've ever been to like a rally and the energy that when the crowd kind of gets before the speaker comes out, maybe at a concert, like, because it's like the draw is the experience, like feeling like a ride or a rush or something.
Great way to put it, Janice.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like you're in a concert hall and you see somebody doing the wave.
It has nothing to do with the Bible, Corinthians, blah blah blah.
That's all a facade. It's just like, you know, they're like pulling at your emotions, and that's how they're pulling you in.
Okay, Reform. The last clip is a little bit longer, and it shows the crowd. Take a look at that.
Okay. Is it something you think we should play so we can all be on the? Because this is fascinating. Then if
Mom, you just take a minute just to watch a little bit of it, and then you determine what you want.
All right, I'll watch it.
There's also, I wish Kimberly Foster was here because I think she's read some of this stuff too. But there's also there's this white woman theologian who wrote a book on purity. It's basically like a purity cult among the evangelical Christians. Let me just tell y'all, it's the same thing Erica Kirk is saying. It's just,
yes, and that's
it's really a really sad thing. I mean, I don't know. It's a really sad thing. This is the thing about religion. I'm gonna just say this and then I'll turn it over to Sherry. But religion is a scary thing in some ways because the ways in which we're as humans, we want to be with other people. We are conditioned to want to be around other people, and when you have sort of a set amount of beliefs, no matter how loose they are or how strict they are, they bind the people as a community. And so what I'm fearful of, because I don't know what these people are bound to, what the belief systems that they have, is that they can make them do things as a group. They can talk to them politically as a group in ways that I think might be harmful for more people because they're bound by their belief system. And this is what the right has done so well for so many years. Y'all, so many of y'all are so fixated on the Heritage Foundation because you just found out who they were in 2024. But before the Heritage Foundation, there was an organization that was sort of the thought project before Heritage, and one of its leaders left the Republican Party to build a religious movement. Many of us know it as the moral majority.
Yes, Gary Barlow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what they did was they decided along the way that they wanted to own everything about human life. They wanted to own the home life. They wanted to own the entertainment. They wanted to own the education. And they wanted to own the political life. And so what they did was started to invest in all four of those areas. And while a lot of people were studying those things, what ended up happening, the fruit only bared more recently. It was more than a 30-year movement. They wanted to build a movement of bots. In fact, some of your churches may be embedded with their technology. They know who you are. They know the type of preaching you hear. They then know how to galvanize you around elections. This is what I'm talking about. The fact that there is a new generation of people that are being called to something that we don't understand what they're called to, that could be transformed into political voters when they're old enough. So that's all I'm calling out.
Yeah, I talk about that all the time. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I agree, because that church that I went to was really heavily represented what that guy was saying.
Yeah, I talk about it all the time. You probably heard me say this documentary 1,000 times, The People You May Know. It talks about the evangelical movement and its connection to politics. But at the root of it, one of the layers of how they got, how they were able to form the movement was through the technology and social media, because they would go to the churches and sell the churches on the technology, and they would also use that technology to spy through social media on not just the church members, but the friends of the church members. Because this was like back when they still had like the social graph on like Facebook and across all the other platforms. But that's how they used the data, and then they were able to start targeting those people on those media channels with and totally change their algorithm and get them ignited, radicalized, however you want to talk about it. But in that documentary, they put up a screen and that shows the different logos of the companies that are doing that and working with these churches. And then some of them, they're real sophisticated. They're not just working with a church. They pitch the software to like a convention, like I'm using an example, like the National Baptist Convention. And these people are so hungry, especially during COVID, when they went in lockdown, these churches are so hungry to figure out how to still connect with people when they were in lockdown, that they bought the technology, because it was so like, this will help you stay connected and it'll help you grow your church or your tribe or whatever. And it was somewhat nefarious, because you can look at the logos if you research the companies that they put on that screen. One by one, they all had a connection to Cambridge Analytica. They just split off into different groups and rebranded, changed the name of the company or whatever, but it was they all had the same through line.
I think that's right. And I think, I don't know, you can agree with me or not agree with me, your mom, on this. I think that lawsuit that Peter Thiel helped fund with, he's now dead, Hulk Hogan against that online, I think that was that people don't realize how important that all was. It is connected. The thing about, also, when we talk about cultural production, because your mama is right, you have the moral majority, and they're also using media, all forms of media, book publishing, TV, movies, music. Remember that whole, and I remember this in the late 90s, early aughts, the trend of Christian heavy metal rock was a thing.
They have drill rap now, Sherry.
So one thing I just want to mention, I mentioned the guy who had a group that sort of was a pre-thinker before Heritage. His name is Paul Weyrich. For folks who want to look up, because I know earlier I was routed by some people in the chat for not sharing sources. So his name is Paul Weyrich, Weyrich. The other thing I just wanted to say really quickly is that I think I don't want us to get too far down the track, but I think a lot of people are drawn to these types of things because there is something sort of missing emotionally, mentally, structurally, whatever in society that is drawing people to these things. And that's the thing I hope that once people recognize what this thing is, that they start thinking about what is it that's drawing these people. I actually don't think it's about the love of God. I really am convinced that I don't think people are drawn to it because of that. And I think, maybe there's a social scientist in the room who might want to think through, who studies religion, and who might want to, think through, like, what is it that is causing people, particularly younger people, younger boys, to be attracted to this thing. What are they missing? What is society? I want to actually say what is lacking in their lives that they feel like this fulfills them.
That's a good question.
Could it be community and connection? Because honestly, your mama, maybe it's because I did grow up like in part of, a lot of us did in that Bible Belt. That doesn't actually look too bad to me. It's a lot of young people. Like my church actually has a separate building, not as big as this one, but the youth church is actually a separate church, and it's for the under 30s. So they have their own servants, they have their own pastors, they have their own activities. It's just for the under 30s. They have the children's choir, the young adults, that's what they call them. There's the children's choir, the young adult choir. They have their own everything. Like, they have different services. They don't even have the same services as us. They have a school, they have dances, so I guess I'm like, unless they're telling them something nefarious, but we know that a lot of men have always traditionally gone where women go. Like, church was routinely a place where you would find a boo. Because I looked at a lot of the comments from the YouTube that you sent. I've seen at least 3 or 4 people that have said, I met my wife at the porch. Hello? But isn't that always why men kind of gravitate to something? Because the women are there, so I guess they get the girls and then they get the guys. But at least the porch thing, y'all, I don't see them saying, die, Negro, die. I see a bunch of blacks. I see some black people in there, I'm just saying, unless their message is like, it looks like happy liberal white people. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, the happy liberal white people singing, hallelujah, Jesus is the man. I'm sorry, y'all. That's just.
What we talk about, when we talk about, this is, and this is why I'm thinking about this. That's why I call it important, right? And also, when I think they are lacking, there's isolation that's happening, right? They're isolated. Why are they isolated? Alienation. These parasocial relationships that have been created. There's something in them that's unfulfilled. And we can talk about that, the idea of material and immaterial. We talk about the material a lot, and that is important. But we don't talk about the immaterial, which is just as important. Where do they have to go? Where do they have to go? I just want to say one more thing. Sorry, go ahead. No, I'm done.
I just want to say one more name for y'all. There's a pastor. I have talked about this a lot, so if you've heard it before from me, I apologize. There's a pastor in Moscow, Idaho, named Doug Wilson. He is the pastor of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He has a number of interviews about his sort of like his theology. In fact, when you listen to it, try to listen to it without the lens that he's associated with Pete Hegseth. Think about it as, I'm listening to this white man talk. He sounds so reasonable. But he is advocating to going back to the 1950s. This is who is training. Not only does he have a church in Moscow, Idaho, he has a church in Washington, D.C. He owns an entire book publishing company, to the point that Sherry made
YouTube page. I believe he has a YouTube. And he is talking about, y'all know the bill that everybody was talking about what's the name of the bill? The registering to vote bill. What's the name of it? I'm blanking on it. Anyway,
Say that.
Are you talking about Doug Wilson?
Say that. That's what I was saying. Yes, the Say That. Yes, that's right, First Lady. He advocates for a household vote. So if I'm married to a man, this is why I keep advocating for a man to come in my life and be the head. If I marry a man, I don't vote as a woman. My man votes for the household. That's what he's advocating for. Now, I know it's slightly different from the 13, 15, 14, year olds, but these are two ends of the same pole in my mind. The one that is bringing the younger generation in and getting them committed to this thing in a way that's so zealous that we've probably never seen anything quite like it. And on the other end, advocating for a theocracy in a way that not only is it being shaped by his ability to reach so many people, but because he has so many relationships in the positions of power. That's what makes me nervous.
Yes, that part of it, yeah. I think you're right.
But this is the COVID generation for the young people. So when we say that honestly people are begging for connection and community, COVID really did a number on the youth, right? I remember my two, like kind of 16, 15, one of them was very social. It was hell because we couldn't go anywhere. And then I think that things kind of changed because things slowly opened up. So, like I said, the narratives are always going to be there because people are icky and manipulative. So I'm honestly, even churches have, goals or whatever. So churches are businesses, and I tell people that all the time. People get a paycheck at the church. So I don't look at it with rose-colored glasses. If these are people that are creating community because your mama get everything as if it's like from the economic aspect. You see kind of this yearning for the 50s? Because I have to defend the boomers all the time because what do we see? Well, you used to be able to get a job for such and such. You used to be able to get a house for such and such. And yes, a lot of women too were like, have you seen some of the rhetoric from some of the, I don't know what you call them, not the trad wives, like are just like la 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 in my little dress and taking care of my kids and the cows. But the women that are more like, we deserve the soft life, we want the soft life kind of thing. To me, they're just the same as the incels, but I know that's a bad thing to say on Clubhouse. So it's kind of like you have women and men yearning for that time, if that makes sense. I wonder if that contributes to it as well. Kind of like life is lifing too much. Do you kind of see that hashtag? Like, we've gone through too much. We kind of want to go to simpler times. They really romanticize the past in that regard, and I don't know where the hell that comes from.
Well, it comes from what's missing in their lives, right? And also when we look and see, who's talking?
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Sorry, Miss Sherry, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, but you see what's happening, right? You look at the current conditions and see what's going on, right?
I was watching a video today where I think part of it was, I think there were a couple of artists that had to cancel the rest of their shows because they weren't getting enough ticket sales.
A lot.
And they had to cancel them, right? And then there's this one young kid said, well, you know why that's happening? It's happening because people like me can't afford to buy a ticket to go. Right. I think that is a part of it. Yes, that economic part, that economic condition is going to. So when you don't have the money to go to these things, you don't have the money to go out and socialize. Bars are out of the question. Going to a club is out of the question. And I'm just giving these as examples. People aren't socializing the way they used to. And it's
having an effect on younger people.
Let me also just throw in the current state of where we are in terms of, it may be harder to get a job. People don't have health care. Housing is too much. All these things become a burden where we don't feel like we can get ahead just doing the things that people used to do. Going to college, the traditional path, getting a job, having money, being able to provide. So then they will turn to some other community where that community often will blame other people, other communities, liberals, feminists, gays, whatever it is, as those that are contributing to the problem, holding them back. This is just one part of it. It's not the whole thing, obviously. And that leads to a little bit of their desperation and then leaning on things like the manosphere, things like communities that can blame these other, other communities for the pain that they're going through. And you throw in, big tech, you throw in the elimination of jobs, the elimination of, normal paths, how expensive education is, and all that. And it's a despair that some people have, where some people do want to pull out and maybe like, I'm going to have somebody else provide for me. That could be one part of it. But I think there's so many things that go into this mix of where we are now.
Yes, and you know what I love about just the build-up of all of what you all are saying, you're really just highlighting how the trap wife, the incel, they intersect, and it's all rooted around economic instability, and so therefore people want rigid gender roles during uncertain times. Both parties for an easier life, but also I know that we mentioned big tech in regards to jobs and stability and AI, but I actually think that there's something to be said about the trad wife and the incel manosphere and how it kind of rewarded the actual participants. It's not that the participants themselves, what I'm highlighting is there's 1,001 different ways people show up on YouTube and on Instagram and on all these different platforms. The reality of it is the content that performed well built itself up to become the trad wife, the aesthetics, the routine, the luxury, the nostalgia, simplicity, soft feminine, right? The algorithm rewarded that specifically for female audiences to be aspirational, to give them an opportunity during economic instability, and also giving them the opportunity to kind of monetize femininity and routine on the platform. And so I think that people went into it one way. There are some people that realized that the algorithm was rewarding them, so they leaned in harder to trad life. And the same could absolutely be said to incel and manosphere culture. That the outrage, the fear, the social anxiety, and all of that around their identity during the economic, undertone. I believe that what I'm really trying to get to the root of is here, these billionaire, trillionaire populists, they're the reason. They are literally, we are just pawns on their board, and they are literally moving us across the chessboard. Look, even these conversations we're having, believe me when I tell you, they knew this. You get what I mean? They knew the outcome of this.
And remember, church is also free, right? So you don't have to pay anything to go to church. They feed you. And I will say, and this is, just acknowledging, but I kind of get some of the frustration. Like, if people just want to have a boo and not Stephen Smith and his $40 million and just get married and have kids, because that's what we've all been conditioned to do. Well, honestly, I can say, yeah, that was pretty heavy-handed. I kind of get it. A lot of men or young men are not conditioned anymore because of social media, and they've kind of studied these trends, and they show how damaging these effects are. And I put this in the chat. I should not have my happy black ass on Clubhouse this much. I could be outside I could not be outside. I could be engaging with my family. I could be doing anything but sitting on the goddamn phone on social audio all day. So I'm going to include myself in this. Like, it is detrimental, and we've done all the studies, but I don't think it's going to change. To what Ms. Sherry said, we don't have community anymore, and it's harmful, and we know that it's harmful. So we can expect for more groups like this to arise, because it's not going to take much to get these young people to corral around them. If they're just basically offering, like, quote unquote, a safe space, they're going to believe whatever they communicate for them to believe. And we've seen this before throughout history, but now, I mean, imagine if you have a safe space to go that's welcoming and warm without condemnation with similar-minded people. We condemn each other, and we're still here. Imagine if, there was no condemnation, and it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people that have similar beliefs or similar desires, right? Because they don't have to believe in the same thing. Maybe they just want the same outcomes. And I'm like, damn, it's working. I don't blame them.
So what your mama was saying earlier, I watched that clip. The danger, like I agree. So I'm on board with that portion. That if you get, like, the fact that the Republican policies are always so popular, like they talk about, if they didn't have the electoral college, then it would just be a Democratic president, like every election cycle. If you do what she's saying, like this attack on the youth, and like making these environments like they're making them, and then this whole thing with like the Charlie Kirk situation and these Club Americas, like they have this mandate to put like all these Club Americas in the high schools around the nation. Saying that to say that basically getting the youth now, 20 to 25 years from now, what was making the conservative, or what they're trying to get across, the popular, so that in popular elections they'll win, like this whole thing about like the household vote, all this stuff with Treadwise, all this stuff we're talking about. If they can catch the youth, what they're doing, then you know what I'm saying, they're gonna make it to where it'll flip the way that people see the world now.
So I said it's publicly available work on some of these issues. Pew Research is a good place that's talked about some of the climate shifts. And I was reading the chat, and they talked about sort of why men are dropping out of the workforce. This has actually been a thing that's been going on for a while. I looked it up, but they were talking about this in 2013, or they have an article about it, Pew Research, called "The Disappearing Male Worker." I'm on my computer, so I can't switch over to my phone. But it's a really good read in terms of looking at like I said, publicly available sort of research on this. Pew was really good at making the data accessible, so you don't have to know anything about statistics. But yeah, they do a really good breakdown. And then they also did I was more familiar about this one, but they did some research. It's actually a full report. It's pretty extensive, but they looked at, what was it? Sorry, give me 1 second. Let me find the article. This was in January 16th of 2025, so last year. It talks about men, women, and social connections. And they talked about the byline, roughly equal shares of U.S. men and women say they're often lonely. Women are more likely to reach out to a wider network for emotional support. So, I mean, this is not surprising, but one of the things they found was that among people who said that they were, so there wasn't a difference necessarily by gender, but when you look at age, you see that there's a significant difference. And they were saying that people under the age of 40 were more likely to say that they were lonely than people over the age of 40. They have an interesting breakdown. And when you look at it, I think it's on page 2 of the document. And, so it's like 18 to 29, that age range, 24% said that they were lonely compared to 11% and 6% people 50 to 64 was 11, and 65 plus was 6%. And I think that's interesting because, I remember a time when we were talking about sort of the loneliness of older people, right, and getting them connected and getting them sort of this with peers and things like that. But there's a growing number of, I won't say growing, but there's a significant number of younger people who are feeling more lonely. Now, when they talk about anyway, you can look at it. It's deeper than that. But I think that's interesting, and I think that speaks to some of the things that help explain what's going on now. I'll just say that religious belief is funny because there's a way that we talk about religion as in sort of the formal way, and that's appropriate, right, for this conversation. But I think there are also beliefs that we hold as sort of sacred, and we hold those ideals as we may question them, but we still sort of hold on to them in terms of how we motivate our, how we sort of go about our everyday life. And I think what we have seen recently is that some of those beliefs that we hold on to, right, those beliefs are fracturing at a rate that we can no longer afford to hold on to them and hope that something is going to, hope they're going to pan out, right? So, for instance, everybody will talk shit about the American dream, but at the same time, then you'll hear people talk about how somehow, they can make it, right? They're the ones who are going to be able to make it. We hear this all the time on the app, right? Oh, I'm not going to let other people dictate how I move and navigate my life. Yeah, that's the American dream, right? But we're seeing generationally, right, that younger people aren't receiving the opportunities that previous generations have. We talked about how, and we see that sort of manifest in the way that they're looking at homes, right? The way that they're looking at relationships and marriage, the way that they're looking at, children, the types of jobs that they're getting, right? The fact that they're not going to school, right? Or going, higher education, right? They're dropping out of the workplace at rapid rates. There's a lot of things that people hold on to that is not about the big man upstairs, but those beliefs are not transferring over to younger people. Younger people are not constructing the world in similar ways. And in moments of crisis, in moments of disruption, over and over, right? The cycles of economic disruption that we continue to have over and over and over, right? People are looking for, not everyone, but there are people who are looking for other ways, who didn't grow up with religion, who don't have the same sort of relationship with religion. They are looking for something that sounds or feels like there's some structure in a disruptive, seemingly normless world. And it's not completely, this cycle is not new, which is one of the reasons why, people often laugh when they say, religion is going to die off now, right? God is dead. The world is moving on. We're much more modern and much more sophisticated. A lot of people laugh because these cycles are not necessarily.
I just want to mention one thing, brother. Mel had put in the chat earlier, like a long time ago. I don't know if you saw it, but it was an actual article from the Washington Post on the decline in male jobs more recently. And the thing that stuck out to me in the article was the researcher from the University of Michigan said that it's not all retirement and education. There are guys just dropping off the planet
They're not looking after their kids. They're not in school. They're not in the labor force. Across the board, when we look at men, we see challenges that they face that leave too many men disconnected. That's one of the reasons why I brought up the sort of religious piece and sort of the revival that I was talking about and put in the chat, the Porch Church in I think it's in Texas. Because that quote from Betsy Stevenson, who was a professor of economics at the University of Michigan, made me think that's what I was seeing in the eyes when I went to the revival several months ago now. I went to this revival, and I'm calling it a revival. It was a 3-night little service, but it scared me so bad I didn't go back after the first night. But it reminded me of the look I saw in those young men, the young men's eyes. But I understand this has been happening. In fact, it showed the trend line from like 2008 and the men in the workforce up until the present. And it does speak to some of the things you were saying, but that quote really, really stuck out to me because of the way in which I, kind of saw the sort of those young men at the revival a few months ago.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and I apologize. I wasn't. I was reading the article as you all were talking, and so I didn't mean to sort of speak against that article. I actually agree. I was sort of trying to talk about some of the other things that I've heard in the conversation, but I agree with it. I mean, I know I'm not trying to start a gender war or anything like that, but like we have talked about on this app, we've heard in other rooms, the conversations around sort of gender and people's, sort of the constructed quote-unquote roles around gender and expectations and all those things. And at some point, those are right. Gender is an organizing principle, right? And there are.
Brother Leslie, can you expound on that? What do you mean? Gender is an organizing principle?
So gender, one of the ways that we sort of organize identity, responsibility, norms, right? Sort of the expectations about what we expect from certain people, right? How we socialize kids is around gender. There are certain expectations, and I'm not saying every single individual down to a T has this, but we can generally talk about sort of all of us, even if we don't sort of ascribe to them, what are quote unquote and I'm using air quotes. I'm just gonna say it, and I'll just deal with it. But we generally have an understanding of what society understands as a man, a boy, a girl, right? And so those are, when I say sort of gender is an organizing principle, it sort of organizes and constructs the way that we expect others to behave, what sort of assumptions we have placed on ourselves. We have a certain expectation of how people are supposed to talk, behave, look, dress, engage, when we assign them a particular, or we assume a particular gender identity about them.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense? And so, as such, right, in the same way that women are, often confronted with, marriage, children, the expectations around parenting, chores, the penalty for having a child and coming back to the workplace. There are similar, not equally, but there are similar expectations around men. And as individuals, we often take on those identities, right? So one of the issues around toxic masculinity that people talk about are, one of the reasons why it's toxic or pervasive is because people internalize those. And so what happens when you are not able to fulfill the expectations that your parents have of you, the way that you've been socialized, the way that other people expect of you, the way that society constructs what it means to be a heterosexual man? How do you sort of wrestle with those things, right? Now, you can say, well, I don't care about those things. Yeah, okay, fine. At an individual level, it doesn't mean that everyone does, and it doesn't mean that you are free from every sort of pressure. And so people are being confronted. Young men, boys are being confronted with realities that men behave in particular ways, but the economic circumstances that are befalling all of us don't necessarily make that that a reality, right? Women have entered the workforce. They've been entering the workforce. They are economically independent of men. In the past, we've done a lot in our society, right, to construct the dependence of women to men, right? Like, it's just a fact. You can read the accounts of all the ways, Charlotte Perkins Gilman, talked about all the ways that, that society was set up to construct the dependence of women on men, right? So now that we've moved away from some of those sort of forced ways that women are dependent, what are men to do in a society that still expects them to behold or uphold traditional aspects of masculinity, maleness, malehood, but not have those realities? They're not entering, they're not going to college, right? The jobs that they have, because we have a real and true division, a gender division of labor, what happens when male work leaves the society, right? Starts dwindling, right? What happens when, I was just reading another article that talked about all the sort of ways, so you got declining health and disability, you have a skill mismatch and educational gaps, you have technological disruption and automation, stagnant wages and low status, right? Like the ways that we have formed the jobs that have been successful for men with the declining, I'm all over the place. We have a diminishing and dwindling middle class, right? What does that mean for the jobs that have traditionally been a part of that middle class, lifestyle, right? All of these things sort of are connected, right? But we don't have, as a society, we still have the expectations, right, on men and women to perform tasks that go far beyond the realities that we live in right now, right? And so we have disruption. We have men who are finding ways to deal with their realities, right? And I'm not excusing people's violent and aggressive and antagonistic behaviors. I'm just trying to give a larger context, right? This is, and so what I mean by this has happened before, and I'll end here and I'll shut up and I will not speak for a few hours. But this is consistent with, I'll just say this is sort of traditional sociology. Traditional sociology has talked about sort of the rapid increase or the shifts, right, in sort of the norms, values, and expectations, and then the larger sort of societal and structural changes that are taking place. And when one moves faster than the other, you have disruption. It's called, Durkheim talked about normlessness. Merton talked about, anomie, right, the strain between what individuals are facing and what their expectations are, and the realization that they can't meet those expectations that society has for them for whatever reason. All right, I'm done. Sorry.
We was waiting for Baber. We was waiting for the Baber drop.
Yes.
You done ran through the whole thing. We got one-on-one, and we got one-on-one in a 30-minute lecture. I mean, let's go.
need you to sign so I just get my 3 credits, by the way.
Oh, trust me, it's even more painful.
This is the largest intro to sociology on all of the internet, in all of the world, in fact. Shout out to Nubia. Shout out to Karen Hunter and Greg Carr.
Well done, brother.
I'm just playing.
But thank you, brother, for substantiating what the data actually says, right? Men are losing their minds because that traditional concept, which, by the way, was not very favorable to men. And I would be curious one day just to hear you speak on those things and expound on them. Men had higher rates of death than women because they typically work to death. Men were not, especially black men, were not allowed to really, be human, in a sense, right? Like, you're gay if you do this, you're gay if you do that. I think we should really have those conversations without the trolling, because it's become so normalized. Like, I kind of get it why men are just, I don't know. It's just, yeah. I think that this is a great opportunity for men to redefine themselves, to be perfectly honest. The old views, and I'm not taking up for men, I'm just merely looking at the data, but y'all didn't have it so well like before with that idea of the patriarchy, right? Like, it didn't really work out for y'all. You just kind of worked and then you died. Like, I'm just saying.
Can I be heard? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Brother, the part about, women on the rise, taking, some of these positions, and then the men feeling like, well, what am I supposed to do? And then holding on to some of these old traditional ideas versus adapting to the, place of where you are today. I thank you so much. I mean, I really wish, you would, allow yourself to present this, on a recorded conversation.
Yes!
Because I think the message, a lot of times in the midst of the conversation, I don't think some people can receive it because it's like they might feel like it's tearing them down and they want to obviously fight. And that's rightfully so. But perhaps maybe just, somebody blazing over a recording and they hear such, it might just be able to plant the seed. A lot of times the seed can't be planted in here because the soil is too thick. And it's thick with the ego and all kinds of other different things, especially being on an app. But I really appreciate how you articulated it in such a way. I think it was gentle enough to be able to pierce somebody's heart. So thank you. And it wasn't antagonistic. Also, encouraging. Okay, I'm going on this.
I love whoever that was.
It's my child.
That was so sweet. Brother, I'm gonna just tell you something that I won't tell you in the back channels, but I need to know how you come. See, we can holding each other accountable.
I think that would be fascinating just to present the data, because I hate the conjecture, right? I just love looking at the data. Like, I think that men have a right to be upset in this regard, right? Like you said, when things change too quickly, it can cause severe disruptions.
I think So I think it is, and this is where it becomes a little diabolical. It becomes there are a lot of voices that are sort of reinforcing that everything is fine, and that it is that everything is fine. And so what that does for a lot of folks is, with I think and there are a lot of things, but again, sort of the growing isolation of people. I think that also makes those narratives even louder, because I was looking at I was reading some stuff about hookup culture, and this was a while ago. But you talk to people, and they'll tell you, these are young people. They'll tell you what they do. Again, we've seen sort of the trends around sort of not having sex, not engaging in sexual activity, and it's not the majority, but it's a significant group of that population. And they'll say, okay, I'm not having this, but I think everybody else is, right? Or I think, and so then there are other questions where they'll ask, and so they have this sort of warped sense of what's going on, but they believe that they're the one who's the outlier, right? And so I think the same is true with some of the struggles that men are having, where these narratives exist about what it should be, what it is, or what's happening, right? That don't speak to what's actually going on, and people aren't talking to each other, and and so they believe that they're the only one, right? And then they find out that other people are struggling, and then they become resentful because they're the only ones. They think they're the only ones who are going through something, and we haven't really provided narratives. I mean, I've talked about this before. Again, I'll show back to this. I think institutions are really important. What institutions communities build for the people? Like, these narratives don't just change on their own, and the issues that people are dealing with, if they feel isolated, they will make their own meanings. And when people, and this goes for children, right? This is why, like, not having conversations with children, not having age-appropriate conversations with children about things is frowned upon, because people make their own meanings, and oftentimes those meanings are wrong, but they are trying to make sense of the world around them. And so when they do so in isolation, and when they think that they're the ones who are sort of getting the short end of the stick, with the old reinforcement of what they quote unquote are supposed to be doing, they think they can achieve that because either something they did, right, or something something they're not doing correctly, or they just got the wrong end. You got a lot of resentment, and social media often does not help those conversations. It can, but yeah, I think institutions that are purposeful and sort of reaching out to people, and I think that's one of the reasons why the church is people are seeking the church, because that is an institution that more or less is in every community, right? There's a visible, people know where they can go, or at least have an idea of where they can go.
And in the past, I think.
Let me get my update up here real quick. There's power in testimony. And what you
going to say, I think there's some scholar who's written about the ways in which churches provide social structures or sort of what politicians might call wraparound services for communities. We're waiting for, I wish we could bring him on the app. That's what I wish we could do.
Brother Messi, remember when I was arguing with a certain your favorite atheist, and they kept saying the way that we save the black community is we get it right to be an atheist. And I was trying to tell them, you think that would be the answer, but these niggas that don't go to black church are worse. They kept telling me, the black church is the problem. And I was trying to tell these niggas, no, it's not the problem. Your beef with rape, it doesn't mean you should shit on the institution, because we see when these niggas fall out of this institution, what happens to their mom?
Dr. Library Cry, I was there when you had that conversation. And wait a minute, why did create an institution of their own without a purpose?
That's what I'm trying to get them to understand. So, like, when you shit on the black church as an extension of your beef with organized religion, it creates an environment where niggas start doing this multiracial shit where the values are all fucked up. Like, it's all mixed up over there on the other side. But y'all's beef with organized religion makes you shit on something that is not politically what you believe is problematic, but that's just how it all gets wrapped up in.
That's good, Doctor.
I'm not even gonna get into the black church in this space because
I know you don't know nothing about it.
It's a rough topic. I mean, I'll just say that having spaces to gather in person are important. Not saying social media, social connection, like any form of social connection can be positive in the sense that it can help with sort of emotional well-being, sort of the feelings of isolation. But also, I mean, I've said this in other spaces, one of the things about the church and churches and religious institutions is that it also allows for people to gain a sense of cohesion, collectiveness, shared understanding. I mean, not everybody in the church historically has believed in everything that the church espouses. Not every member, not every person who's been in the church is a Christian, right? Especially in the black church, right? But it has been a space where people have developed language, have developed a sense of connection, and those things are important. They just are, and it could be maybe another space, but religion as a sort of a cohesive unit has been useful and valuable outside of the black religious tradition. Like, religious belief has been sort of another organizing sort of unit that people have used throughout history. And it's been a valuable space, right? Like the black church isn't unique in that aspect. We just, talk about it because it created, in more modern times, a culture and a group of people. It helped shape. It didn't do it, exclusively or by itself, but it helped shape sort of a culture and create a culture of people in a more modern time that did not exist before. And so we just have a lot of historical, tracking of this sort of modern phenomenon. But Yeah, it's important. Institutions are important, and so again, and I think that's a consistent thing that we talked about in other days, in this room, right? Going back to the importance of institutions, valuing the role of institutions in American life and society. It's got a place.
I've said this before, and it's just my own conjecture that the church also like helped to enact shame. Because the church was community. The church was also a social place. But I remember hearing lots of times, not directed at me, but just like better to marry than to burn, and a lot of those things, right? Like, to be fiscally responsible or conservative. That's the manner in which I was reared. And I think that without that community judgment, so to speak, not like clubhouse judgment, right, which is based largely on boredom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said this before and it was taken the wrong way, but, it's just my thoughts. I think that, like, when we as a society kind of moved away from that it kind of took away shame, right? Because you can be anonymous and be a fool, but when we were all more so in community by proximity, you really didn't have that option. And I think that has also made a lot of changes. So I do agree with what Dr. Library Card put in the chat, that a lot of people, but I just remember there just being more of community accountability, if that makes sense, for both genders, the expectations, the desired outcomes.
Also, personally, like, we don't have to get into more like social structures of it all, just a personal accountability to it. That's why I be getting on the niggas that claim to be Christian here and they don't go to church, because they're afraid to be held accountable or to be disciplined, to follow a hierarchical structure within the community, or to do what you said you was gonna do and show up. They scared. So
yeah, I would agree. Or more like what I see sometimes is more like an entitlement, right? Like, you're not gonna tell me what to do, that kind of thing. Because there's also like a submission in that regard, right? I don't mean
I agree with you, but that's what I'm saying. Like, separating it from gender, there is a sort of submission to the structure, to the leadership that these niggas don't have, because they don't go. They do it in their bedroom, so they don't have to submit to nothing but the computer mouse and the Dorito.
That's nasty word. I was gonna say Cheetos because that's messier.
Right, Doritos. Hot Cheetos. It's hot Cheetos.
The Doritos are good because the breath is stinking.
Or Takis. They love them goddamn Takis.
But you know what? I'm thankful that y'all got yourselves together, because y'all was going crazy. But I just want to say something that I didn't say earlier, and I'm thankful that Brother Messi, stopped his trolling. He put down the sword of trolling to give us an opening into his brilliance, and I'm grateful, and we're better for it. That's number one. Number two, this is why I often come here, and y'all think I'm playing, but I'm dead ass. Black men need order. They want to be the head, but don't want to lead. They got to get it together. They really do. I mean, there's a thing, so y'all hear me talk about this sometimes as well, which is this idea of ordos amoris, the order of love. Y'all got to get it together.
Can you say that louder for the people in the back?
I'm done speaking, Sherry.
I know y'all trying to tempt
me into a gender war.
No. We actually want you to just stay on mute. We've been having a wonderful,
wonderful conversation. This is what we call a circle. This is what we call a.
All right, I've been moderating from the goo. They've been going for hours with very fruitful conversations.
It was great conversation.
Am I allowed to speak? May I speak, please?
No.
We would prefer if you go
I'm
I'm gonna be honest.
That's the problem right there.
No. We see, this is the thing. You come in. I see what you wrote in there. Like, why can't you come in and try to engage in a conversation?
That's what I just tried to do. That's what I just tried to do.
Add to it and move
That's
forward.
what I just tried to do.
No, in the chat you chastise because you don't even know what we say.
No, I didn't. Listen.
You heard one thing and you trying to take out your belt. Put your belt on.
I'm not fighting with you today.
Put your stomach in your pants and pull your pants up.
I'm not going to do it. I love you too much. I'm not doing it. So I will say there is a misunderstanding and a conflation between your pastor, how he interpreted and presented the word, and the church being the body of Christ. That should be distinguished. And you should understand that there are some men who don't know what they're doing, but have the ambition, and I would even say the desire, and they would say that they have the calling, but yet they don't know what they're doing. And then I would say that there are certain denominations at certain time periods that don't know what they're doing. Why? Because the church is just men trying to figure it out, human beings. So we have to try to understand that, the body of Christ is imperfect. I would even say a work in progress. And you got to be able to distinguish between the church and some man's interpretation of the word and presentation of the word. Thank you. Have a nice day.
But your mama, and before y'all respond, y'all don't have to, please. I just want to say, your mama, one thing that I feel like I learned from the church when I'm always talking about discipline, there's a certain, because of the hierarchy, and you know what people, even the way that we use like the term elders in the church, you know that people put an amount of work in, whether that's committing to attending services, committing to volunteer in the community, committing to read something weekly or 2 times a week or 3 times a week. That level of commitment, it shows you what you have to do to be esteemed in that same way. And when you were saying there's a lot of people trying to be the head, they're trying to be the head without doing what being the head requires, right? So they don't want to uplift their community. They don't want to reach out and uplift the kids. They don't want to read the Bible. They don't want to be held accountable to doing things that they say they're going to do, but they want to be crowned the head automatically. That's why these niggas need to go back into the church. They think logging on is the same amount of work as people who commit their time and their money to doing other.
And also the church took care of the community. I remember when my kids were little, this is anecdotal, but I didn't want to take them to a daycare just yet. So where did I find, an elder who, was needed a little cash and or just watch the kids out of the love of her heart? The church. When you needed a babysitter, when the church took care of the local neighborhoods, the churches have food pantries. My church has Black dentists. We do free all kind of stuff. There's a food pantry. There's like a Tide pantry. They, all kinds of things, right? So I think that's also important. And I love what Brother said earlier. I think I caught him saying that not all members of the church were Christians. And I think we need to kind of get back to that, right? But anywho.
I think that's right. I mean, when you think about, and I saw that video of those kids trying to read
a few sentences.
Oh Lord, wasn't that bad, Michelle?
That was terrible. And then you think about, yes, you can talk about the things about church you don't, the church that you don't like. It's not perfect or whatever. But you have Sunday school teachers that were actual teachers that taught children how to read. The importance of reading texts like the Bible so they can first become better readers. And if they recite it out loud, they become better speakers. Their speech is much better. I mean, there is a cultural component to Black churches that we seem to also not want to appreciate enough.
Yeah, Sherry, I put it in the chat. Every fifth Sunday, for Youth Sunday, having to get up there and read the announcements, having to get up there and do whatever it was my grandmother told me I was supposed to do that Sunday. Having to do your Easter pageants, your Christmas pageants, your Mother's Day pageants.
For 1 second. Brett, Reform, there's another politically correct room open with John Kitover. Streaming this conversation. It's in the chat, just FYI. Go ahead, Brett.
Okay. Am I the only one in here?
It's only my yeah.
Wait, Penny's down there.
Yeah, I'm about to go. Y'all want me to boom it, right? No, they can have the conversation.
Oh, okay.
They're not having a conversation. It's a fake one.
Oh no, I'm about to go in there. I'm gonna report it.
I don't see it though.
It's in the chat.
I just put the link in the chat.
He's got a fake house though.
Oh,
what the fuck is the title? Ultra elite liberal. Look at here, you son of a bitch. I wasn't gonna troll you. Record this, you crackhead motherfucker.
Oh my God.
Oops.
I went in there and I was like, why is Harry talking?
Okay, if he has a whole fake house, y'all please report this house because he has a whole fake house. But y'all please continue the conversation.
I thought he opened a room and politically correct.
He got a whole fake ass politically correct house. Weirdo. Because he's not a mod. He can't, an admin. But y'all please continue the conversation.
Sorry, Brie, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
Oh no, you're fine. Dr. Said we should play music, I guess, in an effort to style them out or whatever. But
But yeah, I was just saying that, like, having to do that, from the time I could read up until when I left for college, like, if you are a very shy person, all of a sudden, it's not saying that you're not shy. It's not to say that you don't have nerves. It's just to say that as you get older, having to build that skill, by the time you go off to college and you have to give your presentations, it's no different than having to give those Easter speeches. And the things that I had to do in effort to get through an Easter speech, as far as learning where to focus, having to enunciate, having to make sure I, can pronounce the words properly, all of these things, you're able to do it once you get to college. You're able to do it once you matriculate on through life, and you might have to do presentations for things and for people. It's just, there's skills that are taught there. And even though, as a kid, hate doing it, as an adult, I can be very quick to accept the fact and admit the fact that, like, yeah, part of the reason why I'm able to speak the way that I am and do the things that I do is because I had to do all that in church as a kid.
You can keep talking. I'm just playing this song over.
Oh, you good? We have a little background.
celebrations provide? Well, I'll say this. I mean, I think, there's a, rites of passage, I think, are important, right? Celebrations and moments of highlighting sort of moments in the life course, I think, are really important. I know that people have talked about, the excess of like the celebrations of, preschool and high school and all that stuff. And, I don't need to mention those to go down a rabbit hole. I think, and I'm not saying those specific ways of engaging are, great. You got to spend, $1,000 and all that stuff. But I do think, thinking about how, like, what sort of moments we celebrate, again, as a community, right? As an ethnic group, what sort of collective ways do we acknowledge sort of transitions among our people, right? How do we talk about the experiences of changing, right? Is it just that we have been around for like 2 months or so, maybe.
Yeah, I know. But like I just started. Well, I mean, I've only really the last couple of weeks, I guess, is maybe 3 weeks, maybe even a month. Like I really started using the app again. So, and I don't know. I love coming here. So it's just.
Representative Martha Griffiths. Do y'all know who Representative Martha Griffiths is in the room?
Inform.
There go the video. Somebody play it.
Damn, I thought it was gonna be you too, but I put it on my TV. What is this? Play the video from 1971 of Martha Griffiths.
Oh my God, are you using the computer? We're all using computers. Imagine that. We couldn't talk shit. We was plumbing, could we?
No, we ain't talk shit.
We couldn't talk shit. We was plumbing. We couldn't talk shit. If we were doing any of those other trades, automotive, you couldn't talk shit. From people
acting like a little crybaby whining ass bitch. I ain't say nothing about your trade.
I thought you supposed to be playing the video. Why you want to talk shit to me?
I didn't say nothing about your trade, nigga.
Who said you were? Who said you were?
Stop bitching about it. Stop whining.
Play the video. I'm not stopping from playing the video. Play the video.
Stop bitching.
And it's crazy. You can say this dumb shit from miles away. Why can you say this shit from miles away? Not because of plumbing. Not because of carpentry.
Shut the fuck up.
Not because of plumbing.
Let me shut up.
How long is this video?
Is this the video right here?
Well, I think that there certainly are. I think that they should turn it back to Martha Griffiths. I would like to add one footnote to what she said in the 1964 Civil Rights Act, because the or sex provision was added really as a joke. It was put in by Southern legislators to keep it from being added.
It was not added as a joke. The man who originally offered it, I thought this was really going to hurt the bill, but I made the argument, and I wasn't joking. I understood exactly what he was doing. It was accepted not as a joke, because the people who sat there agreed with my argument that he would have given black women rights that white women never had. Now, I didn't make the further statement, which I think was quite true, that no one who brought that bill to the floor had ever considered giving any black woman any rights. And the truth is that black women and white women got these rights together. But no one who voted that day voted as a joke. I'm sure that they didn't vote as a joke, but there was a great deal of levity in the debate, and a great deal of postponement. Levity stopped when I started speaking. Well, I think that it really didn't work out that way at all. But this has been one of the things that is a myth that has been put out through this whole country, that it was a joke. And every woman who says it again and again really aids the Supreme Court in making a very erroneous decision. Just talking about just what the civil rights says women rights before and after. Well, women don't really have any rights. The 14th Amendment has never been applied to give women equal rights, equal protection under the law. She doesn't have any rights. Only the right to vote and the right to hold public office. Those are the only two rights that the Constitution of the United States guarantees her. And everything else she is protected by the law, the Middle Ages, the common law. She has no rights. And this is the first right under Title VII. And on that case, the Supreme Court made a very poor decision. Could you elaborate on the case? Well, the case was a woman who applied to Martin Mariella. I believe she's in Florida. She has 5 children. They told her that they would not take a woman who
had children under the age of 6. It was a $3 an hour job. But they admitted in court that why they, of course, didn't think of asking a man that question, that the man that had hired did have children under 6. Now, this was a clear case of discrimination. And the Supreme Court, in its decision, sent the decision back to the lower court for further information as to whether or not women with children under 6 were good employees. What kind of nonsense is that?
You start bitching again if you want to, brother. Listen, you don't stop the fucking talking to me. Talk to somebody else. Like, I don't even understand. Who told you to talk to me? Who told you? Who told you to talk to me? I'm in Toledo. What that supposed to mean to me? So shut your bitch ass up. What that supposed to mean to me? What that supposed to mean to me? Stop talking. Stop bitching. Who told you to talk to me? Stop bitching. Who told you to talk to me? I did. I ain't need no permission. Well, guess what? You lied to yourself. Talk to somebody else. Stop bitching. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Lloyd. Lloyd, stop bitching. Matter of fact, my bad. Lloyd Pearson the 4th, the 3rd, whatever the fuck that is. Stop bitching.
Yo, I'm gonna do a quick room reset.
Yeah, reset the room so he can stop bitching.
Before y'all blow it up in here. Let me do a quick reset, man. Okay. All right. Welcome to By Any Means Necessary. Tonight we're talking about, do we really need the Voting Rights Act, Black people? I've been really quiet, but I've been listening. King Sick dropping that knowledge. King Sick really should, I don't know if he thinks it's tacky, but y'all should be contributing some coins or some cash apps. He should put his cash app link somewhere on this doggone page. And if you don't want to donate financially, follow the house. Follow the mob. Follow the mods. If you have a pink ticket, cash that pink ticket in. And if you want to respond to any of the submissions made so far or any of King Sick's gems that he has shared, the mic is yours.
Shout out to Toledo, Ohio. You gonna bite me, bro? Who the fuck goes to Toledo, Ohio? Same people that like you that fell in Cleveland. Has anyone here been to Cleveland? Honestly, that's probably one of the worst cities in the world, in America. I mean, you know, I guess it is because there's a reason why, you know, they have stuff like monopolies. But, you know, whatever. Shut up. Well, you know, what's Toledo supposed to be good for, though? Whatever is for, got me living better than you, brother. I'm your benchmark. I like that. No, you little bro. Like that. Ain't possibly be little bro. You little bro. Can't possibly be little bro. You little bro. And I ain't the tallest cotton picker in the world, you little bro. Goodness. Oh, my stomach hurts. I need some food. That sound like... Yo. Yeah, but black people got finessed by the He'll get doing this by the Democrats. The Democrats. No, it wasn't even the Democrats that. I think it wasn't. It was them at the time because they, you know, the LBJ did his stinky thing, you know. I mean, you know, when you talk to the black people at the time, you like, you know, they didn't know what to do, but they knew they had to do something. So they did what they thought they should do at the time. They didn't know what black people told you, right? That's what they
told me. That's the people that was alive at that time. Because I asked questions. I got grandparents and shit. And they got.
Man, you gotta stop using the anecdotal. You say your grandparents. And I was about to say, I was gonna, ask you a question, but I don't want to.
They was alive during the time. They was doing it, like, what I'm saying. I asked them like what was going on with it. They said, they didn't know what to do. They knew they had to do something.
What part of the country are the grandparents or the people that you speak of? What part of the country are they from? Where were they during that?
Well, during that time, it was in Cleveland. My grandfather originally from Alabama. My grandmother born and raised here. On my dad's side, my grandfather is also born and raised here, but his father is from Georgia. His mother is also, and his mother is from Georgia. But the point was, because I know more than just them, as far as from that age group. But once again, they didn't know what to do, but they knew they had to do something. And so, they participated in, trying to desegregate. They participated. And another thing is too, it was hard to find.
Why would they want to?
I'm about to explain it to you.
This is about to get crazy. Go ahead.
I'm about to explain it to you. So let's say you're traveling, right? And the closest hospital to you is a white hospital, and they won't operate in it. The black hospital is way outside of a distance for you to be able to get help. It wasn't just about it wasn't just about being able to go to buy a white item. There was situations that required, people being able to get service.
What was the black people doing by the white people when they?
When it was traveling, like when you travel, if you need help, you get an accident or whatever, like you need help where you need help. Like what are we talking about?
What was they traveling to?
You can't be this.
What was the travel?
I'm not entertaining this conversation. This stupid ass. Nope, not gonna do it.
Damn, G, I ain't calling you stupid. I still ain't know what time you been in here saying shit this whole time.
No, we ain't doing that.
You bringing up with your grandmother and all this other bullshit. I ain't disrespect you not one time.
You don't want to try to make it sound like electronics ain't a trade. Now you're realizing.
I didn't even say it. All I said was it was new. You cursing me out and calling me stupid stuff for some shit that happened. You too old for this shit.
It wasn't long
60 years old.
It wasn't longer.
And it wasn't even me. That was them niggas arguing with you over that train shit. I'm trying to get you to move past the shit.
It's all good. It's all good. You know what?
I apologize for calling me stupid and all that shit you just did.
To a certain degree, you trolling because you do know.
I didn't call you out of your name or none of that shit. Apologize. You're a grown man.
They don't make me do shit.
But if you this grown man that you trying to represent and then call him up for the who did you stupid, you should apologize for that.
I am of the belief a true apology is changed behavior. That's my belief.
Well, you were messing around to see if your behavior is true or not, but in the moment you could apologize for being disrespectful.
Well, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. Man, you good, Lord. You good with me. That's the one you should have called stupid. He was the one arguing with you, not me.
Man, me and King Sick.
Neighborhood, it's okay.
You just call him stupid.
Neighborhood, it's okay. Neighborhood, it's okay. It's my fault. I triggered the brother, so he started just windmilling at everybody. It's my fault. I take the brunt of it. I'll take the brunt of it. It's my fault.
Y'all gonna have to take some of my motherfucking people. Y'all niggas don't know what this nigga doing to me right now, so out of respect to me, I'm gonna need y'all to put your guns back in the holster. I'm gonna ask y'all to he called me.
Listen, I was explaining what was going on. He talking about, it's anecdotal and all. Like, listen, I'm telling you, like, these people are eyewitnesses of what happened. They was there. I wasn't there.
And so I asked them real questions, and I explained to you what the situation was. You acting slow like you never traveled before and don't understand how accidents happen, and a person may need hospital and health care at a place where, guess what? It ain't no black hospital. I explained that to you, but you acting slow. So I called you. I called you before that you was acting at the time and then stayed.
That don't even make sense, bro.
How does that not make sense? How does that not make sense? You know how car accidents happen? Or any type of medical emergency. You know, guess what? You need to get help wherever the fuck you can. What are we talking about? That's what I'm saying. Like,
because people were trapped and they need to go to the hospital.
What?
Good. I don't know if you're talking, but I think you're in the Matrix. If you are.
The Matrix is saving us from hearing stupid shit. Thank goodness.
Good, you're in the Matrix. Is it just me or is he in the Matrix?
No, the Matrix is saving us from dumb shit. It's cool.
So did we ever discuss, I came in, I guess, late, about 45 minutes. Do we really need voting rights acts? What was the,
What's your take, Ms. Florence? I think the opinions were varied. What's your take?
I don't think we need them. If we have to go out and fight for them, and at the heat and the atmosphere of the political Democrats telling us that we're going to lose and it's going to affect black people more than anybody, and to me, it's like they want us to go out and fight for this when everybody else has come here and vote, who's not even a citizen, not even legal, and they're fighting for them to vote and want us to go out and fight for that. That's what I feel. That's my take on it. So I don't think we need to fight him. I think we've done all the fighting we need to do. We didn't benefit from any of it, and it's kind of embarrassing when you really look at the whole situation. I listened to what I think it was King talking about how these people, when they turn their business over to somebody, people come here and they see what needs to be done. Where's the best industry to work in? And then they have politicians that find out what's going on, and they come back and have a meeting, and they spread it out all to the rest of them, and they all get together and know what to do. And we'll send like individuals. Our politicians will come and find out nothing, come and tell us, and we're not organized anymore. Well, when we integrated, that took away our organization, really where we can really lift each other up and put plans together to help each other. So that was a lot of it, And I remember, as I guess as Ward was saying, I remember, I grew up in Como, Mississippi, but I would come to Illinois every summer, and there was a one dentist there, white dental office, but blacks couldn't go to it really. Well, it was all nice office for them, but they had a back place where if you need to get a tooth pulled, you can get your tooth pulled, but no type of dental care to take care of your teeth. I had to get to Illinois in the summertime. I went there with the oldest sisters, and I could get dental work done. It was so hard about how the things was there at that time. How they did. No good medical care. The hospital, it was a good thing too, because black people took care of themselves, because they know that they didn't have a doctor to go to. They didn't have a hospital to go to. So we used herbs, and took care of ourselves. Didn't get sick. We knew what to do. All the women had their babies with black midwives at home, healthy. Didn't have to take no prenatal care. Didn't have to go to the doctor. And there were no. There were very few babies died.
They were all healthy. There was no Down syndrome. There was no, sickness and all this that we have today. Even with going to the doctor. When I got pregnant and I had my children, there were plenty black doctors. Me and all my friends had doctors. We all had black OBGYN. So my son just had a baby, him and his wife, 3 months ago. And trying to find a black doctor, he just couldn't find a black OBGYN. Cedars-Sinai was in Los Angeles, Beverly Hills. Most of the black doctors work there. They recruit all the doctors from Harry, from Harvard, from Howard. There's so many black doctors there. You can't find them now. There are no black doctors. She couldn't find a black doctor. She finally got an Oriental doctor. And he had a lot of black nurses, staff at the hospital. But it's just ridiculous how things have changed. It's even going back to where it used to be. Our people are not going to be doctors anymore. Used to be so many. We all got, they gave the rappers, like $50 million or $20 million to go out there and curse and, disgrace ourselves, demean ourselves. And everybody wanted to go do that. No one wanted to go to medical school anymore. No one wanted to, it's too hard. They want the easy money, the easy route, and they flashed and they flooded them across the stage, and we just got so involved that young people just fell apart from everything that was, worthwhile for a future for us, for our race, for our people, as a people here. But I think we woke up, and it's late, but we really did wake up, because I hear some of these young people out there that are really saying positive things. You're really on the right track. Your eyes are opening, and you're really seeing beyond all this racism that we've been told that we had to experience, all this, what we got to do, we got to, save everybody, but we're looking back and seeing that we saved everybody, forgot to save ourselves. So I think that's where we are now. So that's why I say, I don't think we need to fight about any of it. We don't need to fret about any of it. Let the other people do. I think what we need to do is try and prepare a future for our young people that's coming up, and try to do better and look at the mistake that we made. Dr. John Henry Clark said, when you find yourself that you made the wrong turn, say, go back to where you made the wrong turn and start from there. And I think that's what we need to do. We know what happened, and we see now pretty good what happened, and we know. So let's just go back there and start from there for the next generation that's coming up.
I just want to jump in real quick and say that, the only thing I want to say is, remember that there are no mistakes, there's just lessons, right? So we learned some lessons along the way. Like Lloyd was sharing, Ms. Florence was sharing, there were so many things against us already that we were trying to get past. We got past some of those things and those hurdles, became doctors, became researchers, and all that good stuff. We've learned some valuable lessons, right? So there are no mistakes, only lessons.
Okay. So I wanted to submit something really quick. Thank you so much to the mods in the room. Thank you so much for having this room. Thank you so much for allowing me on the stage. What's going on right now is very unfortunate. We have state legislators, especially in southern states, going into my district, being the city of Memphis, and going into a predominantly black district and splitting that district up, and then bringing that district all the way to Nashville, Tennessee, to intentionally dilute the voting power that my district has. Now, with that being said, I'm not really understanding, because my thing is this: I'm not really understanding when people say the Voting Rights Act isn't necessary, when the Voting Rights Act is pretty much a reason why we get to have a meaningful representation as a minority within the United States of America. And so with that being said, in Memphis, Tennessee, we have a minority that is a majority of the district. And we have the state legislators breaking their own state law to crack open the district using a historic racial gerrymandering tactic to intentionally dilute the voting power of a whole black district.
My question is, what were you guys doing with the voting power?
It's because somebody people wanted to desegregate. That's what happened, Coco. It was the desegregation. The black people joined it in and wanted to desegregate. Is how
I wasn't. You said what? You said I didn't understand the question.
Desegregation. What you're asking is like, how we got here, and it was black people who joined a few other black people and wanted to desegregate from each other. Now it moves us into white people being able to control and have ownership in the places from which we did everything we did, whether shopping, living, making babies, whatever the fuck it may be. We lost ownership when some niggas wanted to desegregate when we were segregated, when we were amongst each other the most. Like Miss Flores said, when we had actual doctors, and then present day we don't have.
That is simply that, and voting has that, and voting civil rights.
Well, how did you get the voting right?
And voting has
how did you get the voting right?
But they're on two separate arms, okay?
But they're on two rights.
Wait, but for one, I would like to just finish my point, and then we can talk about what you want to talk about. So with that being said, there is a historic when people don't pay attention to historical context, they tend to not think that certain acts are needed. They tend to think that racism was so long ago and that it's not being done or enacted like Tennessee legislators just literally showcase to us. Legislators are still racist, y'all. The Civil Rights Act was less than 80 years ago. People are supposed to act like just racism just was supposed to vanish the face of the earth because the Civil Rights Act happened, and it was less than 80 years ago. Do you not realize we went through 200 plus years of oppression? 200 plus. 200 plus, 300 plus. This is all including slavery. This is all including Reconstruction. When Reconstruction was sabotaged, this is all during Jim Crow, even to now.
So,
wait, I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm a new speaker here, so like I'm not really sure how y'all do the format. So like, do y'all put it to where like if you have any questions, you can put it on the bulletin board and then like ask me when I get done with my points, or like do y'all just like what's the format?
Be gracious and have limit the points. If you're making 10 of them, then people are probably going to.
Well, if I make 10 of them, it's such thing as a pen. You can write your point down, and then I can definitely answer the point when I'm done with making my points. I only for one, I was interrupted when I first started my point, and then we started talking about your point, and now I'm talking about my point.
So go ahead, Coco. Say what you're gonna say.
So just simply with that being said, certain people believe that racism just simply was supposed to just vanish off the face of the earth, and after our recent ancestors fought, bled, and died for the civil rights, and to have power within their vote representation. Apparently, people think that racism and the tactics of racism just vanished off the face of the earth, and I'm sorry it didn't. And the people think that was the end of the fight, and I'm sorry it wasn't. I'm sorry. Those people didn't die. Those tactics didn't just evaporate from the face of the earth. Our community, our black community within our nation is still actively being attacked. But apparently people think that we're not supposed to do anything about it. Apparently we're just supposed to let a predominantly black district, that's been a predominantly black district, especially since the 1970s, just split the fuck up and not have any constitutional questions about it. It's very unconstitutional. Yes, the map is unconstitutional. The Tennessee Redraw District 9 map is unconstitutional. because it intentionally dilutes a black district that's predominantly black.
So my question is
just all I say. But now if you want to ask your questions or whatever.
Okay. Now my question was with the power that your district had. Mm-hmm. What were you all getting accomplished with that power?
Well, with that power, from when I see what you're I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And being able to hello. Being able to have power within your vote and how you use that power are two completely different things. If you have your state intentionally taking away over 100 million people, not 100 million, taking away over 1 million people's votes and diluting their power and splitting them up into 3 separate districts.
But what about before that?
That is, wait. That's the constitutional problem. What Memphis does with that vote is a community problem.
Okay, so what were they doing with that?
3 separate things.
Right. I was asking what was they doing before that?
Before what?
Before it got split up, what were you guys getting accomplished?
What
voting?
In which voting? Local, state? Like what are you talking about?
The district that you told us that you just spoke of that got split up. What were you all getting accomplished with your vote before
we just got a $500 million bill for our bridge, and that was because of District 9 and the representative of District 9.
Okay, so you guys got a bridge. What does this bridge do?
Okay, it's a bridge that literally connects Arkansas to Memphis. It's a whole bridge.
So it's a whole bridge that connects jobs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Infrastructure. Infrastructure. The FedEx hub, even more than that. But unfortunately, I'm trying to ask you a question. Unfortunately, the city has made strong strides for itself, but it's also within a Red Sea that has been a Red Sea for the past 20 years. So with that being said, for the past 20 years, Tennessee Capitol Hill has also been intentionally underfunding the city for multiple decades. Okay. And it's on record, it's on paper.
So since the 70s, you guys got a bridge. Okay, what else did y'all get?
No, what do you
with this voting power that you got that got diluted? What were you all getting accomplished? You guys got a bridge. So what? 50 years, you guys got a bridge. Cool. What else?
What are you? I literally just gave you.
What's the point?
Infrastructure. So we got we have literal renovations of our entire downtown being planned due to infrastructure. We have literal incentives for one, our crime. That's a whole other thing. But for one, our crime has significantly lowered due to recent initiatives of the community in the past 3 years. That's something that our voting has done. Our voting has also created a more economic procedure, I guess, for more opportunity, especially for youth. There's been a lot of youth initiatives. Now, if you want to, look into that, you definitely can. I'm not really sure where you're from, but if you want to see what recent strides, Memphis has had within the past couple decades, you definitely are welcome to look and see that information.
Well, the only why I asked you that question was not to make fun, but I'm of the belief that we were getting more done before we had the right to vote than since we had the right to vote, because we wasn't depending on having the right to vote. I think once we got the right to vote, we got lazy and hoped that politicians was going to pursue our initiatives, and they did not.
Okay. That's your opinion, and I'm not going to fight you for your opinion. I'm not going to say, well,
no worries.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to, if you think that,
this is contradicting, Coco. They smacking each other right in the face with what he said. He was just for desegregation. Now he's saying that the voting wasn't working, and
that's not what I told you. I told you what the perspective was from the people that was at that time. Is what I did. I gave you insight from that, and you was too dense to understand that. And so, no, it's not that I'm a contradiction. It's just a cheat.
You told me what the benefit. Did you tell me what the benefit of desegregation was?
I told you what I was explaining because we always want to judge those times with these eyes that we got from 2020 with the benefit of hindsight. And I'm telling you, at that time, they didn't know these things. All they knew is they had to do something, so they did what they believed they had to do at the time. If that's lost on you, then there's nothing I can do about it.
But that's the question. So where do you think black people would be now if it was never like that? If it was never passed?
Exactly. I'm not sure because, like, you know what I'm saying, we talk about the glory of us having black businesses, you know, and having a black ecosystem, and you know, and that part is dope. But that obviously there were still a lot of things wrong. There were still horrific things happening to black. Listen, that's why they would destroy communities the way it was. Stuff wasn't perfect at that time.
Horrific things.
Like when they destroyed Tulsa, when they did like what are we talking about? Like all those red summers, like what are we talking about? And guess what? And guess how much punishment got issued? Guess how much reparations we got from those situations? Nothing. And so that's the reason why it was able to be destroyed, right? And so things wasn't that great then either.
But if you want reparations, you have to get it legislatively, and the only way you can get it legislatively is if you are able to select your own representation.
In order for us to get reparations, the country would have to actually be sorry for what they did. They gave reparations to everybody else. They didn't have to go and get represented legislatively. They got it because they did it as a show of good faith. The representation is everybody else got reparations with everybody else got reparations is them having their own. Everybody else got reparations without all this shit.
Everybody else ain't black Americans. Everybody else ain't gonna be treated. We not gonna be treated like everybody else. Okay,
so we got the right to vote. We got all this stuff done. We still ain't never got repaired. You know why? Because they don't care. They're not sorry.
But what do you mean they don't care? Who is this? What
is racist? This is not
what do you mean they don't? My thing is this. I heard somebody talk about. I've been in a lot of rooms in regards to reparations. And someone made a strong good point for me. Oh my bad. Maybe the Matrix. Someone made a very strong point. Have a better chance of getting reparations on a local or faster as getting reparations on a local or state level. They're trying to accomplish it on a level. There are procedures and a lot. Y'all don't understand that the only reason that them Japanese Americans got their reparations was because they had to lobby the fuck for it. They had to spend money for this shit, and they had to lobby the fuck for their legislation. They had to lobby for years for it.
Well, California,
I'm going to talk about California. Because wait, before you do that, bro, because I got a point. Because on Clubhouse, the girl who I was in, I used to be one of the mods in Intellectual Gangbang, and Lou Fast was able to get one of the I guess one of the like writers or the bill or something in the room, and she explained the whole process, like the whole situation of how a representative in the House or whatever basically sabotaged the whole thing. It was going to be presented to the floor. And the person sabotaged the entire thing, but it was because of personal reasons. It wasn't because it couldn't be done.
The reason why Japanese people got reparations had nothing to do with their lobbying. It had everything to do with Japan also standing behind them.
Yep.
What happened was, wait a minute. No, I'm saying, can I just finish speaking? Thank you. That is the reason why we're not getting reparations, because we don't have a nation to speak up against the crimes that was done to their people. For every group that got reparations, it's because their nation also spoke out and said, no, you did our people wrong. If you want to continue business with us, if you want to continue a happy environment with us, you will pay them for what you did. And that's what happened with Japan. So that reparation has shit to do with the Japanese people in America. It had everything to do with... Excuse me, can I finish speaking? I just finished. I just got a 90 fucking 8 in that class. I'm a beast when it comes to history, okay? When I'm telling you what I'm telling you, I'm telling you for a reason.
Yo, you wanted the same
I'm
respect,
telling you,
Coco.
thank you. You gotta let me speak. I literally just went through this. We literally just read the documentation of the actual situation. Japan stood behind it and they did a deal. America did a deal with Japan. And that's how they got the reparation. And they only got $20,000. They got $20,000. So if you want $20,000 for the slavery that they did to us in all the country, all the towns that they burnt and this and the third, so they could say, shut the fuck up, we gave you reparations, then you take that $20,000 because that's all they gave Japanese people in America. And that was because America came to agreement, and this was a time ago, so that they can keep doing business together. That is exactly what it was. And America wanted a base in Japan. So these are the things that we don't be know what the fuck we be talking about, but somebody said it and it's not so. If we look it up, it's in the documentation.
Hey, no, wait, real quick. I just want to say that. I just want to rebuttal her point real quick. Wait, real quick, because I also took history classes. So
Coco, we I only got one thing to say.
Okay, yo.
That $20,000 back then would have been equivalent to like 100,000 to 200,000 in today's terms. So we can't say that that's not nothing. But what I wanted to ask before y'all even got into all of this shit about fucking
We talking about 1988, because that's when they got reparations, honey. 1988, not even that long. Yeah, it's not even that long ago.
Okay, but still $20,000 would have been kind of even something from 1988. But the thing with this is about the gerrymandering. Now, the redrawn of the fucking voter lines, whatever the case may be, what damage is that doing? I just don't know that.
I could definitely answer that question, but real quick to hers. So real quick, I just want to say something to it. So Japanese Americans received reparations through a long domestic, political, and legal campaign inside the United States of America, not through a deal with Japan.
Honey, I stated Japan supported and backed that. It pushed our hand. So what I just stated was Americans have been fighting, Black Americans have been fighting for reparations for years. There's no nation to support us. That is why they don't do nothing to help Black Americans.
I can't interrupt you, but you can interrupt me. Okay, so with that, I'm just talking to your point, because you said we struck a deal with Japan. It didn't have anything to do with them legislating for it. Okay, that's what you just said. You just said the only way that they got the only way that they got reparations was because we struck a deal with Japan. It didn't have nothing with them lobbying and trying to pass legislation. Okay, that's what you said. So I'm just gonna read you fast. I'm not putting this out my butt. So after the attack on the Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt signed an executive order in 1942 that basically put the Japanese Americans in all them camps and stuff like that. So for decades after that, their survivors, the Japanese American survivors and civil rights organizations pushed for acknowledgement and compensation of it. And a major turning point came in the 1970s and 80s when activists gathered testimony from survivors and pressured Congress to formally investigate what happened. So Congress created the Commission of Wartime Relocation and Internment of Civilians.
Okay. So they didn't put on the ballot, right?
So basically,
Listen, I promise you this sounds crazy. Go ahead. Are you going to read us all the history? Go ahead. Okay.
I'm almost done. Okay, so eventually led to the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which was signed by President Ronald Reagan. So the whole thing of how they even got money and reparations in the first place is that $20,000 each. That $20,000 was because of a bill that was signed by a United States president. It didn't have nothing to do with a deal that we struck with Japan.
Listen, okay, so now, and I'm gonna explain to you what I said. So you said just want to be finished. Are you finished now?
Were paid by the U.S. government to U.S. citizens and residents harmed by the U.S. government's action, driven by civil rights activism and congressional
to you. That the Japanese people have been complaining since they was in the concentration camps. They have pictures, videos, they have newspaper articles, they have everything showing how fucked up America did them in them camps. And guess what? Nothing changed. America said, fuck you, we don't care. Japanese people are been complaining since before, when they started mistreating them, before they put them in the camp, because they was fucking them over first. They was doing all kind of shit. Took all their land, did not do shit. The United States government said, fuck you, whatever. They did not hear them. So what I'm trying to say to you is, the fact that you had a group of Japanese people screaming did not do anything. Just the same way we have a group, we have many black people screaming about our reparations. It's not doing anything. They don't care. They did not care then. They do not care now. We can prove all the slavery. We can show you the videos, the postcards, they don't care. What that Japanese people was Japan. When they started talking, and here's the thing, when you go to the United Nations, because when there's a problem with all of these different immigrants that live here, they're still bats about their nation. So when there's problems and they go to the United Nations, they fight it out, even if they don't fucking live in their country no more. So all of that shit the Japanese people was doing in America did not mean shit. For many years, they didn't care what the fuck they was talking about. They did what they did, and that's what it was. It was when the United States needed to do business with Japan. They needed to do things with them that they agreed to do so many things like, because one of the other things that was added was Japanese people were never able to actually become citizens. It's in the documentation. That's the wild shit. It literally says that everybody except for people of Asian descent can become citizens of the United States. It said that shit for so long on documentation, on paperwork. And when I was reading it, I was like, that shit is crazy. This country is a fucked up country. So Japan actually was like, and that shit gotta be changed too. Y'all can't do this shit. That is not okay. You cannot sit there and say that Asian people can't be, but you want to do business with us. Because we do a lot of business with Japan. So when I'm speaking on something, I'm not saying what they made it look like when they're outside. Yeah, of course they made it look like we shall overcome, got them some shit. No, because if it was just those people speaking without a nation behind them, they wouldn't have got reparations neither. The nations behind them got it. And that's also the reason why in the United Nations, when the United Nations speaks about black people in America, America's telling them to mind their motherfucking business, the same way people do with their kids. I can be the outsider saying you slap the shit out of your kid, and it's in your house. What they gonna tell you? Mind your fucking business. This ain't your kids. You ain't got no say here. That's what America does when it comes to black people. United Nations has spoke many a times up for black people, for the wrongdoing of black people, for the reparations for black people, for the everything for black people. And every time they get stonewalled with mind your motherfucking business because they are not of any known nation. So that is what pushes any hand when it comes to government. It is not the people, because the people don't have a government, they don't have a fucking army, they don't have shit. They don't have nothing that they can benefit from. We can't do business with y'all, they don't care. It is the nations that strong arm them and go, okay, well, I'm going to take my business. We're going to take this, that, and the third if you don't play the right way. And that's when it happened. So that is actually behind, and I can give you, baby, if you want the book, and I can tell you the chapter where you can read it, and it tells you there was a deal done between United States of America, and Japan at that same time the reparations was given. It's some shady shit that, I mean, most people wouldn't know it. It damn sure ain't in a lot of y'all history books. It's not. Because then that would make us look like shady motherfuckers. But we are. And that's the reason why black people, no matter how many people you put in office, this and the other, it won't get moved because they've tried to do shit for black people forever. And they always stonewall it because there's nobody to back them, to support them. It's nobody to push their hand. It's nobody. It's literally, we're the bastard kids in the United States. And now I'm going to go on mute because that's what I said.
And you niggas think y'all could vote y'all way out of oppression, which is crazy to me, which is why I even asked this question concerning the gerrymandering and the redrawing of the voting map.
So to answer your question, first of all, I was just Netta, I was just talking to your point because you was trying to counter my point in saying that them legislating within domestically had absolutely nothing to do with it, which is a lie. They had to pass domestic legislation to even receive any type of compensation, anything. Now, what the relations that Japan and America developed after the fact, that's a completely different story.
I keep trying to tell you it wasn't after the fact, honey. I'm trying to tell you the part that you won't know. It wasn't after the fact. It was while that was a part of the reparations deal.
Okay. Well, like I said, you made the point that said that it was nothing done legislatively, and I just said it was. So that was my own.
And my point once again was that no matter how much Japanese Americans would have screamed, shout, fuss, cry, all the different evidence they had that they was mistreated, America wasn't going to give them what the fuck they wanted. They did not care. Only reason why they did is because it benefited them to do business with Japan. That was the only, and Japan did what they did.
I'm not going to argue with your logic, because if you think that, hey, yeah, but to answer Avo's question, you asked what does splitting the?
I got you. What damage is them redrawing the voting maps? What is that doing for these black communities across the nation?
Well, I could only speak on a state level, because when because that's where the issue is. It's more of a local state issue rather than that kind of is indirectly a national issue, because these are people that we're able to elect and represent us in Congress, right? So if District 9 being mixed Shelby congressional district, a lot of people think that the Louisiana case and the Memphis case is the same, but they're not. With the Supreme Court Louisiana ruling, they didn't completely, disregard the Voting Rights Act. They just basically said that can't be the sole purpose of a new district being drawn up. They didn't say that race couldn't be couldn't be part of the solution. They just said it can't be the sole, it can't be the sole reason, right? So, but and to create a district, but in Memphis's case, they are taking an established district that by every merit is its own congressional district, literally on paper. You can't just go mid-decade. Mind you, they wrote their own state law to do it. You can't just go mid-decade. Basically, the damage that it's doing is a constitutional civil rights damage and violation. And the city will not have enough power to vote for someone of choosing. Mind you, we're talking about a demographic of 1.1 million. So 1.1. So on paper, legally, 1.1 million can be its own and is its own congressional district. And states can't just divvy up a district without crossing certain constitutional and civil protections, especially if that district is a predominantly black city. Now, a lot of black people may not think we are, because it doesn't feel like it, but thanks to the Civil Rights Act, black people are a minority, and as a minority, we are a protected class. Even though we don't feel like it, because trust me, I understand black folks, I understand my brothers and sisters. Even we don't feel like we're a protected class, but we supposed to be. So if the laws, if the laws ask them to do what they're supposed to do, and if the people actually enforce the laws like they're supposed to enforce the law, you can't go into a predominantly black district and not violate any civil rights violations.
Well, Coco, I guess you might be right there, right? But apparently they can, because they're doing it, right? I mean, they just doing everything. Wait a minute, Coco, because I'm not gonna do that. Let me just get it out, okay? Because Miss Sherry don't be doing all that yelling and hollering and everything, okay? But yeah, we've said some good stuff here, y'all, and this is what I pray. I love when things come full circle. The aha moment came to me when Nettie was speaking. I hope I pronounced your name right, sweetheart. And let me tell you something about these savages, okay? They don't care nothing about you or nobody on this platform. You understand me? Absolutely nothing. They don't care about you getting reparations. They don't care about you having your rights. They don't care about any of that, okay? So I pray that why I selected not at all that this will, if I read that right, American Progress. I don't think it's going to impact us at all. I would pray that the same way that we're able to congregate on these apps and talk to each other for hours, okay, this is organizing. All right, so what we have to do is, somebody brought up the word organizing. We've got to organize a little bit better, right? And Memphis has a ton of stuff going on. I mean, like, I'm really proud of the businesses that have developed Black-owned businesses in Memphis. Y'all are doing amazing. But yes, we have got to do better with our conversation and make sure that our conversation is forward thinking. Because while we're doing this right here, these mamas are on an island somewhere with their crooked, crazy, nasty selves. They're over on an island somewhere having conversations about how to move even in 5 to 10 years. Right? That's why we're always late getting on the school bus. So, yeah, we've got to start thinking forward thinking, not necessarily where we are right now, what happened to us in the 60s and the 70s. Trust me, I was one of those kids that was bused, okay? Because I had to go to school outside of my neighborhood so that I could have an opportunity. So, listen, and that was in the 90s, y'all. Oh, okay. I graduated in 1993, and I was bused outside of my neighborhood so that I could go to school to have an opportunity. So this isn't anything new. Trust me, this racism thing, they only do it, and they're only doing it a different way. So I'm going to go back on mute because I'm driving, but I always say in these types of conversations, please begin to think of an industry that we absolutely could take over. An industry that Black Americans could absolutely take over, I've been saying it for years, is the trucking industry. I truly believe that if we were getting all of our Black truckers in transportation and buses, we have Black-owned buses and Black-owned Black cars, we have Black-owned taxis, we have Black-owned businesses that literally are in every area of transportation. They have tow trucks, they have reefer trucks, they have trailers, they have everything. If we could get a hold and make sure that we pile up and support our Black-owned businesses with our trucking, we won't have any excuses to why we're not able to ship our merchandise, why we won't be able to receive our things from Black-owned grocery stores. There are Black-owned pharmaceutical companies, and if we would pile up together and literally take over that industry, literally, we wouldn't have to ride their buses, right? I got a friend right now, got 30 buses, 30 charter school buses right now. There's so many Black-owned people in the South that own, well, no, I take that back, because I don't know if they actually own the buses, but there are plenty of people with CDLs, right? So listen, we have to do some forward thinking, and if anybody else has another industry, please share it, because that is one of the things I've been pushing here in the DMV area, is that all of our transportation industry, Black-owned businesses need to become, instead of competition, we need to do what? Collaborate. So yeah, I love y'all. All right, I'm going.
To that statement, I definitely don't think it should be the trucking industry. I am very heavily invested in different companies, and they're already building roads so that they don't need truck drivers. And it ironically is when a lot of Black people started getting their CDLs and started making good money off trucking. So everything happens for a reason, right? So they're already actually working these processes. They're already putting these things into place. To be honest with you, I think Black people need to get out of trucking fast as possible, because once they wait. Let me finish. I think that because a lot of people buying trucks and everything, I think we should get out of that and actually go to, we are extremely intelligent people. They literally called it, back in the days, nigger rigging, tinkering, and all of the shit that we're very good at doing. We need to learn how to and start putting our children in classes, schools, and everything for these robotics and how to engineer. Because at the end of the day, one thing we are not going to fight is this AI boom that is coming. And when this AI boom comes, the one thing that AI it's not going to be able to do, I'm not going to say cannot, but it's not going to be able to do on large numbers is fix the little this and that when it comes down to it. One of the things, as a person who is a lineman, we always would crack jokes and be like, you can talk about us, but you can't talk without us. if a line go down, I don't give a fuck how smart anything on either one of them ends work. You can't talk. You can't work. Your shit don't work at all. So when it came down to me in the military, I had the biggest ego ever, because if I cut your line, you're going to wait till I come out and fix it. When it comes down to it, that's how Black people need to be thinking. The fact that everything is going to happen on either end. But we need to find a way to be the necessity, which we used to be. We used to be people to go to build, to this and the third. And I know Black people don't want to be the handwork, right? But at the end of the day, even the people who behind these desks are not going to be as needed anymore, because they're really finding ways to take people out of these positions. So learn how to be the motherfucker that keeps their shit going, because these companies are not going to pay you when they can get this great robot to do it. Pay one good fee and your robot do it for the rest of the time for free. Also, the gerrymandering, like, it makes sense though when they say when we ask the question, how is it going to affect us? Think about, all right, Houston, Texas is a very interesting place, right? If y'all can, y'all got your iPhones on you. Look at your map of how people vote in Texas. You will see Houston, blue. Austin has a lot of blue. Dallas has blue. Almost everywhere else is red. So when they gerrymander, when Black people come together, we help change shit. So if you got blue in Houston, blue in Dallas, blue in Austin, you can get enough numbers to get somebody in office. If they break up those areas and they start making it where it's harder for your people to unite and actually fight towards whoever they want, and that's literally, if you look up what gerrymandering is, they're making it harder for the smaller groups to come together. So now you have to vote, instead of you voting with your people and now they're going to break it up and they're going to say, no, it's a part of, you're a small, instead of you being a large part of blue, you're going to be a little part of blue in a red area. So that really don't hold no weight, because now those numbers have to count towards the overall, but it doesn't, if that area's numbers count as a vote, technically your vote didn't count at all no more. And I hope I'm explaining it the simplest way possible, because it's a very complicated understanding. But it's like, so you got a pizza pie with 8 slices, and instead of the whole center being blue, because the whole center would be a slice, and we cut that in a whole circle, when they cut it into all the 8s, and now every piece of pie, every piece of it, a little bit of it's blue, and you start pulling away those pieces, guess what? That blue don't look as big no more, right? Actually, now that if they're going to be fair and count the votes for the whole pizza pie, right? Every one of those has more red than they have blue. So guess who's going to win that vote? The red. Because it's not enough blue in there for it to really be, considered. We're not even going to consider it was a vote. It's some shady shit that they're doing, but it also allows them to, when they start redistricting, because if y'all are voting, they'll tell you where you're supposed to vote. How many people are gonna want to vote in areas that's uncomfortable? How many people are going to want to sit there before you're taking time off work, you're doing this and the third, but now you got to go to a district line that may not be comfortable, a comfortable area, especially if you live in the South, there's areas that's just not comfortable. Like, you just don't feel comfortable being there. And then that may stop people from voting too. And especially if you got the racist people that's running the polls and this and the third. And that's what they had before. So when they start doing that, once they're able to divide it, then they're able to manipulate it, which means when you got the attitude lady at the voting area, she this and the third, or she causes a problem, whatever, now you're not going to go back. It's a slow slight to the point where then the numbers start dwindling. And I think people don't realize this shit. So it really is some fucked up shit that they did across the board. And the people, if you notice, the states that you notice that took the most joy in it are the same states that was pushing Jim Crow laws. The Jim Crow shit was crazy. It was the crazy shit that they was making up in these areas where everybody wasn't doing it the same. Every state wasn't doing it the same. The whole state wasn't doing it. It was just certain areas that they was making it hard for people to even want to go vote. So that's a part. There's a little bit of all why this is a problem, because it's going to start making problems for people of color that are minorities, that are not, Republican and having to be vote Democrat in the Republican area. It's going to be uncomfortable, and they're not going to want to do it.
I want to say something real quick. I think, and I'm going to try to make this quick and concise to understand the process of how all of this goes, okay?
when they do these maps, it ain't just it's law, okay? The only reason why Tennessee was able to approve the map and pass the map so quickly is because Republicans have the House, they have the Senate, and we have a governor that will sign the bill in a millisecond. All Republicans. Now you have to keep in mind that Black people and Democrats are a minority within Tennessee. Even though we have been growing, we are still a minority here. And so with that being said, when it's people have to sue. So when you get hit by a car, you don't just automatically, and they at fault, you don't just automatically get, your insurance money. You have to, it's a process. You got to do the claim. You got to sue. You got to do this. You got to do that. And then you go to court. And then they look at this. And then you got to send this picture. Then you got to send that picture. You got to prove this. You got to prove that. It's all a process. And then at the very end, if they are at fault, you get the reward. You get the benefit. So at this point, the people who need to sue have sued. The people who need to sue have put in lawsuits. It ain't a guarantee that this map is going to be a thing, because like I said, this is a completely different thing than the Louisiana case. This isn't a map this isn't a district that they're trying to make. This is a district that they cracked open and diluted. This is a district that they cracked open and dragged all the way to Nashville. Mind you, District 9 was Memphis and Shelby County only, because it met enough standard to be its own congressional district throughout the years. That's how its original lines were drawn up. And due to the Republican racist antics of racial gerrymandering, they were able to pass a congressional map that went into that district, took that district, split that district all the way to Nashville, and then left Memphis with a little sliver of it. That's vote dilution. That is a violation of civil rights and civil protections, and a constitutional violation. If anything, I don't care if people think it is, or what is he going to do for the Black community as a whole, whatever else. This is a constitutional violation. Everybody should be upset at that. Everybody. And what this can do for the Black community, what the Black community should have did up until this point or whatever, it's a completely different conversation from what is actually going on right now. After the Louisiana ruling, they got a call from Donald Trump, and our senator was like, hey, we need to go ahead. Our Senator Marshall, con artist Blackburn, was like, hey, we need to go ahead and, make this map, and, we need to go ahead and get this Trump agenda, and then, the governor started advocating for it, and then all of a sudden, the governor called a special session. Everybody had to come back to session, and then the map was drawn, approved, Now we're in the process of the judicial system. Now, my people, y'all, this is a process, and I'm not just talking about the redrawing of the map. I'm talking about Black liberation. This ain't gonna happen overnight. These types of bullshit ass antics are going to keep going on. It's going to keep going on. And we can fight to make sure that it doesn't. And when shit like this happen, we need to make sure. We always want to talk about unity. We always want to talk about this. These motherfucking white ass motherfuckers just came into a black ass city and said, fuck y'all. And where's the motherfucking Black unity? Where's the Black people saying, fuck it, fuck nah, fuck that shit? If any time that the Black community needs to unify their voices, it's right the fuck now. In this very time. I'm a federal employee, and I see a lot of shit going on and agendas going on that they are trying to accomplish. And it's kind of happening now. But the only way that it ain't happening as fast as they are wanting to is because there is a resistance. There's a continued resistance. And that resistance is us. So that's all I'm saying. And I'm in there. Thank y'all.
Place this person instead of work on the problem. Because every emergency just gonna have a problem.
Right. Exactly. I agree with that, man. I definitely agree with that. Like, it's kind of like, it's kind of like you got, like you said, you got other options. Like you got all these other options out here. Like, dang, I gotta work with this problem with this girl or this woman, and then I got this model. She willing to do what and stick beside me. Or in the woman's case, I got all these different men lining up, they willing, same thing, vice versa. I definitely agree with that. I agree with you when he said privacy. Privacy is a key thing. Social media made it crazy. Yeah, definitely. Hey, that's really good input, Name. That's really definitely good input on that. What was I about to say? I was about to say something. Y'all got what's one celebrity marriage y'all seen that broke apart that was like, dang, they probably was like they should have worked things out, If y'all know any celebrity marriages off the top of your head,
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to remember. Celebrity marriages.
Yeah, it's maybe. Oh, my bad.
Nick Cannon, Mariah Carey.
Oh yeah, I thought they could have worked that out.
They've been together for a while.
Yeah, and yeah, you're definitely right about that one, man. Nick Carey.
He admitted that he loves her, and he admitted in an interview that he was so broken that he just started sleeping around and having those babies. You can tell he doesn't love those women. It's so bad. He just created kids out of nowhere because he was still in love with Mariah. He admitted that in an interview, that he wished he had fixed himself.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't hear the interview, but that does sound right. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I thought it was a religious thing. I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was like he was wearing it's like the head wrap. I thought it was like a religious thing where he felt like he had to keep reproducing or something.
It was out of his own. It's like, what's the word? His own immaturity, and he was broken. Instead of fixing what was broken inside, he just went and broke other people, creating other kids.
Okay, I got another one. I don't know if you guys know Michael Jordan.
Who?
Oh, MJ and his first wife, right?
Oh
yeah. They were together before he was. Before he was legendary Jordan. Since college, before he rose to who he was.
Oh yeah, definitely. They could have. Oh, I got another one, but I'm gonna focus on MJ because MJ was a good one. They were together for a long time, and I heard MJ was cheating, right? Or he was cheating on his first wife, I think. It was like kind of hush hush. It was kind of quieted, It was like during the divorce and everything like that. You can't keep everything confidential, but I think he was. I believe. Don't quote me on this. You might have to Google search it, but yeah, it was definitely they could have worked things out. Besides the cheating stuff, cheating is a big red line. You cross that, it's definitely difficult to work things through them. But yeah, that was definitely like they could have. Besides the cheating, I feel like they could have worked things out and then kept everything private. And then he ended up having the second marriage, I think, with this like Puerto Rican lady, I think, right? Or I believe so. He had the second marriage, but
didn't get young. Are they still together?
I believe so. I think they're still together after, they still together. He's still married to her and everything like that. I believe. I mean, again, you probably have to Google search that too. But, he has a good business empire. He got Jordan. He got, the Jordan brand. He got all that other stuff. I don't think he has a problem to find another wife, but I don't think he's at the age where he's just like willing to find another wife, But
well, the thing is, the more success you have, if the person didn't come when you didn't have a lot of success, it's very hard to find a genuine connection. Because people that are coming, a lot of times they're not coming because they truly have feelings for you. They're coming because of your fame and what they can get from you. Some people would marry. I think that's what happened to Tyrese or something like that. Some people will come and marry just so they can, post pictures, advertise, get endorsement deals. So it's hard for both men and women who are successful because, especially celebrities, because your success also limits your ability to find true love if you don't find it early.
Absolutely.
Like, look what happened to that guy, the TikTok, the guy that, the African guy that made a lot of money doing TikTok without talking.
Kobe Lane.
Yeah. His first girlfriend, I heard he left her, and he went for this shorty. And then after 1 year of marriage, this lady filed for divorce, looking for his money.
What was the reason?
And lucky for him, he put all his money under his mom's name. Everybody's learning the Hakeem effect. So she was tight because she thought she was gonna walk away with half of his money, not knowing that he put all his money under his mom's. So when you're successful, you have to also protect yourself from people like that. Because people are going to come and look for your money. And also, they're not going to show you signs that they're after your money, So.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I agree with that, too.
So you have to be careful. And that's why sometimes a lot of successful people, sometimes they pretend to be poor, right? Mm-hmm. They pretend a lot. They go around, hanging around people, trying to disguise themselves just to find true love. Because if the person doesn't know you have the money and they love you, more than likely it's genuine love and connection, right? But the moment they find out about your wealth and what you have, it becomes difficult. Whether they are with you because of love or they come into cheating.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's absolutely. I agree with that too, man. That's really true. It's very hard to find that true love whenever you're very successful. Like, that's why celebrities date celebrities. Like, a lot of time, money marrying money. But hey, if I know this person's successful and I'm successful and we're both successful, there's not. I mean, the idea. I'm not gonna say the exact is it successful all the time? No, but the idea is okay, we're both in this and we're both successful, so we both got money. So we should focus on a relationship, but does it always work out? No.
Actually, that's why a lot of them date each other. Yeah, you notice, like you were saying, a lot of them they recycle each other. They're afraid to date below their.
Mhm. Yeah. They don't date somebody that they met at a high profile bar that doesn't have celebrity status. Yeah, you're right about that too. So it's very hard to find true love after they get successful. That's actually one of my
here, but it's kind of and then I'm just sitting here like they weren't paying attention to me yesterday, but now they're finding true love, from all that kind of, fake love that they're giving me now that I am doing well or being successful. Like for example, I put in this example, like Shaq, Shaquille O'Neal. He was married to this one lady. I'm not sure if they were together when he wasn't Shaq the way he is now, but he ended up cheating on her with somebody, or he ended up cheating on her with some other woman, and she ended up divorcing him and everything like that. But now if you look it up, he regrets to this day. He's like, man, I shouldn't have done that. Now, I'm not sure if any of these women are really after me for me, or are they really after me for just Shaq. I'm all over the commercials. I'm all over all these places, and now they want to just get with Shaq because I'm this famous guy. That's definitely really true.
It's a bunch of freaky frogs on the line.
Say it again. You said a bunch of freaky frogs.
Yeah, it's a bunch of freaky frogs running around now, man. It's terrible, brother.
Bunch of freaky frogs. Like, what do you mean by that? Like, give me some more context on it. Where are they running? Where are they running from?
I said it's a lot of freaky frogs running around now. I'm talking about people, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of freaky people out here now. I've never seen it like this before. Everybody is sexual driven, just most people in certain areas, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, man. That's also true too, man. But the main prompt that we're talking about is we're talking about celebrity marriages, man. But you are right. I ain't gonna lie to you. There are a lot of freaky frogs out here. I'm not gonna discredit what you're saying.
Look, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, man. We talking about celebrity marriages, but you can also put your input in here too, bro. What you think about celebrity marriages, bro? Why do some work and why don't some work? It's a kind of topic. I know I joined about 15 minutes ago, but we talking about the celebrity marriages thing. What you think, Wolf? If you want to add input on here.
Man, shit. I don't know, man. Dude, you lost like I am. Shit, I be seeing ugly ass dudes, you know what I'm saying? Fucking with broads that they'll never look at them if they ain't had that type of,
Yeah.
You see a fat ass and get mesmerized. Oh my God. Whole time she finna tear your ass apart. Or he don't tear her apart. It's vice versa.
Yeah, I like the upfront way you put it like that, man. That's real, man. That's definitely real, man. Some of these girls, they just looking for financial security. It's not always gold digging, but in this type of economy, man, it's gas is $4 and near 50 cents, a gallon. So it's
some areas it's actually $5 and $6, sir. It's horrible.
Yeah. And then the lust I heard is crazy too, bro. I'm not a lustful guy. This shit got to do with marriage too, but this most masses of the people, right? Mine this shit. Bro, I seen this lady ass so big. I'm like, bro, that is not godly. And she was slim. I'm like, what is that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. It's just, I definitely agree with that part, man.
It was for sure unnatural. You know what I'm saying? God ain't have nothing to do with making that like that, man.
Yeah, I heard they be going to overseas, not overseas, but literally, but they be going to some doctors and then just, getting that surgery, and then, they slim by nature, but all of a sudden it's you see the top part, they're slim, and then all of a sudden it's just this big implant, you're just like, oh wow, like that's not natural.
But isn't that what you guys want? I heard a lot of ladies saying that they're doing these things because men aren't looking.
Men don't want that shit.
Oh, I don't want that. It's unnatural, like you said. It's unnatural. I'd rather.
Yeah, man. Hey, when they be built like that, a lot of them be freakier than a frog with a mustache. No bullshit.
Yeah, I like the upfront way you put that there, but like men do to put it in a realistic way. Rejoice, you're right, but at the same time, if it's unnatural, it looks unnatural. At least for me, if it looks unnatural, then I don't want it. If it looks like you're just skinny on the top and then curves on the bottom, then I don't want it. It's too. It don't look right, at least for me.
You possessed or something like, we all living in a visible spiritual world, right? All religious and all, like most people are not, right? But at the same time, if you lay up and don't do something, don't do a study to your body that way, thinking it's for men, like something wrong with you mentally, I'm sorry.
A lot of it be male attention, that's why a lot of the surgery, like you said, it might be male attention. Guys want this, so I'm gonna get this.
It's scary too, bro. I see it so often. Like, we know men, bro. Most men are like monsters, like predators in their mind, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like for the shit I be saying, it blows my mind, bro. Like, you come outside, like you that comfortable, like it's just everything right is wrong and everything wrong is right. It's crazy nowadays, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
I seen a dude like 6'6" with a wig on and like a romper. You know what I'm saying? And, it made me so uncomfortable, brother. Like, I had to leave. It wasn't right, man.
Yeah, man. It's definitely weird out here. It's definitely some weird times out here, man. I'm not gonna sit here and lie and be like, yeah, everything's copacetic. Everything's all good. It's definitely some weird times out here. I've seen somebody with some white high heels on, grown men. No disrespect to the LGBT community. No disrespect to them.
We talking about the Decepticons? Running around like, yeah, Decepticons for sure. Like, I don't care who don't like what I say. Like, that's all I'm saying. I don't like it. I don't condone it. That's all.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of like a crazy sight to see, especially if you're not used to it. Like for me, I was raised in the South, man. It's like, I didn't see that growing up, man. But no disrespect, like I said, no disrespect to the LGBT community, but it's just definitely something to, something that is like, it's kind of a shock at first. Like people in different places are like, yeah, that's normal. But for me, it's just like, man, I mean.
Yeah, if like somebody close to you, like a friend or something, like, oh man, that's normal. Like, stop being his friend. Get away from him, bro.
Yeah. Like for me, I'm not like I used to have a coworker that used to put on like this grown man, but he would wear like sewing wigs and like.
Bless his heart, man.
Yeah, he was sewing wigs and kind of like push-up bras and stuff like that. And I'm not his friend. I was just coworker. That's it. Like if anybody asks me, I'm like, hey, that's my coworker. That's it. Like no disrespect to them and what they got going on. Like one guy came in, like it was my coworker. He used to be my coworker, and he came into my workplace and the coworker who was Decepticon was like, "Oh, have a good day, baby." And he was like, "Baby, what? You don't call me baby." Like, it's another grown man. And
absolutely correct, bro. It's uncomfortable. Like, it's a similar same scenario kind of happened. Like I ain't cutting you off, but like the similar shit happened where I work at, bro. It's a dude running around with a bald spot in his head with French tip fingernails and shit with tight ass pants on, like. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man.
it sounds like
it's I speak out and I push off. Like, you know, ain't nothing wrong with that. Like, hey, how you doing? Bounce off. Once you get to getting that how was your day? Like, hey nigga, it was bad. Don't ask me that. Like, we called you, how you doing? Walk off. Don't ask me that shit because most people perception is their reality. They'll see something and it be the absolute opposite and they'll run with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, bro, you remind me of Pimp C, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like Pimp C used to be on that same type of stuff, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't know if you know who Pimp C is, bro. He's a famous rapper.
Damn, I ain't never heard of that, man. I heard of Pimp C, but I ain't never heard nobody, tell me that before. It's crazy.
Yeah, he used to be on that same stuff. He used to talk about that same type of stuff that you're talking about, man. But yeah, it's sometimes like I know my uncle, bro. He used to walk into a restaurant, and if he saw one of those type of Decepticons, he would be like, "Yo, let me go ahead and get." He wouldn't even say, "Give me another waiter." He just like, "Yo, I'll go to another restaurant."
Yeah, I'm getting all up out of her. Yeah, I don't want you touching nothing, fam. Nothing I touch, I don't want you touching. Like, for real, man. Like, I want you around me, bro. And, like, I don't condone, I'm not a hateful or words type of person, right? But I just, it's just shit that I think we all as men could agree on that, bro. We just, some of us just neutral, man. We don't want to be around all that shit. And they got so fucked up now, like, it's a weird time, man.
Yeah, I don't know how it is down south, but up north they're actually teaching that stuff to kids, man. It's messed up. Like they actually like educating them about like you know how it was like when like I don't know about you and your age, but when I was coming up, it's like, hey, you're a man, do man things, women do woman things. Like it was kind of like that for me growing up. But up north or out in the western Cali, at least, I can say that they kind of teaching like, hey, there's like you can do like a boy can wear makeup and all the different, like they actually like teaching that stuff in the schools. At least I heard of. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. I have to Google. But I heard from other people like, yeah, they actually like they actually like teaching that kind of stuff. Like, hey, it's okay if this boy is a little different. Like he just
right. And it gets crazy, bro. Because like I say, I don't have a problem with I probably say I'm biased to some shit, but I'm not. But like women, it's a difference of them being gay versus a man. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference, bro. Like they carpet munchers, they eat all the biofilm off their fucking lips all the time because they can't poke nothing. And these niggas chasing shit. Like you like another man, bro. We got the same fur. Like niggas stink. Like that's what you want, brother. Something wrong with you, man.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it does. For me at least, my policy on that is like that's what you like as a man. That's what you like. Just keep that over there. You know what I'm saying? Like keep that.
Yeah. But it started concerning all of us when a lot of some of us, not us here, but like most dudes be like undercover too freaky. You know what I'm saying? They going back to women and shit, bro. So it doesn't matter. It didn't affect us. I say it affect us maybe literally, but like us in this room. But it's a thing, bro. Like it's some sick shit goes on out here, man. And you should be accountable for it if you out here being too freaky with a veil on. Like expose it. If you like it, you like it, bro. Just don't be like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's all I can say.
Going with the woman type deal. Like you can't hopscotch and like go.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, they got sticking on this topic for a little minute before I switch the topic. They kind of like I heard a lot of the
people talking about some other shit.
Yeah, man. What was it? Just the last thing I want to say is like a lot of people who are in that lifestyle, they got like a lot more higher percentage of like the diseases and stuff like that, HIV and all that other stuff, man.
Yeah, because they too freaky, brother. Like you run around this motherfucker like
excuse my French, but like at the same time, like you too freaky. That's all I can really. You are too freaky. Like it's like, and then it's like I'm a freak. Like hold on, what you mean you're a freak? Because freak don't have a circle. You just keep going till you be a fucking super. Like you know what I'm saying? So you gotta be careful what you say. But we living in a bad time. Like I say, everybody think what's wrong is what's right. What's right is wrong. Like this shit crazy out here now, brother. Like I never seen it. I was born in '93, so we probably around the same age.
Yeah, I was born a little bit later. I was born in '98, but you know, shit. It was definitely. I know we got some age gap, but it was definitely still like some things that at least my uncle taught me where it's like, hey, you know, all that doll stuff, that's girls. You know, you're gonna help me out with the law and stuff like that. You're gonna help me out with like the man stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like at least my uncle made sure, like, you know, that was reinforced, you know. No disrespect, like I said, no disrespect to the LGBT. That's what you do. That's what you do. No disrespect to them. But you know, like you said, a lot of things that are wrong, they dressing it up like it's right. No pun intended. They're dressing it up, but celebrity marriages and stuff like that. And then we kind of got off the topic. I had something on my mind, but I can't think about it.
We could talk about so much, bro. So much going on, like from gas stations running out of gas to fucking they poisoning everybody.
Hey, you know what y'all think about the whole Iran situation? That's what I was thinking about. When you said gas station, what y'all think about the whole war situation going on, man?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff going on, shit. But we gotta fix it. What's wrong with us? But we can fix anything else.
Yeah, that is real shit, man. That is real shit. We gotta fix a lot of different things, man. A lot of people. I feel like some people make a profit off people suffering, and they don't really fix the problem. You know.
Who making a profit though?
Like, you know, the freaking the people who, like, for example, like the politicians and the people who act like they're really about the solution, but really when they go into office or when they really step into a place of authority, that's when they like, oh yeah, it takes a long time. We're working on it, but they don't really make really enough progress. You feel me?
Yeah, they some liars too. But like, who do you think the government is?
The government. I feel like, man, that's a trick question, but
I feel like one family, bro.
You said there's one family?
One family, bro. That's what from everything I've learned and you know the knowledge I've obtained like this over time. See, yeah, it's one family. I think it's one family.
I don't know much about that to comment on that because I don't want to comment on anything that I don't. I have to do my research on that, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's a lot of people that's profiting off suffering. Like people, like, you know, some people they saying, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna help people who, for example, I'm gonna help people who really homeless on the street. I'm gonna give them affordable housing. They get into a place of authority.
Okay, who said that though, right? The government, right? The government employees said that though, right?
Yeah, like for example, then like
we talk about the same people, bro. We just talking. You say you don't want to talk. We talk about the same shit. They're the same people, bro. They got all these dumbass people working for them, right? Like thinking they work for like a big institute. Yeah, it's big, but it's one family, bro.
Oh, you talking about in general? I thought you meant like family, like the.
No, it's like yeah, for sure. Like, man, look, if we don't wake up and understand all this shit is against our people and just the being, like they said, that red line was a myth. It was a what you call it, conspiracy theory. That's it. It wasn't a conspiracy theory, bro. Like I know people that went through it.
It cut off when you said
redlining. You know what redlining is?
Oh yeah, when they cut off certain black people from certain living in certain areas.
Yeah, laws and shit like they still doing that shit to this day.
I heard Wells Fargo did, like some of these big banks, they kind of like they would charge higher interest rates, or they would charge certain like fees, or not fees, but higher interest rates to people who were who wanted to live in these type of areas, like the more affluent areas in general. I heard about it. Like, there was a big lawsuit about that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they charge.
What's going on, bro? Yep, you right. Shit. And
even there's a thing. There was an experiment ran by this black lady. She was like, oh yeah, she basically made a whole LinkedIn page, basically making it like she had an AI picture of a white lady, and she had like a white name, and she put some fake credentials on there, and she got way more job interviews and applications of her being a white lady than just herself being like a black lady. Like it's real. Like the opportunities is like it's hidden, but it's definitely real against like any type of person of color. You know, it's a hidden thing. I feel like, you know, definitely it is a hidden thing, but you know, it's definitely a real thing out here, man. Like, you know, I feel like a couple people, they spoke out against this, but you know, it's like I feel like when people speak out about it and they highlight stuff that goes on, like discrimination, everything like that, they just like make it more hidden. Like they just kind of like hide it even more, you know? At least that's the way I feel. Like they kind of hide it even more. They're like, oh, okay, we can't do it this way, so we got to do it this way. You know, we got to make it because, like, you know, basically we just got to make it more hidden and stuff like that, because that's just the way how we feel. Like we don't want certain people in this type of industry, or we don't want certain people. It's messed up. Definitely messed up. Definitely fucked up way of doing things. Like, but yeah.
We can talk about whatever though, y'all. So I'm down.
Yeah, man. What was the other thing I was trying to say? Damn, I just lost it. I ain't gonna lie. I lost it. I had something in my mind as you were speaking, but then I got caught up in the topic. I got kind of I kind of forgot about the shit. Damn, what was it? Okay, boom. All right, so to circle back to the topic without talking about celebrity marriages, because I feel like we overuse the topic. Why do y'all think some marriages, like it's a big high rate of divorce right now? It's like 50% of marriages end up in divorce. Why do you think, or why does everybody think marriages and like 50% of them end up in divorce? Like regular marriages, not celebrity marriages.
I don't know, bro. I could say it could be one thing. It could be others. You know, you just don't know, bro. Life be funny like that, but nowadays, you know, it always comes down to one or two things, bro. Money or, you know, infidelity. You know, for the most part. Somebody will marry a motherfucker that they know they shouldn't marry. Like, you can't really think about that because it'll make your head hurt how idiotic some people is. You know what I'm saying?
So you think money and cheating is like two reasons why a lot of marriages end up in divorce? Like 50% of them.
Yeah. Or it shouldn't have happened in the first place. It was all a motive for the money or some reason of some of that sort. You know what I mean? So you never know, bro. But it's always the top two for sure.
Yeah, I feel like, especially around these times, man, it's like money is a big motivator. Like, I feel like money is a big motivator. Like, boom, a man gets a job, boom, a man gets successful. Like, he got enough money to provide for his family, everything. Like, or he got enough money to provide. He gets a wife, boom, they get married, all that other shit. And then the man loses
loses his job. Like maybe the wife might have a job, or maybe she don't have a job, whatever the fuck, you know. And then all of a sudden, you know, he loses the job basically based not on his own performance, just based on the economy, right? And you know, he's like, hey babe, I'm working on it. I'm trying to apply all these different places and shit like that. It's like it's a ticking time bomb, right?
It's supposed to be for better or worse, though. You know what I mean? Some people just sit up and idolize financial stability, right, over like actual morals and principles. So, yeah, man, you never fucking know, bro. Like that's all, like because that's all I be hearing, like you know, black women and black men on these fucking talking out their ass, talking crazy. I don't know why people get on the internet and say stupid shit like this, bro. But like I say, it was all program. They Jedi mind tricked a lot of these niggas, you know what I'm saying? And like they don't. It's like it's so much going on, bro. From it could be the water, bro. It could be this fucking internet that's in all of our houses. We don't know what the fuck it is, bro. I know the algorithm, the devil for sure, but just, you know, they thinking for you. But it could be anything, bro. Like, yeah, we know this shit invisible. It comes to our phone, okay, but where's the down? Like, what the fuck is that going? Like, you never know, bro. Look at the scientists that did an experiment on the United States of American water. Look what happened to him. He disappeared. Because the fucking water is so contaminated, they put two male frogs in the water. Some of them amphibian, right? They can switch and shit, but this frog start drinking the water and like, you know, laying in it and, you know, just soaking it up. And this frog turned to a female. You know, so the water it's a thing too that most people don't talk about. And it's like that only in like certain demographic. You know what I'm saying? Mostly where black people at.
There's definitely I gotta do my research on that.
Yeah, for sure. I want you to, but I'm letting you know, like, you know, I cry to you before I lie to you, man.
Yeah, there's definitely it's a lot of things going on, like with people, like you said, like the whole hold on one second. There's a lot of things going on in discrimination. And discrimination hasn't changed, just evolved. You know, it's evolved. It keeps evolving into different things and shit like that. Like you go on to like it's been going on for ages and ages and ages and shit like that. Like, you know, at first it was open. It was like, hey, you know, we don't want black people to come in here. It's only white people in here. And then like, you know, over time they can't do the same shit that they did. They said, okay, fuck it, we're gonna do this shit. We're gonna do this shit. We're gonna keep doing this and this and this and this and this. Like if they can get away with it and poison the water, like you said, I think they would do it. Like, you know, I'm not gonna lie. Like if they felt like they can get away with the shit, I feel like they would. Like it's a theory. I can't think of the exact name, but it's like white people feel like if we allow black people to just do their own thing and just prosper and be successful and do their own thing, then they feel like their race would be ruined or their race would be like off, like there wouldn't be white people no more. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a theory. I can't think of the exact name. Replacement theory, white replacement theory. They feel like they would be off the face of the earth, or they wouldn't be a dominant race anymore. You know, it's some evil shit.
Yeah, that's why you see them motherfuckers. You see how they bunny hopping. Yeah, you see a lot of that. You know, because like, and the hatred and shit like that, bro. All that stems from that. You know, from the beginning of time. You know, when the people did come across our people. So like, that's been an issue for a long time, bro. Like, you know what I mean? From it being forced to now, it's like willingly. You know, you see it. But that's been a thing, bro. It all started over that, like jealousy. You know, some jealousy could be, I mean, some envious stuff is healthy, right? In a way for you and your own personal, you know what I'm saying, whatever you got going on. But it can turn into hate also. It could be a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think the love is there so much it's turned into a weird hatred. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I feel like I share this the idea of like Nick Hustle, man. He talked about like economics being the solution. Like he just feel like, or when he was alive, he felt like, yo, you know, we gotta not exactly like rise up, but we gotta start taking control of our finances and controlling the market. Like, you know, or like business and economics is key to, you know, actually dominating. Like that's not gonna stop people from trying to off us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna stop people trying to off black people or black Africans or black Caribbeans or anything like that. That's not gonna stop them from doing that. But economics is definitely key, you know, to like having financial independence or investing in different things. You know, I try to look at things in a positive light. You know, of course, it's stuff like what you said about poisoning the water, about redlining, which it happens in a very undercover way. That's what I
Yeah, it's a lot of you're right. It's a lot of man. This shit like psychology, bro. So many mind games been played and people stuck into a matrix. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's why we gotta empower ourselves with knowledge. And knowledge, like we got a lot. Like, you know, we got the internet is a freaking web of information that we can, like even AI. It's a web. It's a constant web of information that we can take and then we can profit off of and then use to not even better ourselves for no white man, but better like just to better ourselves in general, like to control the market, to dominate the market, and say, hey, you know, we're a force to be reckoned with. Like, you know, and protect all black interests. You know, no matter if you're Black American, Black Caribbean, Black African, whatever kind of black you are. You know, we are forced to be reckoned with. Like, you know, we demand respect. We don't ask for respect. We demand respect. You know, that's like one of the things. Like, I don't know if you know, there's a guy named Mansa Musa. Like he was the richest man. He's still the richest man who lived on the planet. Like he was a king in Ghana, but he was the richest man on the freaking planet. Like there's potential for all of us to replicate to copy and do what he did and take over the market. Now I know there's white people everywhere that are scared of like a savior who can do that or somebody who can actually do that. But we gotta look for solutions and we gotta look for like definite solutions and look beyond our adversity because it's struggle everywhere. Like
it's the money, bro. We gotta look beyond the money.
Yeah, absolutely.
You understand what I'm saying? Like they got it now where resources and shit like that, everything is surrounded by this dollar, right? So if we get back to those principles that's around it, right? Because all I think is most people that do, like you were saying, wow, shit, kill it. You know what I'm saying? We hurting each other. People don't like their life or they so agitated with life right now. They don't have nothing going on. Ain't nobody for to knock you down if they got something going on or got something to look forward to. Houses, affordable, this fur. You understand, these jobs paying enough. You know, it's not about being filthy rich. As long as you're comfortable, you can live a decent life. Like, not saying get no handouts. You don't want to do shit, nigga. You're going to be fucked up. But, like, you know, for people that's trying, you know, just working about, you know, some people, I see this lady, she worked at a gas station for had 10 years. You know, I remember her, she was working there when I was younger. Mm-hmm. And you'll see this lady struggling, and she's doing everything she's supposed to do, you know? Even if it is a gas station job, right? Mm-hmm. It's America. But I see this person that's not from over here, you know, from another place come here and be successful only in a matter of months and obtain shit that this lady couldn't even fathom to have. Only because, you know, they came over here and they granted resources, money, help, things like that. So it's a lot of shit that's fucked up, you know what I mean? It should be fixed, right? But at the same time, look at how you said Labia. They call like the houses over there like flats, but they don't have, you know, probably half of what America American like region, like where we have like. So they say we the richest country, right? So they don't even scratch the surface with like the finances in that aspect, right? And no one over there is homeless. Everybody over there they call the houses flats. Everyone has a flat. So, that was the thing that the guy that was with Malcolm, he was from there. He was, they was having a dialogue, and he was killed first. And then it was Malcolm. You know what I'm saying? It was a little deeper with Malcolm, but like I say, bro, like a lot of these problems could be fixed. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they leaving it sustained, and this shit just is chaos. Meaning it can be fixed. Like, look what they spend every year, bro, on the U.S. government, the Defense Department. Like, I think it's like 18.7 billion. Not looking for a handout and shit like that, but no, it's like other things could be put in place with this money instead of this type of shit. Like, you know what I mean? You could take probably not even half of that and still get the same quality of things that you say you're spending the money on, right? But yeah, that's wild to me, bro. It's fucking, some people actually do need help, like those kids and shit, man. That at birth, bro, they was born, they was doomed.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Like, you're coming from struggle, coming from a broken home, coming from a fucked up environment. Like, damn, like, you came up and crazy.
Built a bad deck of cards, bro. Go ahead.
Nah, real shit. Like, I'm in a neighborhood like that right now, bro. It's like you see people like dealt a bad hand. It's like, damn, can I blame you? Can I really blame you for like, putting that work in and just goddamn, like, selling what you got to sell or doing what you got to do to survive, to live? Like, I can't even really blame you like that. And you get caught up in some shit, like, the like with the law and shit like that. I can't even really put the blame on you. If I look at your background, I can't blame anybody would do what they have to survive, to live, to flourish, to thrive. Those are big things. Growing up, I used to see people like, in the same neighborhood I grew up in. It was just like, damn, like, people, they coming off of like quick plays and shit like that, making like, money and shit like that. Got their own car at like 14, 15. You don't even got a driver license. Like, goddamn, like how you drive with like a 20 at the time, it was like 2015 Dodge Charger RT, and you don't got a license. Like, but I can't sit there and say, hey, go to school, go do this, go do that, go do this, go do that. Like, nah, like, they doing what they gotta do to thrive, to flourish, to provide for their family, to provide for, if they have kids, provide for their kids. There's not a lot of opportunities in the areas and shit like that. Like, or at least the opportunities that are available, they're not really taught to these young kids growing up now. Like, hey, like, you can go to job where you get a trade, you can go to Goodwill, get a trade, you can go here, get a trade, make legal money, or you can go and get like a 2-year degree and make legal money, and then you don't gotta worry about the feds kicking down your door or some shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
but they know this internet it's a problem also. Like, don't get me wrong, you could monetize and make money off of it, but you got a part of it too. It's just there for like algorithm. The algorithm is there, right? But you got it there for the wrong type of energy. These kids on it, 11, 10 through 13, 14 is the phase you're going through with your mental, brain transmitters and shit like that. You finna go through a phase called characteristic development, right? At this age, this when you really find out what you want to do, who you think you are. You know what I'm saying? So all that shit play a part, man. Like I say, the internet, man, it's great for people to make money on it and they monetize or they work and things like that. But on the other end, this shit should have some type of cap on it for like social media.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because, you know, just like it's helping a lot of people, it done ruined a lot of people also. Or got people even, you know what I'm saying, murdered because of this shit, man. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was a while back. Somebody died off some Clubhouse shit, man. They had gotten into an argument with somebody off Clubhouse, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, it just spilled out into the streets and shit like that. Somebody embarrassed somebody or whatever, and then all of a sudden, boom, it just spilled out. Somebody pulled up, and then boom, you know, they did what they had. They did what they felt embarrassed or they felt like humiliated, and you know, now somebody's facing a life in prison. And then the other person, they can't bring them back no matter what kind of sentence they give to the other guy. Yeah. And also, the algorithm too is like, you know, they let kind of like whatever you watch for a certain amount of time. That's what the algorithm.
It's like thinking for you in a way. It's weird, and it's not accurate, right? Like I said, they push this agenda, like this music, like a lot of this shit could have been avoided. But like I said, crime pays. You know what I'm saying? So if a lot of crime is going on, a lot of money ain't circulating. You understand?
Right. You got the private prisons and everything like that. You got the private.
It's more to it than that. Like, it's more to it. Like, it's a lot, bro. Like, we be here all night. But at the same time, it's like the music, man, a lot of shit is being propaganded. You don't see no other race or female this big as an artist. Look, she from my city, you know. I salute she made it out. Like, how they using it is crazy. Like, it's a lot of it. It's been going on since the 90s, like how they propaganda these female rappers to be, you know, rap promiscuous. And these dudes too, rap about killing each other. So you to thinking if you're not a whore or a killer, you're fucking lame or goofy. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's definitely a big problem. Like, you know, it's on both sides. I feel like it's on both sides. Like, you know, it's on the labels and stuff like that. But the labels, they just doing whatever for the profit. Like, labels,
it's more, it's the profit and the chaos too. It's destruction. These people don't care, man. You know what I mean? And it's the people that keep feeding. Like, you know, at some point we gotta understand we are our worst own enemy at this point, man.
But see, that's why I'm a big person when it comes down to like helping each other and building with each other. Like, I know it's difficult now the way how the algorithm's set up, and the way how everything's pushed on us. Like, we got like all these rappers that are like promoting violence, promoting sex, promoting like, you know, oh, I just shot my op and I went over it. Like, a lot of these rappers be telling tales. Like, let's be real. Like, you know, they wouldn't be either they wouldn't be living or they would be dead, or they wouldn't be living or they would be in jail if they are in prison. Matter of fact, if they really live the rap that they're spitting a mic. But yeah, it's just like it's a multi-layered problem. Like you said, we'd be here all night talking about like the issues. Like, it's an iceberg, bro. It's like it's deeper beyond the surface of what we really is. A lot of it's really bigger than it's deeper than the surface. But you know, I feel like the way how we can kind of navigate through it, solve it is, you know, the first step is economics, bro. Like, you know, hey, we establish our own businesses, we establish our own things. And some of the rappers, I'm not gonna lie, some of the rappers, they be talking about shit that they really seen or experienced, like, you know, living in these areas. But when you glorify it and make it like you making it like, oh, it's the popular thing to do, like, you know, people gonna follow whatever they're influenced by. You know, even some, like, we can talk about some people, black or white, they might be in the suburbs, like, yeah, I want to be, it seems like an adventure to go out and, you know, kill somebody or go out and rob somebody or go out and shoot somebody. You know, it seems like I want to catch a thrill, you know, on some crazy shit. Like, but the way I feel like the way we solve is economics, like having our own businesses, having our own things. And another part of it is saying, like, hey, you know, all that, you know, whoredom shit, all that heathen shit, like, you know, that, you know, that, you know, all that crazy shit of boredom and murder and killing. Like, we're not promoting that. We're promoting, you know, black independence, regardless of where you're from. Like, we're promoting this, we're promoting that. And regardless if it's popular or not, a lot of, like, as a unit, we gotta stand as a unit, regardless of where you're from. You gotta stand as a unit to be like, hey, you know, we're not promoting that type of shit. Like, even some of these artists, they might come out and be like, for example, like Sexy Red or Meg Stallion or whatever, like, oh, I fucked this nigga, I fucked this other nigga, I fucked this other nigga. All right, you know, whatever.
Coochie got wore out. That motherfucker like throwing a hot dog down the hallway.
Hey, that's facts, you know. Once we hear that shit, like, hey, you know, no matter how catchy or how the beat sounds, not condoning that shit, like, period. You know, we're not condoning that shit at all. You know, I don't care how catchy it sounds or whatever it sounds. We gotta fucking put the brakes on that shit and be like, hey, no, we're not promoting that shit. We're not condoning that shit. We're not gonna give this artist plays. And the same thing for the niggas too, who be like, oh yeah, we finna kill, rob, shoot, or whatever, like whatever the fuck they be talking about when it comes out to murders and robberies and all that other shit. You know, hey, we not condoning half that shit that they're talking about, because a lot of that shit leads, you know, black people to jail, to prison, to or even like 6 feet under, bro. Like, that's that type of shit. I honestly, like, I used to listen to a lot of rap, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I used to listen to a lot of rap, but now I'm like, damn, bro. Like, I really listen to the lyrics. Like, the beat sounds nice, but the lyrics, like, damn, bro. He just talked about fucking.
But look, and I can tell you what, but who putting it out? Like the mainstream one.
Yeah, because the mainstream is putting that shit out because it sounds good and makes them a profit. Like, oh, okay, like, I know if I put this shit out here, boom. Like, if I promote this shit, it makes a profit. It sounds good. People are gonna listen to it, and it's gonna make me a profit. And like, they're not. A lot of these people not really caring about the effect that this music has on these kids, bro. Like, or on these young bulls, bro. They're like fucking like 14, 15, 16, and kids who got minds that aren't even formed yet. Like, they didn't even reach 25 or 26 or 27. Like, kids that don't really got a sense of, hey, this shit is fucked up. I'm not listening to this shit. You know, they might hear somebody listening to this shit. They might listen to one of their classmates, and their classmates might put them on, like, oh yeah, this is some good music, and then they hear it. Like, okay, it sounds good. You know, we gotta move together as a unit, bro. Like, no matter what the case is, it could be like, as a unit, all black people, like, in general, like I said, black Americans, black Caribbeans, black Africans, we gotta move together as a unit and be like, no, like, these people are fucking sellouts, bro. Except for the people who really just rapping about the shit because they've seen it, or they like lived through it, or they just talking about it because it's a reality of where they come from. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, those type of people. Say it again. Say it again, bro. I ain't hear you.
No, I'm agreeing with you, brother. What you saying? I said absolutely.
Yeah, those people who really, like, you know, like they seen it or they experienced it. It's just trauma. Like, you rap about trauma. You rap about shit that you really been through. You seen, you lived, or you actually seen it. You know, you about the same as like the Channel 3 news when they talk about, you know, somebody got killed last week and you just rapping about it. You know, that's different. You know, one thing I do want to highlight is when you in survival mode, bro, you do whatever, bro. You do whatever to live, to flourish, to thrive, to provide for yourself. So some of these rappers, they be in survival mode. They be like, damn, bro, like, I can't rap about like positive shit and really get a buzz. So I'm gonna just rap about killing and shooting for the people who are men, people who are men, and then the people who are women, like, damn, I ain't getting no buzz, even though it's a good song. I know it's a good song, but I ain't getting no buzz, so fuck it. I'm gonna just go ahead and rap about
like fucking on like 5 different niggas, and I'm playing like 3 of them, and all this other shit. Like, it's like, as a people, we gotta simply like get out of survival mode. It's like it's a lot of solutions to the problem, but we gonna be here all day talking about like solutions to the problem. But I feel like the first step is like economics. Like, we gotta control the art of hip hop. Like we always creating new shit. Like, white people love to carry on our shit. Like they love to like dick ride off our shit. But we gotta control the art of rap. Like, we gotta control like established labels. Like, have our own masters. Like, that type of shit. We gotta control the art. Economics is one of the keys to like having being successful and having our own shit. Like, okay, boom. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Like, for example, in a lot of these areas, for example, when you go to the convenience store, there's always a convenience store or 2 or 3 convenience stores around the areas. Like, boom, why the fuck? And I'm speaking this from a general perspective. Most of the time, these convenience stores ran by Arabs and ran by people who are foreign and who are not like either Black American or African or Black Caribbeans. Like, we should have our own shit. It's not like we looking for a handout. It's just like, fuck it. Like, we gotta, run our own shit. If this convenience store is in our area, we gotta have our own shit. Like, we gotta have our own established shit. Either it's gonna be by a family that lives in the area or some other shit. Like, it's just, I feel like one of the keys is productivity, bro. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, that's just some real shit I wanted to drop, bro. But yeah. people up in the group, bro.
I mean, like, sometimes you wish you had another you. And I'll be like, okay, AI, need you to be another me real quick. Cause I mean, sometimes, I gotta do stuff, human shit like sleep and stuff, but sometimes stuff still gotta be done. Or, I also have more than one business. And so having more than one business, it kind of helps to have AI agents managing it. Especially when it comes to like the intake, when it comes to phone calls and stuff like that. And plus on top of it, it like keeps track of everything and records everything. And sometimes it even come in handy just for a situation like, some type of legal thing. You kind of got everything recorded that happened in case, you got to deal with that. But, I mean, if you think AI is, the biggest thing is since you already think AI is weird and, you have this disposition against it, it really doesn't make sense for us to tell you what the benefits are because you already had that disposition. And so you have to work through the disposition before. Yeah, you.
I don't have a disdain against
girl. I said a disposition, which is not the same thing as a disdain. A disposition.
Well, what would the disposition be? Because
you can't. Every single time we give to, it's like, well, it's better than that having a weird ass agent expresses that.
As agent.
Okay, you didn't say that verbatim.
Recalling data, because how it started was with storing data and asking about the links or the courses or whatever I was saying.
Well, Lamine was talking about you use it for a second brain and like you just had this urge where you couldn't let them finish. And so you just kind of come in. Well, it looks like a brain. It's a third brain. I'm just telling you what happened.
I think you also missed the part, Lisa, when I was saying that now I don't recall information myself. I just tell my agent, hey, can you bring up this information? And it knows, it will look up in my notes where it was stored. So it's like so many people. Okay, look, you mentioned even business development. Okay, I see one use case when you're meeting people. You're being handed so many business cards. You don't have time to take notes of things. I would create a workflow and just on my phone, which now I can do. I'll just say, hey, next time I send you a picture of a business card, documented in a specific file, right? And so now every time I send it a business card picture, because I use Telegram to message my AI agent, it will store the exact contact names and such into your. And even better, I could just tell it, hey, add those to my list of contacts on my phone, right? And because maybe you're using iPhone or such, if you have it, connected to your AI agent connected to your Apple account, you'll be able to save time like that. So, so many possibilities. But go slow with it. You just try to things that don't interest you in doing by yourself. You can just.
I was just trying to help you out with ways, and I referenced a book that I read that helped me memorize information. I didn't say that my way was the end all be all. I was literally saying, because there was a question, how are you able to recall or remember all this stuff? And then I talked about a book that helped me associate the information with my senses.
Okay, I get the picture. So, I consider myself as old, and since young, memorizing stuff has been a huge issue. Like I have a huge ADHD problem. by the way, you wonder how I had so many projects up. But yeah, so for me at this point where you have these tools that are available to make your life easier, so I can't help it but leverage it. I think it's too late for me to say, okay, now it's time to fix my brain. When I know for so many years I've been trying. So yeah, but thanks for the advice. But you see, I have so much on my plate right now that I have a hard time seeing myself reading a book. I read a lot, tech-focused stuff, but I work on so many projects. So, and now it's like I'm trying to use AI agents to just lift things out of my shoulders, and that's the best I see I can do right now. And look, example, I started automating marketing side of things because I'm an introvert. I have a huge issue with putting myself out there, and even I overthink when it comes to creating posts and such. So I automated part of the social media stuff. Right. Example, I used to scroll a lot on Reddit to see if someone is talking about an issue they have, and so I can maybe plug in one of my products. One of them is YoJam, which is a music streaming platform, but in a jukebox style. And I used to manually comment and stuff, and sometimes I would just put it to later because I'm tired of just overthinking just to write. But now what I did, I have when I set up my AI agent, I sent it all the different replies I've done in the past. So it knows now, and then it created a folder where it named it as a brand tone or something like that. So that's where it analyzed how I speak, how I write on social media. And now I did a type of, script where it checks on Reddit every 3 hours what are the news posts, and then it rates which post is likely a good candidate for interacting with. And then based on the rating, it will suggest, hey, this one is a good candidate, and it prepares a reply for it. And now I just have to confirm yes, or I can just let it reply. And there was a moment I forgot to turn it on, but because it self-learns, it sent me a message on Telegram and said, hey, I found a post that is relevant to your product. Do you want me to post this reply? And I was like, wait, I forgot to turn it on. I didn't know it had something in the back that still, checks stuff. But yeah, and I was like, yeah, heck yeah, do it. I replied to it. And recently I made an affiliate sale because it was able to find someone who had an issue, but could have been resolved with another product that I have as affiliate partnership. So it's like I have now I don't need to spend that much time on social media to see what could be good candidates for my products. I can just let the AI search for me. And so these last days, I've been trying to set up more workflows for more products to be watched on social medias, and also to be able to create new posts on different accounts. So yeah, more free time.
You raised some good points. You talked about yourself being an introvert. I would say, with the AI, leveraging the AI for the personal, like psychology, the human brain, everyone is different, right? And you put a good point there, like, because humans are like, the insecurities, the psychology of the human, sometimes it can make them like in a container. So me, I class myself as a savage. I'm a real savage. I have no filter in the real life. Straight to the point, cutthroat, as they call it. And this comes from my psychology as someone who is very unapologetic. My faith, my identity, that's just me as a person. But everyone is different, right? So some people, they're very conservative. Some people, they're very out there. And this is person by person. So this AI agentic, as you said, in your case, is very good. But, I will tell you one thing. For example, if you look at photography, I was in a room yesterday about mid-journey. There's a girl, her name Diana. She does mid-journey and all these kind of rooms. They was talking about AI and all of this AI art. And then I come to realize when I scroll Instagram and these websites, I never see AI. All I see is humans, putting themselves out there. Look, me in this tournament, me I get gold, me and this. People telling their stories, because humans are egoistic, I don't see no AI stories. I see a title and someone making a story about themselves, their love or their life. So I would say, human stories are very powerful. And with the AI, it cannot make you, it cannot replicate you. Some things like the confidence to be unique as a person is currency, to be bold. So I would say, if everyone is improving in different areas, so sometimes you have to be you have to be very bold. When you look at photos, example, I was thinking, if you look at photography, there is no perfect picture. It's about perspective. Someone will come, he will say, this photo is amazing. And someone else will come and say, this photo is shit. So, the art world is like that as well. Yes? A guy will put a banana on the wall and say, wow, this is art. Another guy will do black and white. This is contrast. So, you just have to be very ruthless with your product, very bold. That's why I would say, all of this AI, use it to leverage it, but the human story is a very big concept in marketing, in storytelling, in creating a buzz. And I yield the mic.
I agree with you, and definitely a step I have to take. I think
anybody. You think slaves had a problem with picking cotton? They had a problem because they weren't paid for it. You think if they were being paid to do this?
That I want to see you pick some cotton. I ain't talking